Okay, welcome to the additional public hearing for the inquiry into Budget Estimates 2021-2022. Before I commence, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people who are the traditional custodians of this land. I would also like to pay respect to the elders past, present and emerging of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginals present. I welcome Minister Kevin Anderson and the company officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of lands, water, hospitality and racing. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearings are being broadcast live from Parliament's website, and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the procedural fairness resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you that you and the officers accompanying you, that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones or laptops to silent for the duration of the hearing. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Anderson, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I would also like to remind the following witnesses that you don't need to be sworn, as you've been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee, that being Dr Jim Bentley, Mr Michael Wright, Miss Melanie Hawes, Miss Amanda Jones, Mr Andrew George, Mr Rock Chiro, Mr Darren Cleary and Miss Jen Hickey. For the remainder of the witness, I would ask that you state your full name, position, title and agency, and swear either an oath or affirmation. The words of both the oath and the affirmation are on the cards on the table in front of you. So we'll begin with my first witness to the left, which I think is Mr. Steve Griffin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll be swearing an oath. I swear Steve Griffin, the Chief Executive Officer of Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. So help me God.
Thank you. Given I didn't see you there, Mr O'Brien, I'll now go to you, and then we'll jump back the other one.
Okay. Terry O'Brien, Director, Office of Racing, Better Regulation Division, Department of Customer Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I think we now have Miss Natasha Mann.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Natasha Mann and I am the Deputy Secretary of the Better Regulation Division and also the New South Wales Fair Trading Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And so we have Mr John Tansey.
Thank you, Chair. My name is John Tansey. I'm the Executive Director of Policy and Strategy in the Better Regulation Division of the Department of Customer Service. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you. We will now begin with the hearing. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30 a.m. to 12:45 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11. We are joined by the Minister in the morning, and in the afternoon we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and if required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. And we thank you for your attendance today, and we'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister, for coming along. Let's talk dams.
Sure.
So I guess the first question is, what is the status of, let's start with Dungaon, what is the status of the Dungaon Dam project?
Well, Dungaon Dam, and good morning, Ms Jackson, and thank you for your question. Dungaon Dam is a significant, important project for the Tamworth region, so that that particular region, a town of about 60 people and its immediate surrounds, have water security going into the future. There is significant development on the horizon, particularly around meat processing, and employs thousands of people. So to provide that water security for our region is important. And to your point, Dungaon Dam is a significant project. The final business case is with Infrastructure New South Wales and Infrastructure Australia, and we look forward to that project progressing.
Why won't you publicly release the business case so that everyone who has an interest in this, as you describe it, significant project, can be fully informed?
Ms Jackson, the final business case will remain in Cabinet in confidence, and that's been the process for many, many years. I don't intend to break Cabinet confidence. We will, with the community consultation being have input into the environmental impact statement, which will be released, and that will look at a lot of the areas and answer the questions that the community is looking forward to having their submissions on. And we've had a lot of discussion around that EIS in terms of when it does come out. So looking forward to that process.
Well, we'll deal with the EIS first then. So what is the time frame for the EIS process?
Well, that's still sitting in within the final business case and an investment decision within government. So we'll let that process take place. I'm looking forward to progressing as soon as possible. This, in my view, has dragged on, and our communities are ready for the dozers to be fueled up and to start pushing dirt and creating water security for our region. So I'm as eager as anyone in the Tamworth community to see this project progress.
I mean, that is not necessarily a fair characterisation of the views of people across the community. As you know, there are people who have questions about the project. It's pretty difficult for them to make an informed decision about whether the project is good for the community without seeing the business case. Do you accept that? You've seen it, but no one else has seen it. Well,
in terms of your comment, Ms Jackson, I'd be happy to take you to Tamworth, and I'm sure you're familiar with the New England Northwest. Come to Tamworth. We'll hold a town hall meeting if you like, and you can tell the community that you don't want dams, you don't like dams. And why don't you want Tamworth to have water security as we build toward a population of 100,000? The broader community do want this particular project, but happy if you want to come to Tamworth, hold a town hall meeting. Well, I'd prefer if you could publicly release the business case. I mean, it's pretty hard for anyone really to stand up and make a case for or against a project when you're lucky, you're privileged, you get to see all the information. Good for you, Minister. But everyone else is sitting there going, oh, well, could we have a look at the business case? Could we be informed about the costs, the benefits, whether this stacks up? No, you can't. Only you can have that privilege. Is that right, Minister? Ms Jackson, the community will have a significant role to play in the consultation process when the EIS
But the EIS only happens after the business case is assessed and the investment decision is made. So that's already happened. And then, oh, by the way, community, sorry, we've already made all these decisions based on information that you don't see. And now we will consult you. Shouldn't it be the other way round? Shouldn't you fully publicly release all of the information, conduct the community consultation, and then make the decision based on that?
The business case contains significant commercial and confidence clauses, and it remains a document within Cabinet, and that is in confidence. And for years, that process has been adhered to and respected, and I'll continue to do that. What's the commercial interest? What commercial interest? It's Cabinet in confidence, Ms Jackson. Yeah, I mean, you've said that, and then you said the reason. The explanation that you gave for the designation of Cabinet in confidence was commercial interest, and I'm asking what that is. Ms Jackson, I didn't say that's the reason. I said it's a component of the business case. But why are you keeping it Cabinet in confidence? What's secret in there? What can't we know? That's part of Cabinet process, Ms Jackson, but the community who want this particular project will and is looking forward to having their say when the EIS comes out. It's a significant project. We've already started the pipeline. It's a 55-kilometre pipeline which will carry that water from Dungaon Dam to Tamworth. That work has started. Water New South Wales, Water Infrastructure New South Wales is actually getting on with the job. We are looking forward to, and the community is looking forward to, capturing the water that is currently falling around us. We need to make hay while the sun shines, if you like. If we had this dam already, we would have that water security, and that's what our community wants. One of the things that's becoming increasingly obvious about the project is that
the final costs are going to be higher than the initial costs. I mean, I don't think that that is a shocking statement that's revealing state secrets. I think we can all accept that the final cost is going to be higher than the initial project cost. Have you secured a commitment from the federal government to fund 50% of the final project cost, whatever that is?
Ms Jackson, as you would understand and agree, that these are very complicated projects. When you build a dam has not been built in this state in something like 30 years, so it's a
pretty
complicated...
bad for you, isn't it, actually, that statistic, considering you've been in government for like 10 of those 10 last years. Anyway, that's not the question.
And I'm happy to comment. We are trying to get on with the job, but you don't want to do another one. You don't want to build this dam. So, you know, we will...
I just want to see the business case, actually. That's all I want, really.
On with the job of progressing this particular project. And
have you secured... I mean, I agree it's complex. And I'm not even arguing about whether it's fair or not that the final cost might be higher. There may be good reasons for that.
Quick motion.
For that to be the case.
There is.
But have you secured a commitment from the federal government to fund 50% of the final project cost?
Ms Jackson, as you would know, this is a federal and state government project, and the final business case is cabinet in confidence. No,
but that's actually not my question. So you have stood up with your mate, the Deputy Prime Minister, and said, yep, this is a joint project, 50%. But that was for the original funding envelope. The final cost is almost certainly going to exceed that. Are New South Wales taxpayers going to be liable for the difference in the final cost? Because the federal government, from what it sounds like, have not committed to funding 50% of the final project cost.
Well, Ms Jackson, I'm here to answer on behalf of the state.
But have you asked the Deputy Prime Minister, have you asked him, if this project ends up costing more, are you guys good for 50%?
Ms Jackson, the Deputy Prime Minister is on record to saying that he wants this project as much as I do, as much as the communities that we represent do. There is a process that he will go down, and there's a process that we are going down. We know how important this project is to the population, regional growth and economic development of our region. We need water security. We need it badly. 2.5 years ago, we nearly ran out of water. The city nearly ran out of water. A city of 60,000 people. We contemplated trucking it in. We contemplated aircraft dropping. We contemplated so many different things while people and our city look like a lunar landscape. I intend to rectify that problem by building Dungaon Dam.
Yeah, okay. And so I'm going to take that as just a no. You haven't even asked him, is what I mean, clearly the commitment hasn't been given, but I'm going to take from your answer that you haven't even actually sought an assurance, haven't even asked the Deputy Prime Minister if the federal government will fund 50%. That's what I'm taking from that comment.
Oh, you can take whatever you like, Ms Jackson, but I'm telling you that there is a process that the federal government will follow, and there is a process the state government will follow, and the Deputy Prime Minister is on public record saying that he wants this project as much as I do, and as much as the Tamworth and surround community need this dam to go ahead.
Are you familiar, Minister, with the principles of the National Water Initiative?
I am, Ms Jackson.
You would then be familiar with the fact that under those principles, the cost of projects such as this are recouped from water users. So what assurances can you give to the Tamworth community that this project that could end up costing a substantial amount of money isn't actually going to be recouped from higher water prices for them?
Those details will be included in the business case.
Oh, it's a shame that they won't be able to see that. So it is quite possible that in this business case, which no one else has seen except you, it says, yeah, well, under the National Water Initiative, Tamworth ratepayers are going to be paying double for water. That's possibly in the document, and you're comfortable with that?
Those discussions that will be had further down the track in consultation with our community once the EIS is released. But the issues that are contained in the final business case are cabinet in confidence, and we're very keen for this project to continue. The community wants it. The council wants it. Tamworth Regional Council want it through successive mayors, and the current mayor has even is on record as saying that he wants this project as well, and he represents ratepayers as just as I represent our communities. It is a significantly important milestone in securing the future growth of our region.
How much more do you think Tamworth water ratepayers will have to pay for this project? What's your, you're from that community. How much do you think they're going to have to cough up under the principles of the National Water Initiative for this project?
Those details are in the final business case, Ms Jackson, and that process is ongoing.
But the problem with the constant reference to the final business case is, as you know, because we've already discussed it, no one else has seen that document. So this is actually hip pocket stuff for people who live in Tamworth, and your answer to them is, well, yeah, I mean, it is possible that your water rates are going to double, but it's in a document that you can't see. That's your answer when they say, geez, we're a bit strapped here, not quite sure we can afford higher water bills. That's your response to them.
Now, my response, Ms Jackson, is that the water infrastructure and the communications team on the ground in Tamworth have done a fantastic job. There's been, I would hazard a guess, and I'm happy to get the numbers for you, over 25 to 30 community consultations with locals in and around Dungaon, water users, community members, ratepayers, and the information that they are providing to our communities and the feedback coming back from those community consultation sessions are that they are very keen for the...
Who's conducting those? Is that Water New South Wales?
Water Infrastructure New South Wales and
what information is Water Infrastructure New South Wales providing ratepayers in those community consultations about how much their water costs are going to increase? Dr Bentley, you can answer that if you want. What are you telling the community about how much it's going to cost them?
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Ms Jackson. Excuse me. What customers will pay gets determined by IPART, not by government, and that's an independent process. So what Water Infrastructure will be explaining to community is that that process will take place managed by IPART, not by us, and it'll be an independent process like with any other water pricing thing. Also, the National Water Initiative principles don't say all costs must be fully recovered. They say either fully recovered or transparently subsidised. And so clearly that's a process that IPART will lead as they go through that process.
And so have you been clear, Dr Bentley, in the 20 or 30 community consultations that have been conducted, that there is a significant risk that the cost of this project will be borne by Tamworth water ratepayers? Has that been made clear, that is an option?
Well, that's different to saying a significant risk, Ms Jackson. It's not a significant risk. The process will be managed by... How have you
described that to the community?
Exactly as I've said to you, that the process will be managed by IPART. It is for theirs to decide, and they have to take affordability into account. If we look at the ruling they made on the Broken Hill pipeline, for example, it's way, way, way less than the cost of the pipeline that gets recovered from customers. I can't say what IPART will do. I can say they're the independent regulator of pricing, and they will conduct that process. And
are you confident, Dr Bentley, that if this project proceeds and IPART does decide to pass significant costs onto ratepayers, that they're going to turn around and go, yeah, we knew that that was an option? Are you confident that that has been made clear, that ratepayers are going to turn around and go, yep, well, we understood that that was the price we were going to have to literally personally pay? Are you confident they understand that?
They understand that IPART will be conducting a process to determine how much should be recovered from customers. Ms Jackson, I can't comment beyond that because that is what we've told the community through those meetings and through several meetings I have had in Tamworth and elsewhere, and we've consistently said that, and that is the truth. And I can't direct IPART. Not that I would want to. They are entirely independent. It'll be up to them. But they do take affordability into account. And if you look at what they've done on other projects, you'll see that the subsidy is much, much greater than the recovery from the customer.
Minister, this dam and other dams, which we'll get to later, they were critical needs water infrastructure under the legislation that was passed a little while ago. As you're probably aware, that legislation has expired. When I asked the former minister about this at last budget estimates, the answer that I received about the planning status of the dam was that it is the prerogative of the planning minister now to declare the project's critical state significant infrastructure as the Water Supply Critical Needs Act has expired. Where is that up to?
I'll ask Mr Bentley if he would like to provide further detail on that particular issue, Mr Jackson.
Thank you, Minister. That remains the case. So it's a decision that will be made by the Planning Minister.
So, again, when I asked Ms Levy, who was then from Water Infrastructure New South Wales, she said that they had spoken to the Planning Minister about it, who was then obviously Minister Stokes, that they had done that. That's not progressed at all. There's been no progress on whether or not these projects are going to get critical state significant infrastructure designation. That's the same answer that I got last time is the issue.
Well, I haven't got an answer to, the decision hasn't been made. I can take on notice, and we will have the CEO of Water Infrastructure here this afternoon, and so she can give a more detailed update, but we don't yet have that decision.
Does that concern you, Minister Anderson? I mean, as these projects, this project that you've sort of talked about being so important to you, they actually don't have the planning designation that would be required to do anything like deliver on a timetable that would even come close to what you've outlined. That's a pretty significant issue, isn't it?
Well, Ms Jackson, the Planning Minister is in my cluster.
Have you spoken to him about it?
We've had many discussions about Dungaon Dam, and I expect the process of state significance to continue, as does everybody that is associated with this project.
But, as I said, this is months ago and nothing's happened. So you expect it to continue in the current arrangement isn't very satisfactory, considering it's been sitting with him for some time and nothing's happened. Does that concern you?
I expect the state significant classification of this project to continue.
But it doesn't have state significant classification. Do you understand that? It does not have that.
The Planning Minister is well aware of the importance of Dungaon Dam, not only to the people of our region, but certainly the state significant project that it is elevated to. And my expectation is that it will continue. And the many discussions I've had with the Planning Minister in relation to Dungaon Dam is that this is something that the government is focused on. There is no doubt about it, from the Premier all the way down to the people in the community. And Ms Jackson, it would surprise me if this is not state significant. In fact, I can check throughout the course of this morning to triple check that it is state significant, and it has not been brought to my attention that it is not, so I would expect that it still is state significant. Well, I can check that for you.
Dr. It had special designation under not only this project, the other dam projects had special designation under the Water Supply Critical Needs Act. It had that, you are correct. That expired in November last year. In order to continue to have special designation, the Planning Minister was required to give it critical state significant infrastructure status. And when I asked last year, that had not occurred. So it does not, the continuing arrangement isn't that it is critical state significant infrastructure. So you can keep saying it's your expectation that that's going to continue, but it's actually not the case right now.
Well, Ms Jackson, I wrote to the Planning Minister, and we've had many discussions with the Planning Minister, and the expectation is that it will continue. It's a state significant project. This government...
that is not the position that the Planning Minister has taken.
Yeah.
Could I clarify?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr.
It is state significant infrastructure. It's a difference between the C and the CSSI and the SSI. So critical state significant infrastructure doesn't affect the timing. It remains state significant infrastructure. What we're seeking clarification on is if it remains critical state infrastructure. So it's not a timing issue.
It was never critical state significant.
It was under the
apologies. It was never given that designation separate to the act that expired. Apologies. I agree with that. We might move on to the Warrigamba dam. You would be familiar, obviously, with the fact that there was widespread reporting that project was being... Or we will not move on to that because my time has expired. We will move on to it later.
I look forward to that, Ms Jackson.
I might throw to Ms Boyd and then to Mr Field and then back to me.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister, and good morning to all of you. I'm not going to talk about dams. I'm going to talk about racing. You recall, Minister, that in the last estimates we talked about the enforcing of horse racing whip breaches, so where a number of jockeys were being found to have whipped horses far more than the rules allow, but that they were not being penalised for that routinely. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes, I do, Ms. Wood.
Are you aware that fines are rarely given for breaching the whip rules, because although there are restrictions on the number of times a horse can be whipped in those final 100 metres, it appears that in practice the stewards allow for 18 over the totality of the strikes, so irrelevant of where they occur. So in September, Racing New South Wales' chief steward was quoted as talking about how in practice they just look at the totality rather than how much is in the final 100 metres. Given that, and given that the industry is not enforcing the already very lax rules, will you reconsider introducing legislation to try and curb that whip usage?
Thanks for the question, Ms. Boyd. I think the way that Racing New South Wales is enforcing the rules of racing across the board are consistent with very high welfare and integrity expectations of not only the industry but certainly the community. I know, and I attend a lot of race courses. In fact, I was at Tamworth on Sunday for a round of the country championships where Cody Morgan, a local trainer, with his horse Anathol, was successful, and there were a significant number of people on course that day. Not one of them raised issue around whips. So I believe that in terms of the welfare and integrity of the rules around racing in New South Wales, I think that they are doing a good job. They are consistent with what they need to do in terms of meeting those benchmarks.
There's a lot to unpack in that answer. Firstly, the idea that the horse racing industry is not particularly concerned with breaches of animal welfare.
They are. No, they are. That's not what I said.
Sorry. That they seemed quite happy at the race is not really reflective of the entire community, is it, Minister?
Well, it is reflective of the broader community when you see racegoers attending or race fans attending race meetings in terms of the way that they view the industry. It's held in very high regard.
Okay. And we're not going to have an argument about whether people should race horses, because clearly we're going to agree to disagree on that. But when we are looking at the reputation of the horse racing industry, it is vital, is it not, that the rules that are in place to protect animal welfare are actually upheld?
Well, they are upheld, Ms. Boyd, and when you look at the scrutiny that racing is under, and when you had 40,000 people at Randwick to watch Winx win her final race, you will see that the scrutiny in relation to racing is very high. The standard is at a very high level, and they uphold those rules of racing for animal welfare and integrity.
But jockeys are routinely whipping, and we talked a lot about this last September, or whenever last estimates was, October, November, are routinely breaching the whipping rule and not being penalised. And now we're hearing it's because the stewards don't really kind of care about the minutiae of the rule. They're just taking some sort of average approach to it. That's a clear non-compliance with the rules that you say are in place to give the public assurance that these horses aren't being abused.
Ms. Boyd, if you have incidences of where jockeys are breaching the rules of racing, please bring them forward, and I'll have Racing New South Wales. We have the Director, Mr. O'Brien, with us today. We will take that on board. If you have clear incidences, please bring them forward.
I gave them to you last time. I can give them to you again, or perhaps this afternoon. I can provide those again, but this is not new. This is routine breaches of what is already a really lax whipping rule that are just not being penalised. And it's lovely that you say that, race goers aren't really aware of that. But I think if they were aware of it, they'd be quite horrified. So isn't it your responsibility to ensure that these rules are being complied with so that the public can be assured that these horses are not being unduly abused and exploited?
Well, I think that, again, Ms Boyd, if you would like to bring those instances forward, we would certainly take them on board. But, you know, Racing New South Wales has clearly stated its position that welfare and integrity measures are held in very, very high regard. And if there are breaches of the racing rules, then they are dealt with.
But words are not the same as actions. You can say that you're going to deal with something and then not deal with it. I'm talking about the fact that these things aren't actually being dealt with. It wasn't disputed when I raised this last time. It's very clear that there were a number of breaches of the whipping rules. And because these things are televised and because there are people at the races, we can all see it. And yet these jockeys are not being penalised.
Ms Boyd, again, if you have incidences
right,
and
I'll bring
examples,
them back again.
please bring them forward. And I'll personally follow them up for you. And we have Mr O'Brien here as well, so we can do that.
Can we talk about greyhounds then? How many greyhound tracks are 100% compliant with the New South Wales greyhound track minimum standards?
There are a significant number now, Ms Boyd, and you do take a keen interest, and I appreciate your interest and thank you for your interest, because it's something that also, in terms of making sure that minimum track safety standards are adhered to through the $30 million capital grants fund, and there is a significant amount of money being allocated over the next 5 years as well. But we can update you, Ms Boyd, in terms of those tracks that have received upgrades, and I'd ask Mr O'Brien.
Perhaps we can come back. My time has expired, but just to be very clear that the question was how many greyhound tracks are 100% compliant? It wasn't to do with funding. Chair.
Thank you. I'll throw to Mr Field.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Minister. I just check that you can hear me well enough?
Not quite, Mr Field. Oh, no, I'm sorry, yes. No, yeah, you're fine, thank you.
Maybe we have different definitions of well enough, Minister. Congratulations on the new role. You've come in at a time when there's lots to be done, I know. Can I start off with the ICAC report? Its investigation into complaints of corruption in the management of water in New South Wales and systemic non-compliance with the Water Management Act. Have you read the ICAC report?
I haven't read the complete report, but I'm familiar with its contents, Mr Field, and good morning. Now we can hear you clearly.
Right. Well, what's the primary recommendation from that report, just so you can give us an understanding of how well you know it?
Well, I will ask Mr, because it contains great detail, I will ask Mr Bentley to provide some context in and around that. Thank you, Mr Bentley.
Thank you, Mr.
I'll have time with Mr Bentley this afternoon, Minister. Could I just go to the key point, I guess? The view of ICAC was that DPID Water consistently failed to apply the hierarchy of water needs as required under the Act. This was the primary finding, and the recommendations were related to that. Minister, what have you done since becoming Minister to understand how the hierarchy of water needs, the key principles of the Act, are considered in the decisions taken by your department?
Well, the department's response, Mr Field, to ICAC indicates that it will implement all 15 recommendations, and at the time 5 of the recommendations have already been implemented, and significant reforms to water management have already been implemented in the department, particularly driven through the Water Reform Action Plan that was established after the Matthews investigation that I'm sure you would be familiar with, Mr Field. It came out in 2017, and I think you remember the Greens back then, were you? Do you remember the Greens in 2017?
I was, Minister. I watched that process very carefully.
And my
question was quite specifically, Minister, what have you done to understand how the department is now applying those principles of the Act that ICAC found was systemically not being applied? How is the department, in your view, addressing that?
Well, Mr Field, thank you. And how the department is progressing that is that ICAC has requested DPA to submit a progress report by 12 May 2022, so we're looking forward to that. It's on track to report all implementations of all its actions to respond to ICAC recommendations, and 7 of the 15 recommendations are fully implemented.
Well, I would direct a question now to Dr Bentley, if I could. How many policy and operational guidance documents have been reviewed and updated to ensure alignment with Section 5 of the Act?
I don't have the number of documents to hand, Mr. Field. If you really want us to, we can take that on notice, but I don't carry around with me the number of documents that I've reviewed, sorry.
Okay, thank you. But it was actually the government's response to the ICAC report. The primary recommendation, the government's response included that the department will review other policy and operational guidance documents, and all relevant policy and operational guidance documents will be identified, prioritised, reviewed and updated, with all reviews and updates to be complete within 12 months by March 2022. Dr. Bentley, has this been completed?
As the Minister said, 7 out of 15 of all recommendations have been completed, and we're on track to complete them all by March 2022, and the update report on that will be published shortly. But I don't have the number that you just asked for to hand.
Well, it is March 2022. I realise we're at the start of it. I'm asking if that particular element of the government's response has been finalised.
Sorry, I misspoke when I said March. I should have said May. Thank you, Minister, for the correction.
You're welcome, Mr. Bentley.
But look, Mr. Field, the fact that I don't have the number of policy documents that we've reviewed to hand doesn't mean that we haven't been getting on with the work. We have been getting on with the work. We are on track to complete all actions in the timeline that we committed to, and that includes any documents that needed to be reviewed. But as you know, we have since that ICAC investigation started, that's why 5 of the things were completed by the time they'd written their recommendations. We've done a lot of things, including reviews of water sharing plans, including the introduction of first flush rules, including the A-class licence changes that we made in the Barwon Darling. As you're aware, a whole host of policy changes that we have made with some degree of success, and we're learning from those things that we're also applying. So it's many, many policies that we've changed and implemented and reviewed and learnt from.
Dr. Bentley, I'm asking you explicitly about the government's response, which said these documents would be reviewed and updated by March 2022. I'm now not asking you the number of documents. I'd appreciate if you could provide that on notice. I'm now just asking you if that element, which you said would be completed by March 2022, has been completed.
It's on track to be completed by the end of this month. It's well progressed.
Okay. Minister, according to the State of the Environment report, this is the one that's only recently come out in the last few weeks, more than 90% of Murray-Darling Basin river valleys are rated poor or worse in terms of the health of fish communities. Wetland extent and condition is worsening, and water bird diversity and abundance is already poor and getting worse. Wouldn't you agree this suggests the hierarchy of water needs as required under the Act are just simply not being delivered?
Well, Mr. Field, in terms of the focus of the New South Wales Government and addressing the Murray-Darling Basin Plan and working with basin users, water users, our communities and farmers, our focus is to ensure that we have healthy rivers, we have healthy farms and we have healthy communities. And we'll continue to work towards those 3 elements which make up the sustainable growth of our state.
Thank you, Minister. Sorry, Mr. Field, I'm not sure whether you heard the bell on WebEx, but that is your time. Minister, I'll just turn to Menindee Lakes, if I may. Minister, are there any operational changes to the management of Menindee Lakes that are potentially coming up that could increase active water and minimise inactive water in those dead pools where currently there's fish pastures but there's no safe fish habitat? Is there anything going on in the background in terms of trying to increase the amount of active water?
It's a good question, Mr. Benaziac. Are you referring to the 60-40, 40-80 rule?
That was going to be a follow-up question, but just more about whether there's any operational changes to increase the amount of active water. So you can talk about the 480, 640 rule if you'd like, if there's changes going there, or if there's additionally if there's anything else as well.
Yeah, okay. So thank you for the question. As you know, the Menindee Lakes play a very important role in the ecological sustainability of the west of our state, not only to the north but also to the south and to the east. the Menindee Lakes are something that needs a continuous focus, and it is a continuous improvement exercise in the way that those lakes are managed. The top two into the Darling, of course, and the bottom two, which sit below those, and the way that they are managed. The signalling that needs to occur when the 60-40, 40-80 rule is brought into play needs to be better handled, particularly in relation to the fish that will congregate in those bottom two lakes. So once you start draining those top two lakes as per the MDBA and other plans and associated water resource plans, you need to ensure that those fish in the bottom two get the signal, whatever that signal may be, to get them to start to swim back up into the top two, because they get caught in the bottom two, and the bottom two lakes, as you would be aware, Mr. Banasiak, go nowhere. So that's where you end up with a lack of oxygen and black water and significant challenges in relation to fish kills in those bottom two. So the management of those lakes is something that is a continuous improvement exercise.
Okay. Is there anything specifically we're doing to get the fish to hear that signal? Well, to move
Mr. Banasiak,
from an operational point of view?
Look, I'm not a fish expert or a fish whisperer, but if you could get Dory in there, just say keep swimming, that would be good. Get them moving again.
Dr. Bentley, are you a fish whisperer? Can you provide us with any?
I can't claim to be a fish whisperer, Chair, but I can say that I have raised a couple of times
Rex Hunt in there.
this matter with the Basin Officials Committee.
Yep.
Changes to the operating rules need to be agreed across that committee, so they're not something directly within New South Wales control. But I have asked the Basin Officials Committee that we continue to look at that, and there is work going on between my officials and those in the other jurisdictions, but it's a pretty complex issue, as you can imagine.
Sure, thank you. Minister, I might quickly turn to water trading. I asked the previous Minister about some questions about water trading. But I want to delve into the more practical application. I guess what happens on the ground when somebody trades water, whether it's via an auction or through a broker. I've got the Committee Secretariat giving you a document. It's public. It's just the application form to assign surface water allocation. So it's my understanding that any water trade, this application has to be filled out. Is that your understanding?
Just give me a moment. I haven't seen this document for a little while because I don't own water and don't trade water, Mr. Banasiak, but just give me a moment. I'll just have a quick flick just to make sure the document's current.
Yeah, I'm happy for you to defer to your public servants if you need assistance in terms of whether that's current or not.
Thanks, Mr. Banasiak, but certainly, documents like these clearly show that there are procedures that need to be followed in place, in particular the seller's licence number, the licence holder, the applicant name, the buyer's licence number, where the water is going from and to, and then in relation to payment options, meter reading, and lots of other information that's required, like the broker statement, the broker name, signatures. So clearly there's, and if you have a look on the back page, information for parties to dealings, it's quite significant in the 19 points on there in relation to the trading of water.
Yeah, so it's quite clear from that document that someone's trading water, they would have a good indication of where that water would be going.
That would be my understanding.
If they filled out that form correctly.
That's correct, Mr. Banasiak.
So at any point during that process, you would imagine that they would be able to stop that trade from progressing if they weren't happy with price or anything like that, or they objected to where the water was going. You think they'd be able to stop that process?
Well, that would be a matter between the buyer and the seller.
Yes.
So what I would deal with in relation to, and Mr. Bentley can clarify, that as long as the correct procedure and it was legal to do so, they would then be able to fill out that application to assign surface water allocation.
Yeah. So just so I'm clear, and we're both clear, if they fill out this form correctly, no person who trades water could actually claim with any credibility that they have no knowledge where that water is going. If they fill out this form correctly, they follow the processes, they can't then publicly or privately say, I had no idea where that water was going, can they?
I will get clarification on that. I'm not a lawyer, Mr Banaszak, so I will ask...
Or a fish whisperer.
Or a fish whisperer, but let me know if you find one. We will ask Mr Bentley.
Thank you, Minister. I'm not a lawyer either, but I can say that not every water trade comes under that form that you talked about here. If it's within the area of operations of the irrigation corporations, there's a different process. So I can't say every trade in the state would come under that. But if it came under that, it's fairly clear that...
Okay. I've got about 3 seconds left, so I'll throw to Ms Jackson.
Thank you. Might go to Warrigamba Dam. What is the government's policy on raising the Warrigamba Dam wall?
Thanks, Ms Jackson. The government is committed to raising the Warrigamba Dam wall.
Has an allocation been made in the budget for that project to which you claim to be committed?
What I can ask is Mr Bentley to provide an update on Warrigamba.
I can ask
understand
Mr.
that, Ms
Bentley
Jackson,
questions. I'm asking you questions, which is, you said that the government's policy is to raise the dam wall, and I'm asking you, if it's the government's policy, is it in the budget? Because it's pretty expensive.
So in terms of that, I'd like to, Mr Bentley has had far more experience in relation to Warrigamba Dam, and to provide
Mr. Bentley,
clarity.
I'm happy to put the question to you, but it is a clear question. Is the cost of raising the Warrigamba Dam wall in the budget?
At the risk of sounding like I'm avoiding your question, Ms Jackson, this does not come under the department. This comes under, and it comes under...
I mean, the Minister just threw it to you. I didn't actually choose to put the question to you.
No, indeed. And I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be evasive, but I don't have control over the administration of that particular project. Obviously, I'm aware of what's going on, but I'm not aware of where it is in the administrative process as I would be on other projects.
And just to be clear, it's Minister Stokes who does have responsibility for that. If it's not you, who is responsible for the project?
Well, that's a little unfair, I think, to ask me which minister's responsible for a project that's not in my portfolio.
But I mean, okay, Minister Anderson, who is it? Dr. Bentley has said it's not him and his department. So who is responsible for the project? So in terms of where the project is up to at the moment, there is significant work being done, as you would expect. Water New South Wales has undertaken that work, Ms Jackson. So there's a detailed concept design, industry constructability advice, adding climate change resilience, compliance with updated dam safety regulations. So it is Water New South Wales. Parties. I mean, that was the Minister just said, I said, okay, fair enough. Dr. Bentley said it's not him. Who is? And then he said, Water New South Wales is doing the work. But Dr. Bentley, that is you. Yeah, certainly.
Thank you, Ms Jackson. Water New South Wales is the owner and operator of the dam. They are the proponent of the project. But as this is a flood mitigation project, I'm sorry it sounds evasive, it's not what I'm trying to be. It's a flood mitigation project, not a water supply project. Therefore, Water New South Wales are doing that not as part of the sector that I coordinate, but in support of the flood mitigation objectives of government. So that's why it's not under my control and not under... And I'm not trying to be difficult, Dr. Bentley, but you can understand why I've asked two, I think, pretty direct questions. Is the money allocated in the budget and who is responsible for it? And I don't feel like I've got a straight answer to either of those questions. Oh, well, I don't think they're difficult questions. Is the money in the budget? Who is responsible for the project? And that would be a question for Minister Ayres. So Minister Ayres? Minister Ayres is responsible. So as Mr Bentley just pointed out, Ms Jackson, the raising of the wall and the Warrigamba Dam raising project for flood mitigation is being handled by Minister Ayres. Through the Department of Enterprise, Trade and Investment? And the Minister for Western Sydney. So it's in his capacity as Minister for Western Sydney that he's responsible, because he's the Minister for Investment and Trade and Enterprise. I don't see what part of his portfolio has to do with flood mitigation. He's also the Minister for Western Sydney. Yeah, so it is. That's what I was clarifying. So it's in his capacity as Minister for Western Sydney. He's now responsible for flood mitigation.
and the project, so to the extent that Water New South Wales is the proponent, they're working with the Department of Enterprise, Industry and whatever that new one is, they're working with them?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So that's completely clear. Now, would you be aware, Minister, of the issues that have been raised in relation to the development of the EIS by Water New South Wales? Are you familiar with some of those concerns?
Well, in relation to the EIS, Ms Jackson, the public exhibition period provided the community with stakeholders the opportunity to provide feedback on this project and what is proposed and to make submissions as part of the assessment process, as you would expect. And the EIS was on exhibition for 82 days, from the 29th of September to the 19th of December. And DPE has provided a copy of all submissions from all the public and agencies to Water New South Wales, along with a letter detailing any further information the department requires to make its assessment.
Yep, that's true. Correct statement of fact there. Are you aware that EES within DPI suggested that Water New South Wales had used incorrect assumptions in the development of the environmental impact statement?
Oh, I can't answer that. In relation to that, Ms Jackson, I'm happy to take that question on notice.
I mean, it's been widely reported that not only the EES division of DPI, but Heritage New South Wales, Sydney Water and a range of other government departments have raised serious concerns. Are you familiar with any of them?
I'm familiar with the amount of discussion that has had in relation to this particular project. It's a very, very important project. When it comes to flood mitigation, there is significant discussion going on. There is significant work being done. The environmental impact statement was out for public exhibition. Water New South Wales will now review those submissions received. And in addition, during the exhibition, Water New South Wales made available extensive explanatory information on the EIS on a dedicated portal. So they will now collate that information. But it's a very big project again when it comes to flood mitigation and the circumstances, Ms Jackson, as you would expect, we find ourselves in now. It's devastating. This is we are in another catastrophe in terms of the floods and the East Coast lows, and my heart goes out to those who are yet again finding themselves in desperate need of support. Their goods, their homes, their belongings, their lifelong treasures being washed away. So this is an important project that needs to continue to have the focus of the government.
I mean, absolutely. Which is why it's quite frustrating that even basic questions like, is it funded in the budget and who is responsible for it, cannot get answered. Water New South Wales, as you say, Dr Bentley, are the current owners and operators of the dam. Are Water New South Wales able to use the dam for flood mitigation under current settings?
Yes.
Under current settings, no.
So that's a pretty big hole in your project, isn't it, Minister Anderson? I mean, the whole thing that you've said is, this is a flood mitigation project. The owners and operators of the dam are actually not able to use it for that purpose. How do you propose to resolve that?
And that's the crux of the discussion that's being had now, Ms Jackson, in relation to the operating licence of Warrigamba Dam, that Water New South Wales are required to operate that dam under licence. So flood mitigation is a completely different scenario, and when we see what has occurred as a result of the flooding, then the discussion turns from a water supply to a flood mitigation project. So to combine both, many dams are either one or the other or both. But
Warrigamba isn't.
That's right. Yeah, that's true, Ms Jackson. That's why significant work is being done to look at what has to happen to turn that water supply dam into a flood mitigation dam by raising the wall and providing the opportunities. But it's not
just about the raising of the wall, is it, Dr Bentley? I mean, I appreciate that's part of it. It's actually, even if that occurred, other changes would need to be made in order for the larger dam, the potentially larger dam, to be used for the purposes of flood mitigation. That's true, isn't it?
That's correct.
And what process is underway to achieve that end? I'm not talking about the sort of the construction part and the impact of that and all of those issues. I'm talking about the actual operation of the dam for the purposes of flood mitigation.
Yeah, thanks, Ms Jackson. We did ask Water New South Wales to review whether we should bring forward arrangements to enable them to operate the dam as a flood mitigation dam before construction started. Water New South Wales and my department undertook a lot of work into that, and what they found is that if you were to drop the operating level of the dam, obviously not during an incident like this, but if you were to just say we're going to operate it lower so that we've created some airspace, you would have to, if you drop by 5 metres, which is about 8 months worth of water for Sydney, in last March's flood event it would have made a 0.6 metre difference. And I have details from the modelling of, you know, what particular impacts that may have had. But compared with the size of the flood, it's almost nothing. So the decision was made. It was put to me, and I chair a group of the heads of the SOCs and Treasury and whatever. And it was agreed between us that the benefits would not outweigh the costs of bringing forward that work. But we did look at it. It just didn't make sense.
Would you be able, Dr Bentley, to table that report? I don't know exactly what documentation was prepared for that purpose, but that would be useful if we could have a look at the government's conclusions in relation to operating it currently for flood mitigation, if that's something you could table.
I can certainly table the analysis that
would be useful.
That.
Thank you. I might move on then to Wyangla. It was reported last year, I think it was in November, it might have been October, last year, that project was being indefinitely postponed. Is that the case, Minister Anderson?
No, my understanding is work is still being done on that particular project, Wyangla Dam Wall Raising Project. It, again, is a jointly funded project, and I understand the final business case for the project is due for completion this year, so significant work is still being done on that particular project.
I mean, the initial cost was $650 million, the initial funding envelope, $325 from the New South Wales Government, as you said. It's a jointly funded project. There's been reports that that has blown out to well over $1 billion. So do you have an update on where the funding envelope might sit? I'm not asking you for a final cost. I know the business case hasn't been done, but you've put $650 million on the table. The suggestion is that it's going to cost at least double that. Can you give us any sense of the updated funding envelope?
Ms Jackson, I'm not in the business of speculating on what the probability of that particular project will cost. My focus is to ensure that...
That's kind of your job, though. Like, this is budget estimates.
I was just getting to that.
Yeah. So you okay? Yep. What are you in the business of?
So in the business of providing water security, not only for our regional communities, but also, as we were just talking about with Wyangla, with Warrigamba about flood mitigation. It's about ensuring that we do provide the very best in terms of flood mitigation and water supply. So Wyangla will. That is all part of the final business case, and we had this discussion earlier with Dungaon Dam. So the final business case in relation to Wyangla Dam, and that business case is still being worked on.
And so, you know, you've come to budget estimates and you can't give us any update on the cost of a project, the budgetary implications of a project that it has been reported has at least doubled in cost. You cannot provide us with any information on that.
I'm not going to speculate on reports in terms of the cost, Ms Jackson, but what I can tell you is significant work in relation to the Wyangla water treatment plant, part of the early works. Construction started in January. Environmental and cultural heritage investigations have generally been completed. Meetings are continuing with community groups and local stakeholders about this particular project, so that will all form part of what needs to happen going forward.
Because the project's in the Murray-Darling Basin, there's no unallocated surface water in the Murray-Darling Basin, is there, Minister?
So again, Ms Jackson, all of that forms part of the business case.
No, it doesn't, Minister. That is a pre-existing statement of fact. there is no unallocated surface water. There's no spare water just floating around, excuse that bad pun, in the Murray-Darling Basin. That's correct, isn't it, Dr. Bentley?
In global terms, if I can say global for the Murray-Darling Basin, but in broad terms, yes. But there are places where, if you look valley by valley, some valleys have not exceeded their cap or not reached their cap. But generally speaking, I think what you're getting to in your question, will building the dam mean you can allocate a lot more water? I think that's
yes, that's right.
Building the dam is not about allocating more water each and every year. It's about ensuring there's more water available when a drought comes along, so that even if allocations per year are down, there is some water to make available. So it's not about more water overall, it's about more water at times of drought.
Yeah, I mean, but that's an important distinction to make, isn't it? Because the suggestion that that this particular project is going to mean that there is more water for the purposes of, for example, drought resilience, overall isn't accurate, is it? Because there's not any additional water that is kept in the dam is already allocated under pre-existing licences. That's the case, isn't it? I mean, it may be that some people who have licences are a bit more likely to be able to fulfil their licence allocation. But that's about as good as it gets, isn't it, Dr. Bentley?
But that is actually quite a big thing.
Yeah, but that's just to be clear, that is what it is.
You said some things in your question I think it's just important to comment on. It will improve drought security, but not by saying more water overall can be allocated, but there will be water available to allocate at different times through a drought. That is quite important to drought security. But the business case and the EIS and the decisions that government will ultimately make on this project are not about is there more water overall? It's about is there more security during times of drought because there's more water at different times.
Presumably the business case for that project is not going to be publicly released either.
Well, Ms Jackson, we've had the discussion, and again, Cabinet in conference, we'll let that work continue, and we look forward to providing some security for water users, particularly the communities in and around that area. I know local members are very keen. Local member Stephanie Cook has been on to me about it. So we want to ensure that we continue to work with those communities.
But the answer is just no. I mean, you don't want to work with communities. How can you say you want to work with communities when you won't even show them the business case? I mean, it's a pretty basic level of trust and respect that the communities where these projects are going to be built, the impacts are going to be felt, good and bad, don't even get to have the information that you have about the costs, the benefits.
The community does get consulted, Ms Jackson, in terms of the environmental and cultural heritage investigations that have been done. A community have their say on that, and the community will generally let you know in terms of the feel on a particular project, such as the Warrigamba Dam, such as Dungaon Dam, such as Warrigamba Dam. The community generally get it right. And
such as Mole River? Can we just ask about that one? Where's the Mole River Dam up to? Is that one's dead, isn't it? Can we at least accept that?
So there was funding allocated to a study on Mole River, and that work is progressing as well. So
is the business case on the Mole River Dam, is that complete?
I'll ask Mr Bentley to provide detailed information in relation to Mole River.
The commitment on Mole River was only to do a strategic business case. The strategic business case is complete. And when
was that completed?
I'll take that on notice, but again, the CEO will be here this afternoon. No doubt we can answer that then. So that work is still being considered by government, but that strategic business case was completed. Could I just clarify, Ms Jackson, on the Lachlan Valley, that is one of the valleys that actually use is less than the sustainable diversion limit. So there is some more water to allocate, but it is still the case that the big benefit you get from that is water in different years, but there is actually more water that could be allocated as well.
When did you receive the strategic business case on the Mole River Dam?
I'll ask Mr Bentley if he has that information.
Like when did you give it to the government?
I'll take that on notice and we'll definitely be able to clarify this afternoon, but it was...
So, Minister, it's like the ball's in your court on that one. Are you able to tell us, is that project proceeding or not?
The government is considering that strategic business case, and in due course will have further to say on that particular case in terms of whether it proceeds.
one of the reasons that these projects have all either had significant cost blowouts or delays is the cost of biodiversity offsets. And in fact, the Premier himself raised that as a concern in budget estimates last year in his budget estimates. So we'll start with Warrigamba, but has any work been done on the actual location of proposed offsets?
I'd just like to make a comment, if I can, in terms of you're saying the major cost would be around biodiversity. When it comes to significant projects like dam building, the cost around a particular project like that does not solely rest with biodiversity. There is significant. There's a laundry list.
I'm not saying that that's the major component of the cost. I'm saying it is a major reason why some of the costs have been larger than projected. And that's not actually me saying that. That's literally taken from what the Premier said at estimates last year.
It's a component of the cost in terms of a particular project such as a dam being built.
And sorry, my time is up, but just to be clear, has any work been done to identify actual, realistic proposed offsets for Warrigamba?
That's the job of the business case, and that work being done with EISs and all of that work gets folded into that particular process. So to isolate one particular location or one particular element of a business case, I think does not do and disrespects the process.
The pretty significant part, though, raised not by me but by the Premier.
I'm not discounting
Dr. Bentley, has any actual work been done to identify specific offsets or specific offset locations?
So that work, Ms Jackson, is continuing. Biodiversity, as you rightly do point out, is a significant component in any particular project that involves anything of state significance. So whether it be projects that require those offsets, it is a significant component, even in my area where we look at offsets in different locations. So you're right, they are significant parts of the particular project, and it is important to get it right.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Chair.
No, that's all right. I might start off this round. Just picking up with our last line of questioning through you, Mr Anderson, I might just go to Dr Bentley. We finished off with you, I guess, giving a disclaimer that it might be different with IAOs in terms of the process in buying and selling water or trading water. What's your understanding of the process in terms of a similar application form with IAOs, or are you unaware?
I don't have the detail of that process. We can get that detail and make it available to you, but I don't have it to hand, sorry.
Yep, sure, no problems at all. Minister, I'll just turn to another issue. Are you aware of the positive youth intervention work of Down the Track team at Lake Cargelligo? Have you heard of the work that they're doing down there?
I've heard of it, Mr Benazek, but in terms of the detail of what they're doing, I would have to get further information on that.
That's fine. It's just a precursor to the question. They're doing some good work. They are currently leasing a no longer required Water New South Wales admin building, and have been attempting to purchase that building for a number of years now, and they're willing to do so at a fair commercial value. And the member for Bowen has just asked whether I can raise this with you, whether the public good in terms of the work that they're doing can be considered in assessing the sale price, noting that they are willing to pay fair commercial valuation. Where are we up to in terms of that sale? Is it something that Water New South Wales is entering into negotiations with, or is prepared to?
I'll have to take that question on notice, Mr Benazir.
There's no one here that could possibly answer that?
No, I'm the only water official witness today, this morning.
No worries.
We'll take it on notice.
Sure, thank you. I might turn to Yarry Lake, if I may. The previous minister implemented a review into the operation of the Yarry Lake Trust because of failures to lodge returns, produce accounts for around a decade, all raised through budget estimates by myself. And so she committed to this review. So I want to ask, is this review continuing, and are you prepared to table the terms of reference to start off with?
Mr Banasiak, I will ask Mr Bentley if he could provide some further information in relation to that, please.
Thank you, Minister. I'm afraid I have to take that on notice, Chair. I don't know.
I think there's a
It's
quick
coming
change.
back across. We'll ask Ms Hawes if she has some information to provide. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister, and thanks for the question. As you mentioned, it's a matter that you've raised in a couple of budget estimate sessions, and as a result, we have engaged an independent firm to have a look at the financial and governance arrangements of the former board and ensure that we set it up for success so that the Minister is able to appoint and reconfigure a new board. So that is well in progress. I'm expecting the report in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, what's the name of that independent firm by?
Deloitte.
And you're expecting that report in a couple of weeks? So that's the full report, final report? Thanks. I don't think you would be aware of this, Minister, but I'll ask it. Are you aware that one regional departmental official is actually ringing candidates for the new appointees to this trust and telling them that the review has no merit and that their appointment is being delayed by this review?
No, Mr Banasiak, I'm unaware of that.
Ms Hawes, are you aware of that, or has any direction been given by your department?
Absolutely not, and I'd be really interested in seeing what this concern is and where's the source so that we can look into that, because, I mean, I have no awareness of that. Okay. So if you have something, it would be great.
Yeah, we might continue that discussion offline. I'd like to just quickly turn to greyhounds, Minister. There was obviously been several announcements and re-announcements around the Goulburn straight track by the former Deputy Premier. I think during the Upper Hunter by-election he committed to $12 million or $11 million to get that project done. Can you update us in terms of what's happening there, how much money has been allocated, how far along are they, pardon the pun, down the track to actually getting this thing built? Because I think I first raised this with you in 2019, so it's been a lengthy process.
Yeah, it has been a lengthy process, Mr Banasiak, and thank you for your question. And in terms of Goulburn, it's a great project too, by the way. We've been down there, had a look, and I think for the greyhound racing community in and around that southern area, Goulburn will play an important part. They have a round track there at the moment that needs some work. They're also looking at some lights, and part of what they're keen to do is install a straight track, which will sit just inside the concourse in between the other tracks. So significant work has to be done, and there's a lot of stakeholders involved in that, as you would be aware.
I'm familiar with all that. I just want to sort of get to the heart of the matter. The $11 million was committed by the former Deputy Premier with you. How much of that has already been allocated or sent to them? Have they, put in submissions or budget requests, requests for the money? Where are we up to in terms of the money being allocated?
Yeah, significant work has been done, Mr Banasiak, you're right. And again, I'll just make an observation in terms of the process around harness racing being involved, the show society being involved. A lot of stakeholders and users of that particular location need to have input in terms of how that all fits in with the jigsaw puzzle, as you would expect of a pastoral and agricultural society, whether it be, through the pavilions or whether it be through show jumping. So greyhounds will need to fit into that particular project. Mm-hmm. We're getting closer to hopefully coming up with an announcement in relation to where that project will land, but I'm confident it will proceed. So
no money has been allocated?
That work is still being done, Mr Banasiak. As I said, there's a lot of stakeholders still involved.
Ms Boyd?
Thank you, Chair. Right, so sticking with greyhounds and going back to the question I was asking before, Minister, I'm just after a number here. How many greyhound tracks are 100% compliant with the New South Wales Greyhound Track minimum standards, and how many are not 100% compliant?
Thank you, Ms Boyd, and I will ask Mr O'Brien if he could elaborate, please.
Yep. So we need to seek advice from Greyhound Racing New South Wales in terms of the number that are compliant at the moment. There is a program of works that has been set out by Greyhound Racing New South Wales, and they've accessed government funding to do some of those works. But those works are still, a lot of those works are still in progress, and they are phased works, so they're not addressing all minimum standards issues at once. There's a number of there might be a number of projects at different tracks.
Okay, so it sounds like certainly the number is not 100% of those tracks being 100% compliant.
Right.
Does the department have any oversight? Is there any regular reporting back of where, even if it's, a few months ago or a year ago, of how many are actually 100% compliant? Are any 100% compliant?
GRNSW hasn't provided that information today in terms of which ones they consider compliant with the minimum standards, but that's certainly something we can request they provide to us.
Thank
If
you.
I can add some comment,
Yes, please.
Ms. Boyd, in relation to that. As part of that program, in the vicinity of 24 projects across 18 racing clubs that have received funding to look at those minimum track safety standards and again, put welfare and integrity at the top of what Greyhound Racing New South Wales does. And we're very fortunate to have Mr Griffin, Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission, with us today as well, who look at making sure that that integrity and those track inspections, that they are safe at every race meeting, that they are inspected. And for example, Gosford track remediation, 762,000.
Sorry, can I just stop you there? Because again, we're not talking about funding, we're talking about how many tracks are actually compliant with the minimum standards. Are there any that are 100% compliant with the minimum standards?
And as Mr O'Brien intimated earlier, we'll get that number for you, but there has some around, there's 24 projects off the 18 tracks that have been working on.
So at least 18 tracks aren't 100% compliant because they still have work to be done to make them 100% compliant. Does it not concern you when you sit here and talk about the integrity and welfare of the greyhound racing industry that we have minimum standards that are not currently being complied with by quite a substantial number of clubs by the sound of it?
Each particular club, Ms Boyd, will manage their facility as required, and when any race meeting is held, Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission are on hand and they will inspect the track, and if the track is not safe or if there is an issue, then racing does not occur.
Why are any of them operating if they're not 100% compliant with the minimum standards? I mean, these are the minimum standards.
It's a process that's worked through with the University of New South Wales in terms of setting that framework. It's a very big task, and when you get to 24 projects across
24 clubs that aren't compliant.
24 projects across 18 of those tracks that are being worked on. Significant work has been done, and I'd like to ask Mr Griffin in terms of the quality of the tracks that he's seeing as part of the Welfare Integrity Commission that he finds moving.
If I could just bring you back to the question though, which is around the compliance, and perhaps Mr Griffin, you could tell me how many tracks there are in New South Wales, how many track sites, so clubs, rather than individual tracks where you might have more than one at one club. How many of them are there in New South Wales? In
32.
Total? 32. So at least 18 of 32 are not compliant. Okay, I'll come back to you, Mr Griffin, if I can this afternoon. GWIC's most recent quarterly injury report shows that major 2 injuries, that's long bone fractures, severe spinal pelvic or skull injuries, major fracture dislocations and Achilles tendon ruptures, are the highest that they have ever been. With the amount of government money that you keep talking about being poured into the industry for track upgrades, and given that we have at least 18 of these clubs not meeting the minimum standards, how can you be okay with this?
In terms of welfare and integrity, it's something that we are focused on, not only from Greyhound Racing New South Wales, but also with the Greyhound Welfare and Integrity Commission, Ms Boyd. And I think what you do need to think about is the holistic component of greyhound racing when it comes to not only from a racing perspective, but also how those animals are integrated within the industry. They are much loved by their owners.
Sorry, this is extraordinary. This is a systemic issue. We have tracks that aren't safe for greyhounds to race on. We have tracks that don't meet minimum standards, and the result is that we have major 2 injuries of the type I've just listed being the highest they've ever been. This is in an industry that's supposed to have been reformed and has this great focus on welfare. We have the most injuries ever. and we have a bunch of clubs that aren't up to scratch.
But
How are you okay with this?
I was getting to that, Ms Boyd. In terms of greyhound racing injuries, it needs to be looked at in totality. It's just not about racing. And I will ask Mr Griffin if he would like to comment on that.
Again, sorry, I'll come to you, Mr Griffin, this afternoon. My time is limited. We are looking at 92 dogs being killed of racing injuries in the last year. 3,074 dogs were injured on New South Wales racetracks. You may talk about that in terms of the number of starts and try and massage the figures, but we are talking about individual dogs continuing to die and being euthanized after injury because they are racing on New South Wales's Greyhound Racing tracks that do not comply with minimum standards. How are you okay with that?
Ms Boyd, those numbers don't match with what we've got here in terms of those quarterly numbers. And I will ask Mr O'Brien, who's got those numbers handy. They don't match with our numbers, Ms Boyd, but we're happy to have that discussion.
So in 2021, so the Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission reports quarterly on injuries. And for 2021, the total catastrophic injuries was 64 from their reports.
Can you move the microphone closer?
We'll come back to that this afternoon.
What was the last sentence?
Sorry, 64 catastrophic injuries in 2021.
Yeah, which is not actually what I said, but we'll come back to that this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, I'll throw to Mr Pearson, who's joined us.
Thank you very much. So, Minister, do you realise it's an offence under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act to knowingly permit or authorise something to occur where an animal is likely to be harmed?
Mr Pearson, good morning, and I don't administer that act. That's a question.
But everybody is catchable under the Act, so that if the evidence is very clear that an oval track, a circular track, is more likely to cause catastrophic or other serious injuries, to then knowingly permit people to race dogs on that track is actually putting those dogs in a high risk of harm, where if they were raced not at all or raced on a straight track, the likelihood of catastrophic injuries is far less. So why do you and why does GWIC, Mr Griffin, still permit and not ensure that circular tracks or oval tracks are prohibited?
Well, Mr Pearson, I take from your comment that you don't like racing, and
That is not what I said, Mr. Anderson.
I'm just passing.
Can you please answer the question?
I'm just making comment in relation to your comments, Mr Pearson. But in terms of that, the safety and welfare and integrity of greyhound racing in New South Wales has been a focus for a number of years, and I think that level has lifted significantly over the last couple of years. And when you look at
evidence, doesn't point to that, Minister.
Well, the evidence does point to that, Mr Pearson, and I will take you back to the tracks that have been upgraded over the last while, and in terms of the safety and welfare, and Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission are doing a very good job working with Greyhound Racing New South Wales to provide the very best environment when it comes to racing for greyhounds.
Clearly not.
So, Minister, are you aware of the illegal practice of pin firing pin firing in greyhounds?
No, I'm not.
Mr Griffin, are you?
Yes, I am, yes.
Can you explain to the committee what has occurred in relation to pin firing of greyhounds, which is actually unlawful to be done on horses?
Yeah, pin firing is a breach under POCTA, as you're aware, Mr Pearson, and it's New South Wales is the only state in Australia or jurisdiction in Australia that has pin firing as a breach under Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. So it's an offence to pin fire an animal, and so earlier this year, last year, we detected 3 greyhounds that had been pin fired, we believe, sometime last year by a veterinarian in New South Wales. We then took action to disqualify those greyhounds for racing while we conducted further inquiries and investigations into those aspects of the pin firing.
And has a veterinarian or another person been prosecuted for pin firing a greyhound?
At the moment, we're in discussions with RSPCA about conducting a joint investigation into that.
Minister, have you been briefed at all as to what are the factors that lead up to a greyhound being susceptible to catastrophic injuries, particularly on a circular track?
Well, there are a range of factors, Mr. Pearson. When you look at injuries, it's just not about racing. There's significant other areas where they might be returning from injury, they may already have an injury, they may be susceptible to injury. When you look
Could it have to do with being trained on circular tracks as well as raced?
I think that there are a number of broader areas that need to be taken into consideration. I will make a comment in relation to what you're talking about. So when it comes to greyhound racing, they are the Formula Ones of the canine breed.
Oh, listen, Minister, please do not give us that. We've heard it before, and it is not sustained by veterinary evidence. This is not. Please,
well, the Minister's entitled to answer as he sees fit.
We're not talking about cars. We're talking about sentient animals.
Yeah, we're talking about canine.
Are you aware that the evidence is that because the dogs are being trained and raced on circular tracks, that the pressure on the various musculature and skeletal system from having to race on these angles and turn corners actually leads to the vulnerability and susceptibility of catastrophic and serious injuries? Surely isn't that enough evidence to say that we can't be putting these animals into these situations?
Significant work has been done with Greyhound Racing New South Wales and Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission and the University of New South Wales to look at minimum track safety standards and the angles in terms of when, just like a human or when a car or when a canine turns a corner, that they need to be guided and they need to traverse that corner of safety. They need to, through the degree of the track, Mr. Pearson. I'm happy to take you to Wentworth Park, I'm happy to take you to Gunnedah, I'm happy to take you to Tamworth.
But you're not answering the question. The question is in relation to the connection between...
Gosford's a good track, Mr.
Could you show respect to the questioner, please, Minister?
Yes, I am.
The relationship between the circular track, direct relationship to training and racing on those tracks and the cause of the injury. That is what the University of Sydney reports and studies are showing are extremely serious causes of catastrophic injuries. So I put to you, Minister, that if you don't ban these tracks, you're actively contributing to harming these dogs.
Well, Mr. Pearson, the Greyhound Racing Act 2017 and the operating licence of Greyhound Racing New South Wales has adopted minimum track safety standards for the design and construction of greyhound racecourses with safety and welfare at the top of everything it does.
All right, that's
another second statement.
That finishes the crossbench time. It is now 10:57, so I will actually stop us a few minutes early before 11, and we'll have our break now, so we can break now and return at 11. I'll go 12. I'm generous. I'll give you an extra 2 minutes. 11:12. We will return.
Well.
and I will throw to the Honourable Peter Primrose, who is now my Deputy Chair.
Elevated,
questions?
thank you. Thank you, Minister. Could you please provide an update on the status of the new Independent Casino Commission recommended by the Bergen Inquiry?
Thank you, Mr Primrose, and that's something that I firmly believe is a step in the right direction when it comes to making sure that the appropriate regulatory powers are in place to keep not only casinos but also our communities free from criminal influence and exploitation. And you will recall that the Bergen Inquiry was something that this government took very, very seriously, and to ensure the strictest controls are in place. And I will ask Ms Mann if she would provide an update in terms of where that Casino Commission is up to, please.
Thank you, Minister. So, Mr Primrose, as you're aware, that was one of the 19 recommendations of the Bergen Review. So at the moment a bill is being drafted, and we are targeting the first half of this year for a bill to come forward. But in the meantime, the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority announced on the 14th of January that there were a number of practical interim arrangements that they would take ahead of those legislative changes to establish the independent casino regulator. So there's a number of things that they've done. There's a separation of functions within the regulator. There's an appointment of a new ILGA board member who's got anti-money laundering experience. There's allocation of additional resources, and there's also a new MOU being developed with AUSTRAC. So they're the interim arrangements in place until legislation comes through.
Okay, so you expect that the necessary bill will be before the Parliament in the first half of this year?
That's what we're targeting. There is some complexity to the bill, but we are targeting that.
Most bills are complex, but that's what you expect to take place?
That's right.
Okay. Okay, given that it was announced on the government's support on the 18th of August last year, I'm pleased it's finally coming. Can you please confirm the new Independent Casino Commission will be funded by the Casino Supervisory Levy?
Yes, that is the intention.
Okay. Can you advise which stakeholders are being consulted in establishing the Independent Casino Commission?
So, Mr Primrose, as you'll appreciate, the Bergen Inquiry caught up very many stakeholders who were consulted as part of that process. The drafting of the bill, I think we've got the consultation through Bergen. The drafting of the bill, I think, will be a sort of a confined, targeted consultation so it won't be a general public consultation process, but it will be targeted consultation.
Okay, who are you targeting?
So in consulting on that bill, we'll be targeting, obviously, Mr Crawford, the head of the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority, and he's here this afternoon, so you might want to talk to him a little bit about it as well. But we'll also be speaking to our government colleagues, Premier and Cabinet, Treasury, and so forth, but also the other regulators, so the AUSTRACs, the Police, Crime Commission.
Any employer groups?
No, not that I'm aware of, but I can take that on notice.
Okay. What about employee organisations?
Reference to?
The people who will actually be involved, like the United Workers Union.
I'll take that on notice if I could.
You see, here's my problem. You say this was announced government support on the 18th of August. You say it's March, you're going to bring in legislation in the first half of this year. I've said who's being consulted, and we're not sure. So please take it on notice, but I would have expected by this time there would have been substantial. Has there been substantial consultation amongst key stakeholders, Minister? Are you satisfied with the level of consultation to date?
Well, I think in terms of where the Bergen Inquiry landed and where we've gone on from that particular report, when you think about the amount of work that the Bergen Inquiry put in play and the 19 recommendations that they provided, the thousands and thousands of hours, the thousands of people that would have been interviewed in relation to the Bergen Inquiry, and the key recommendations from...
Sorry, Minister, so you don't think there's a need for any additional consultation with employers and employee organisations, for example.
Well, consultation is ongoing, and no doubt as this process, that process will continue, Mr. Primrose.
With who?
Go ahead.
So you can't tell me who's being consulted in relation to the preparation of the bill?
Well, we can come back to you, Mr. Primrose, if you would like specifics, but
yes,
in terms of
thank you, Minister.
Inquiry's final report.
In terms of my time, please, I'd appreciate you coming back and telling me who's being consulted specifically. I mean, we all accept it's an important bill. I would just like to know, before it's presented, given its importance, who's being consulted. Will the new Independent Casino Commission look to also ensure the industry offers secure and well-paid jobs for workers?
Well, I think that would be a given, Mr. Primrose. When we look at the hospitality industry, they are a key component of stimulus, a key component of economic growth, and the driver of making sure that our hospitality industry is sustainable going forward. So to ensure that they are receiving the correct remuneration, there are rules and regulations in relation to industrial relations, and that's outside my portfolio. So I would expect that would be part of the norm.
So you would expect, therefore, given their importance as you've outlined, that they would their organisations representing them, such as employee organisations, would be fully consulted before the bill was presented to the House.
Well, that brings it back to your point you just made earlier, Mr. Primrose, in relation to taking on notice those stakeholders.
Okay. But so you can confirm not only that it may be a good idea, but you can confirm that the new Independent Casino Commission will also look to ensure the industry offers secure and well-paid jobs for workers.
Now, what I have said, Mr. Primrose, is that those jobs within the hospitality industry are critical to ensuring that not only from a casino perspective, but also pubs, clubs, cafes and restaurants. And I was actually at the Industry Awards on Monday night, where we highlighted those businesses that have been doing it very difficult. And the first thing and the last thing that they keep talking about is their staff. So Excellent. They know how important it is to look after their staff.
So I'm just trying to get it clear, Minister. We all acknowledge what you're saying. It's perfectly true. We still don't know who's being consulted, and you've taken that on notice. So will you confirm that the new Independent Casino Commission will also ensure the industry offers secure and well-paid jobs for workers? Is that part of their remit?
Mr. Primrose, in terms of staff having a significant role to play in the different levels of where they start, whether they've just got an RSA or an RCG, or whether they work up to managerial level, or whether they are in the business of opening and closing a particular premise, whether they work through the pokie rooms or whether they work a front of house. Each particular role attracts a different remuneration. Staff are so important, and we heard that very clearly on Monday at the Restaurant and Catering Awards, and who do a fantastic job.
Very simple question. Important organisation, legislation about to come up to establish an Independent Casino Commission. I'm simply accepting what you're saying. Staff are really important. Those of us with an RSA, such as myself, would accept that. But is the proposed Independent Casino Commission going to have a role in ensuring that the industry offers secure and well-paid jobs? Is that going to be part of their remit, yes or no?
Again, Mr. Primrose, workers in the hospitality industry and the level that they operate at attract a different remuneration. So, and again, it comes under the industrial relations component of what you're talking about, but in terms of that consultation process...
But the answer is no. That's right. So I can take it from you that the new Independent Casino Commission is not going to look at ensuring the industry offers secure and well-paid jobs for workers. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I said,
okay.
Mr. Primrose. What you have done is you are putting words in my mouth.
Well,
and that's
I'm trying to get you to say, will it or won't it, Minister?
I'm telling you, Mr. Primrose, and as I've said previously with great respect, that under the areas that we are working in hospitality, staff are very, very important. And in terms of the industrial relations component of that particular part of that role sits with them. We will continue to do, as we always do, look after workers who are valuable in our communities.
Minister, clearly, I'm simply asking, I accept that. I won't keep labouring the point because either you don't know or you won't say. But I'm simply asking you to make a clear statement about whether your proposed independent casino commission will actually have a role in ensuring that those very important workers have secure and well-paid jobs in the industry. And very simple question, but if you're not going to answer it, I'm not going to keep labouring the point. Can I now turn to poker machines and the digital wallet? Your predecessor, Mr Dominello, was pushing for a digital gaming wallet. Do you share the former minister's views on the need to introduce such a wallet?
Well, significant work, Mr Primrose, is being done in relation to harm minimisation and gambling measures to protect those in our community who are vulnerable. There is a trial underway in terms of cashless gaming, and I'll come to your point in a moment. But in terms of the trial that's happening up around Newcastle to look at what is one of the more acceptable ways in terms of moving toward a gaming card, a cashless gaming, and making sure that all those checks and balances and harm minimisation measures are put in place. But to further detail in terms of some of those areas, Ms Mann might like to provide further information for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Minister. So just to make clear, there is a distinction between the gambling card and the cashless gaming trial. So the gambling card, as you would know, Mr Primrose, was an idea that was floated in 2020. The cashless gaming trial is something that we are actively working on at Liquor and Gaming at the moment.
Can I specifically ask about this concept of a digital gaming wallet? And that's the expression that was used.
So I think what you would be referring to is the cashless gaming trial. So that is for patrons who can go into venues. They would have potentially a digital wallet on their phone that they would be able to utilise to both access food and beverage. If they wanted to play on the gaming machines, they would also be able to access
But before we continue, Minister, is this got your support? Do you support the idea of the, whatever we call it, but I mean, I'll use the former Minister's term, digital gaming wallet. Does that have your support?
What does have my support, Mr Primrose, is harm minimisation across the gaming sector, and whatever that looks like, we will continue to work with clubs and pubs, and again up in the north at West's, working with Aristocrat and West Newcastle, looking at different options around cashless
Minister,
gaming and digital
I
wallet.
understand, but in the time I've got, I'm trying to be quite specific and give you the opportunity to say that either you disavow or support what the former minister said. Do you support the introduction of a digital gaming wallet? Yes or no?
Well, what I do support, Mr Primrose, is harm minimisation and different options. So there are different options being presented.
Do you think this is a good option?
There are lots of good options being brought forward by industry.
A good option. Is this one of them? Is this one of them? Is this a good option? Do you know?
Well, Mr Primrose, rather than single out a particular option, there are a number of options that industry are bringing forward, and when it comes to the industry having a role to play, they are right at the forefront of providing excellent opportunities to bring in new harm minimisation when it comes to gambling.
That's a no. You don't support what Mr Domingo.
No, that's not the Minister's answer.
Well, is the Minister saying he supports this as an option or not?
I'll take the point of order then.
What's the point of order?
The point of order is you're perfectly entitled to ask your questions, and the flip side of that is the Minister's perfectly entitled to give the answers in which he sees fit. You can't badger the Minister into giving an answer that you're looking for fishing.
Let's hear the point of order.
Yes or no? Does the Minister support what the former Minister said, yes or no?
Sorry, Mr Premier, have you finished with your...
It's pretty simple. The Minister's entitled to answer in any way he sees fit.
Oh, yeah, he can obfuscate all he wishes. Okay. If he's refusing to say yes or no, then fine.
Let me rule on the point of order so we can move on. So, the Honourable Taylor Martin is correct. The Minister can answer the question how he so wishes, but it is still within the other members who is asking the question. It's well within their rights to reword the question, asked again. I am listening carefully to see whether it does constitute badgering, and if it does get to that level, I will reel Mr Primrose back in.
Thank you. How many venues will be participating in the current trial that we were hearing about?
Mr Primrose, that trial is being run at West's Newcastle in association with Aristocrat, and there are four other applications from Utopia Gaming, IGT, Konami and Scientific Games to look at. Again, and not trying to be difficult, Mr Primrose, but there are a number of options that are being brought forward by the industry because they too want to protect and make sure that those in our community that would like to take up exclusion or harm minimisation, and in terms of limits, there are so many options that are now coming forward that the industry is providing us with the answers, and we'll continue to work toward where we need to be.
Thank you. So, would you please just take on notice then which particular venues are involved? Can I also ask, Minister Dominello and his department had also been in discussions with Star Casino about obtaining a further 1,000 gaming machines. Are you supportive of that proposal?
Well, again, Mr Primrose, that's an issue that is under discussion at the moment in terms of where that lands. But to get a further update on that particular issue, I'd ask Ms Mann to further elaborate.
So, Minister, can I just ask if you have a view, given that this was already under discussion?
Well, those discussions are continuing, Mr Primrose.
When do you expect to make a decision?
In the fullness of time, Mr Primrose. And I'm not being difficult.
The effluxion of time, I think.
I'm not being difficult, Mr Primrose. There are significant issues. When it comes to gambling harm minimisation, I take it very seriously, not only from a casino perspective, but regionally as well. Whether you're in Walgett or whether you're in Warrigamba or whether you're in Tamworth or Temora, issues around gambling harm minimisation are at the forefront of what we do. So when it comes to the transfer of 1,000 gaming machines, that's a significant amount and significant amount.
When do you expect to make a decision, Minister?
And a significant amount of concern needs to be placed around these decisions.
When do you expect to make a decision?
In the fullness of time and when we have all that information in front of us. But I will ask Ms Mann if you would like some further information in relation to that, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So there is work progressing on that issue, but it is really in its infancy. Obviously, as the regulator, we want to make sure that the proposal to increase STAR's threshold from 1,500 to 2,500 is not impacting on the community interest and is not increasing harm. What I will say is that the proposal is looking at sourcing gaming machines existing gaming machines, so held by hotels and clubs, so that there wouldn't actually be an increase in the number of gaming machines in New South Wales, and hotels and clubs wouldn't be forced to participate in that scheme. That being said, the work is in its inception phases. There is a steering committee, there is a probity advisor that has been engaged, and we are continuing to work, and we'll bring advice to the Minister in due course.
While you're consulting on this matter, other than Star Casino, have any other industry stakeholders been consulted about this proposal?
So the Clubs New South Wales and the AHA are also aware of the proposal, and I think it's obviously in the public domain, and there is an absolute commitment to continue consultation with both of those groups as the plan or as progress is made. Okay. How much has been paid into the Responsible Gaming Fund Controlled Community Benefit Fund in the 2021-22 financial year?
And I'll ask Ms Mann if she has those numbers handy, please.
Thank you. I'm afraid I'll have to take that on notice.
Mm-hmm. Yep. By the way, if I can just skip back to the gaming machines, how many of the proposed poker machines will come mostly from regional pubs and clubs?
Well, again, Mr Primrose, that's all part of the discussions on where they come from and are sourced.
So you don't know? Okay. So you've taken on notice the responsible...
Yes, we have. Thank you.
Okay. Can you also please give me some figures for the 2021 and 2019-20 years? Please take that on notice again. I'm also please take on notice how much money has been granted from the fund in the 2021-22 financial year. Do you have those figures to hand, or is that?
It might be best if I take those on notice, Mr Primrose.
Okay. Okay, and also again, the allocation from the 2021 and 2019-20 financial years. And finally, how much of the granted money from the period between 2019 and 2021 has actually been expended, knowing that in many cases COVID or other factors prevented projects from going ahead?
What I will say, just to give you a sense of the overall spend, is approximately $30 million per year is paid out by the RGF, but I can obviously get you the details that you've asked for.
Okay. I'll give the Minister an early mark, I think. Thank you.
5 seconds. I will throw to Mr. Field if he's there.
I am, Chair. Thank you. And Minister, I'd like to turn now, if I could, just check that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'd like to turn now to gaming. Given the recent announcement that AUSTRAC is taking action against Crown over breaches of money laundering laws, has AUSTRAC raised any questions with the government about potential money laundering through New South Wales clubs and pubs?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Field, thank you for your question. And as you know, the Gaming Machines Act 2001 requires all gaming machines in New South Wales hotels and clubs to be connected to the central monitoring system. And Liquor and Gaming New South Wales is part of a joint investigation with the New South Wales Crime Commission and the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission in order to coordinate its regulatory and enforcement efforts and to better contribute to the detection and prevention of money laundering as it relates to gaming and machines and licensed premises. And an inquiry is being conducted to investigate the nature and extent of money laundering that may be occurring in licensed premises in New South Wales in particular. And I can make reference to those, Mr. Field, if you wish.
Depends on if they take it on.
Well, my question specifically, and I understand that's all on the public record, are you aware of any AUSTRAC investigations into New South Wales clubs or pubs?
Well, AUSTRAC is, as you know, Mr. Field, is Australia's financial intelligence agency and in part responsible for anti-monetary money laundering and counter-terrorism financing regulation. And regulated entities must monitor and report suspicious financial activities or transactions involving gaming machines directly to AUSTRAC and ensure they have appropriate policies in place.
Okay, well, we'll take that as that you're either not aware or not taking any notice. There's been very public information about AUSTRAC taking Crown, act taken against Crown for breaches. We've seen concerns raised about the lack of compliance in clubs and pubs. As you note, there is an investigation into money laundering incidents in clubs and clubs. I'm asking if AUSTRAC are conducting investigations and if you are aware of it or not. You can just simply say yes or no. Well,
Mr. Field, I am aware that AUSTRAC are currently investigating the Star Casino for alleged breaches, and ILGA recently announced a review into the Star Casino, if that's what you're referring to.
No, it is not, Minister. We might move on. I'll take that up this afternoon with officials who may know. Minister, you'd be aware that Blackstone have made a bid to buy Crown Casino, and of course that would include their casino and property at Barangaroo. Minister, have you met with any representatives of Blackstone?
No, I have not.
Is it your expectation that the conditions that had been agreed by Crown Casino with the government for a $200 million licence fee and a commitment to $1 billion in royalties over 10 years would transfer to any new owner?
I have no knowledge of that, Mr. Field, but I will ask Ms Mann if she has anything further to add.
Thank you, Minister. And Mr. Field, I apologise, it's a bit awkward. I have my back to you on the screen. So in answer to your question, the issue of Blackstone and its proposal is something that is currently being dealt with by the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority, of which, as you know, Mr. Phil Crawford is the chair. Mr. Crawford is appearing this afternoon, so it might be better to direct your questions to him.
Happy to do that. Minister, are you aware if a probity assessment into Blackstone has been commenced?
No, I'm unaware of that, Mr. Field.
Ms Mann, can you provide, and I'm happy to ask Mr Crawford this afternoon, but just wondering what level of engagement there has been with the liquor and gaming at this point?
Yes, Mr Field. So the engagement is primarily with the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority, so I think it would be best to direct your questions to to Phil Crawford, Mr Crawford.
Well, Minister, can I just get a sense from you about what is your level of understanding and involvement in the offer from Blackstone to buy Crown, there's obviously legislation around how casinos are going to be regulated in New South Wales in the future. This is an offer by a private equity company to buy a massive asset in New South Wales, which is hugely controversial. What is your knowledge of that proposal and how the government's intending on dealing with it?
Well, it's being dealt with through the correct probity and processes of the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority.
That's 100% up to Phil Crawford whether or not they are able to proceed with that sale to Blackstone. Crown are able to proceed with that sale to Blackstone. Is that the case?
Mr Field, it's being dealt with in accordance with the probity and procedures as required by the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority and New South Wales jurisdictions.
Okay, well, it was also the case that the Act was in place when Crown made their unsolicited proposal to the government. Most of that seemed to be dealt with through Cabinet decisions. Are you telling me that Cabinet will have no say on whether or not Blackstone can buy Crown and their Barangaroo asset?
Mr Field, Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority are running due process and probity in relation to that particular issue and in line with New South Wales jurisdiction. So ILGA are running that particular process, Mr Field, and Mr Crawford will be your guest this afternoon, so you might like to direct those questions to Mr Crawford.
I most certainly will. I'm trying to understand where your responsibilities sit around a potential sale of a major gambling asset in New South Wales. Will Mr Crawford be required to make a recommendation to you or to Cabinet about how to deal with the proposed sale?
Mr Field, ILGA stands for Independent Liquor Gaming Authority. Mr Crawford is heading that up, and along with the new Casino Commission to look at ensuring that there is harm minimisation, free from any form that this government would frown upon. The Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority are well placed to be able to ensure probity and process is followed.
Thank you. That was your time, Mr Field, so I'll pass to Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister. I just wanted to turn to the issue of floodplain harvesting licences. My first question is just a general one in terms of what is the total volume of floodplain harvesting licences the government intends to hand out?
And good morning, Ms Fairman, and I understand you are in isolation. You have COVID, I hear.
Yeah, so far feeling okay, so yeah, I can do this.
All right, well, well, we wish you well and a speedy recovery,
Thanks.
In terms of floodplain harvesting, Ms Fairman, it's something that has been talked about significantly for many, many years, as you know. You know, and even with your report on the Select Committee of Floodplain Harvesting clearly highlights that this issue, you know, is dating back to the 70s, and your committee rightly looked at what needed to be done in terms of floodplain harvesting. So this issue is now being dealt with the regulation in the first instance of Border Rivers and Guida, and the licences were determined a number of weeks ago for the Border Rivers and Guida, and we'll continue to work and with bipartisan support because, in my view, this is something, as you clearly highlight in your chair's forward, in relation to volume measurement, illegal structures, water accounting rules, community engagement and transparency is something that this government is focused on, and I believe that the community want it, healthy rivers need it, and farmers need that certainty in their planting calendar around making sure that they are not breaking the rules. And my sweeping generalisation of farmers across the great state of New South Wales is they're hardworking, they do the right thing, and they want floodplain harvesting to become law.
Thank you, Minister. So the question was, though, around total volumes. In your response to me, you said that you had issued determinations. I think you said licence determinations for the Border River Valley then. Let's just start there. How many determinations were made in the Border River Valley then prior to the disallowance of the regulation?
I will ask Mr Bentley, who will be able to provide clarity in relation to the amount of licences, the number of licences that were determined.
Thank you, Minister. Morning, Ms Fairman. In the Border Rivers regulated river water source, there were 36 floodplain harvesting regulated river access licences determined, totalling 51,665 unit shares.
Thank you. So 36 with 51,000 unit shares. Could you just clarify then to me what is all of that like in gigalitres for how much is determined, or is that not possible yet?
Well, what I can outline to you, Ms Fairman, in terms of the return to the environment, and again we come back to the principles of what we need to do is return water to our river systems to ensure we have end-of-flow targets down the southern basin, but keeping our rivers healthy, healthy farms and healthy communities. It's expected with the sustainable diversion limits and ultimately on the baseline determined limits, which were the first port of call before the Murray-Darling Basin plan was enacted, which gave you a benchmark of the amount of take-off water that was occurring at the time to where we now sit, the sustainable diversion limits and the gap in between. The Border Rivers and Guida, with those determinations, will return approximately 100 gigalitres back to the environment. So, my mistake, let me start that again. The 5 valleys will return 100 gigalitres, so that being the Border Rivers, Guida, Lachlan, Macquarie and Namoy, but just from those 2 zones, the Border Rivers and Guida, what they will return is 50 gigalitres of the 100, so significant amount, Ms Fairman, and it's incredible to think that we are on the same page, but we all want healthy rivers, and to have 50 gigalitres returned back to the river is significant just from the Border Rivers and Guida.
Thank you, Minister. That is good to hear, considering hundreds and hundreds of gigalitres have been held up north in these floods. We know what the issue is. We know that some water will be returned to the environment as it should be, and of course, as should more water be. The reason I'm asking about what is the total volume of floodplain harvesting licences that the government intends to hand out, that's an important question, as you know. That's an important question. I think DPIE has previously said 346 gigalitres. New South Wales Irrigators Corporation has stated it's now closer to 270 gigalitres. Of course, the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, SDL, states 64 gigalitres. So I'm just trying to get a sense of how much your government is intending to licence and how much it already has handed out over the past couple of months.
Well, Ms Fairman, as you know, there are clear targets, as you rightly pointed out, with those numbers. And in terms of those clear targets set out by the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, and the Northern Basin is a significant player in terms of floodplain harvesting, we need to keep pushing the efficiency measures to realise those targets, and it's incumbent upon everyone to work together to achieve the revised northern target of 320 gigalitres per year through those efficiency measures. And when it comes to floodplain harvesting, farmers are ready, willing and able. You know, out of all of those 36...
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. I am aware that you've got a sheet in front of you with those messages. That's great. I've asked several times now about the actual quantity of floodplain harvesting licence that your government intends to hand out. You've avoided the question during the entire time I've been asking you the questions. Can you please just give me a straight answer? Not just me. A lot of people are interested in this.
Well, Ms Fairman, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but the efficiency measures and the difference between the baseline diversion limits and the sustainable diversion limits keeps changing, and in terms of favourability for the environment because we're getting better at our water efficiency and ensuring that farmers only take what they need to use so that they can get their planting underway. So when it comes to making sure that those numbers are reached, and we'll talk about end of flow targets as much as you like in the Southern Basin because it is important, and I know your concerns and we've had discussions in relation to this, but we need to keep pushing the efficiency. So the first two, the licence is being determined, will return 50 gigalitres back to the environment. And Ms Fairman, if I'll just finish on this. The longer that we delay these regulations, and in your report you clearly state that it needs to happen, we'll continue to work bipartisan across the table because the longer we delay, and to your point, the environment continues to miss out. The environment continues to be the one that's being held to ransom by the delay of these regulations. So, you know, let's get on with it. If you've got some further concerns, we're happy to talk to you about it because ultimately we all want the same thing.
Thank you. I'll now move to Mr. Pearson.
Oh, thank you very much. Minister and Mr. Griffin, I just want to talk about some concerns and documentation I've seen under the SO 52 in relation to greyhounds in greyhound racing. There being over-nominating and over-racing of greyhounds. And the issue is that there are people who are doing this repeatedly, but I'm aware that GWIC staff have sent emails noting that there doesn't seem to be any current policy on how many races is too many for a dog to run in a set amount of time. Now, GWIC, you suggest that 7 per calendar month should be the maximum, and admit this could cause complaints with from participants. So is the Minister aware of this? And Mr. Griffin, maybe you could comment on this, this problem of over-racing of these dogs?
Mr. Griffin.
Yeah, thank you, Minister, and thank you for the question, Mr. Pearson. As the Minister alluded to earlier today, there's a very strong focus for GWIC and Greyhound Racing New South Wales on race injury reduction. And so there's typically been a focus on tracks. And so we have a race injury review panel which reviews all injury data relating to races. And what we're finding in an evidence-based way that it's not always about the track. There are other factors, as you've alluded to, frequency of racing, the age of the greyhound, weather and those sorts of things. So we've engaged UTS and Professor Eager to work with us on analysing that data to determine whether there needs to be policies put in place in relation to reducing the number of the frequency of racing of greyhounds. So that's very much something that we're looking at in an evidence-based way. So we've only got a short period of, we haven't got longitudinal data sets at the moment. We've only got 3 years or 3.5 years that the Commission's been operating. So we need to look further into that data, and UTS is helping us look at that data. And if that data conclusively shows that there's a need to make a policy change, then GWIC will stand ready to do that.
Do you think it might not be wise to set in policy a limit while it's determined, considering giving the animals the benefit of the doubt, if you would want to put it that way? If it's looking, and if there are concerns by reputable experts that this could be a problem, shouldn't we be just putting a cap on it until we know?
No, that's not. Government always works on an evidence-based approach, Mr. Pearson. So at the moment, we've got a range of, I guess, hypotheses that need to be proven. And so we need to do further analysis of data and gather other data from other jurisdictions.
So how long have we got?
Well, I would suggest, and again, I'm not an expert in terms of the data analytics side of things. I'll leave that to Professor Eager. So we'll be working with University of Technology Sydney and Professor Eager in further, and Greyhound Racing New South Wales, who are also doing analysis of data to reach a conclusion on these matters. I think it will take at least a number of years, perhaps a year or so, to come up with a conclusive data set that we can...
Well, I will press that I think if it is an offence under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act to overwork an animal or cause unnecessary and unjustifiable pain, I would ask you to I would urge you to put to whoever's looking into this that we are looking at a potential offence under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act happening routinely if people are over racing or over nominating their animals. But just in relation to your reference to the UTS. I'm just wanting to ask this question. Since 2014, the UTS open access policy requires UTS researchers to deposit their research publications to Opus to facilitate public access to the university's research. How many publications by UTS has Greyhound Racing New South Wales or GWIC funded, and how many of these publications are available on the UTS Opus website of open publications? You might need to take that on notice, or you might be able to answer it.
Most assuredly, Mr Pearson, I'd have to take that on notice. It's quite a detailed question, and I'd have to seek a lot of information from UTS and from our own staff in relation to that.
So taking it on notice, could you specifically look at research that has been done on catastrophic injuries and whether the research that has been done at this university and others has been published and been made available?
Certainly.
Thank you. On the subject of video footage of fatal greyhound racing incidents, which are often taken down from the Greyhound Racing New South Wales website very quickly, sorry, Mr. I'm aware that you have stated in internal emails that the GWIC cannot compel Greyhound Racing New South Wales to release the footage. Can the Minister explain, can you explain, who has jurisdiction over that footage of fatal greyhound incidents or serious greyhound incidents, and explain why GWIC or the public cannot access that footage? I'm referring to an internal email from you, Mr Griffin.
Mr Griffin.
Well, that's correct, Mr Pearson. The GWIC is not empowered under the Greyhound Racing Act to direct Greyhound Racing New South Wales to release the footage that it's proprietary.
Can you compel Greyhound Racing New South Wales to release it to GWIC?
Yes, I can. Yes, we can. We can't compel, sorry, I withdraw that. We can ask for that under their operating licence and ask for that to be provided to us.
Has it ever been refused?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. In Taree, there were 3 deaths in 2021, and that internal emails between GWIC and Greyhound Racing New South Wales spoke of significant concerns with this track, and this refers to my colleague Abigail Boyd's questioning earlier. Significant concerns with this track, and that Greyhound Racing New South Wales stated, quote, have earmarked to have some sections attended to when the commitments allow. Was racing suspended at Taree as a result of these deaths until the upgrade? Are you aware?
I can't recall, Mr Pearson, if not, but I do know that Greyhound Racing New South Wales has recently made an announcement that there's a significant upgrade to the Taree track that it's planning to do this calendar year.
So if you can take that question on notice, that was racing suspended as a result of those deaths until the upgrade? And if not, why not? And as you were saying now that the upgrade has occurred or is occurring.
Yeah, I'll take that on notice, Mr Pearson, but as I said, I can't recall whether there was a suspension of racing at Taree following those incidents in question, but certainly more recently there's been an announcement by GNSW that there's going to be a substantial upgrade of the Taree track.
Okay, thank you.
I'll throw to Mr Primrose.
Thank you, Minister. Just some questions on Crown Lands, if I can. The Crown Lands Commissioner completed his major report on the evaluation of Crown Lands Management Act 2016 implementation, and it was published made public in July last year. That's correct, isn't it?
Your pen? I understand that date to be correct.
Okay. When will you be providing a public response to this report, please?
I'd ask Ms Hawes to provide further information in relation to that, but I just will make a comment if I may. In terms of where Crown Lands has come over the last 18 months to 2 years, Mr Primrose, I think that Crown Lands are doing a significant body of work in relation to addressing a significant asset that is part of the government's property portfolio. And not only that, but also those trusts that fall under Crown Lands as well, and they're all volunteers, Mr Primrose, and they do a sensational job in terms of looking after those assets. And so from a Crown Lands perspective, I think that this strategy that they've worked up sets a very clear direction in where they're going.
Thank you. So, Minister, you'd agree that it's really important that we have a quick public response to that report. Please.
Thanks, Minister. As you've mentioned, the report was released earlier last year. We have been working with the Crown Lands Commissioner and the task force that he chairs substantially to incorporate many of those findings in the state plan and its implementation plans. There are elements of his review that are really informative and will provide useful intelligence and information to support the statutory review of the legislation that's pending for next year. So many of the recommendations are either woven into the state plan and or will be used to inform the statutory review of the Act.
The Minister, we've heard, and correctly says that it's obviously an incredibly important area. So when will you provide a public response to his report?
So
Which was the question.
Well, the public response is in part has been incorporated into the state plan and its ongoing implementation, and there will be further consideration of the recommendations of that review in the statutory review of the Act itself, which is pending.
But are you going to do a specific, discrete public response to that report?
There's no plan to do that at this point within the department because so many of those recommendations have either been taken up and incorporated into the state plan and or will be used to inform the statutory review.
So there's going to be no discrete public response?
I think I've already answered that question.
So, yeah. So am I correct in saying there will be no discrete public response?
Well, that wasn't my evidence. My evidence was that the recommendations have already been incorporated into the state plan, which is public, and the action plan that talks to how that plan will be implemented, which is also due for public release.
Yeah. Is it the case that there will be no discrete, separate public response to the report?
I think I've answered the question as to what elements of that review will be made public, and there are the state plan, and then the action plan will also be public.
Yeah, there won't be. Okay. In June last year, Crown Land 2031, the state strategic plan for Crown Land was published. Can you please tell us what steps, Minister, your department's taken to begin implementation of the strategic plan?
I'll ask Ms Hawes if she would like to elaborate on that, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So the state plan was released, as you know, and there's work underway to bring forward the first action plan. Obviously, with the changes within the ministerial portfolio, that action plan is on its way to Minister Anderson for his review. And then the intent is that that will be publicly released. There is work underway against all of the domains of the state plan regardless, but that action plan really will tell the public what some of those practical steps and actions are.
Given that we're in March 2022, when will the action plan 2021-23 actually be published?
So as I mentioned, it was pending publication, but in the context of ministerial changes and changes within the department, we're now tracking that plan through Minister Anderson, and it has incorporated some of the current directions around the utilisation of Crown Land to alleviate areas of housing stress. So Minister Anderson requested some changes, they're being made, and then the intent is that it will be published as soon as possible.
So we're now halfway through the period that it relates to. Do you expect it will be completed and published before the end of 2023?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we've got halfway through the period that it refers to. Sometime in the second half, it'll be published. Is that correct?
That wasn't my evidence. My answer was that, of course, with the change in ministerial portfolio, it's a matter for Minister Anderson to determine the timing of publication.
Okay, Minister Anderson, we've got
the
promised action plan 2021-23. We're now halfway through the period that it relates to. When do you expect it to be published, given your officers say that it's been held up because of your obvious and correct interest in it?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Primrose. And some of those requests for changes and the interest relates to the regional housing strategy across New South Wales and working with local Aboriginal Lands Councils as well as New South Wales Aboriginal Lands Councils, community housing providers and councils in general, when local government I'm referring to there, Mr Primrose, to look at releasing and working in partnership with those organisations to open up and repurpose some land that may have been sitting there for quite some time. So and again, just come back to your point in terms of that report, what we will be doing is once I can get some clarity and get some framework around that particular process, we'll then be releasing the strategy so that those stakeholders are clear in terms of what we need to do.
So the plan relating to 2021, we're now into 2022. Can you give the public an assurance it will be published in 2022?
I would expect it to be published in 2022, Mr Primrose, but what I was saying is in terms of the framework around the great work that we're working with local Aboriginal Lands Councils, New South Wales Aboriginal Lands Council and others to address the regional housing crisis and indeed the affordable and social housing crisis that I believe Crown Land can take a lead role in, I think is very important.
Are you likely to rename it, given that it's Action Plan 2021-23?
That's a good question, Mr Primrose. At this point I hadn't considered a name change, but I'm happy to take your views. But look, we're focused on what we've got to do to address
maybe Action Plan 2025, relating to a retrospective view of what happened.
Well, what we will be doing is looking long term as well, and part of that is repurposing some of that available land for regional housing, which looks at affordable and social housing.
Okay, so sometime in the future we may see an action plan for last year.
And
okay.
What we will do is take it on notice as in terms of renaming that plan.
Okay, thank you. And as I said, it's an interesting way to do action plans, but that's your decision. The Crown Lands Commissioner, Professor Richard Bush, has recently resigned. Can you please advise us what process you're implementing to find a suitably qualified replacement for that position?
Firstly, Mr Primrose, we thank Mr Bush for his service as the Crown Lands Commissioner. He's done a great job in working with Crown Lands and our executive officers and officials, and Mr Bush has decided to pursue other pathways in life and has decided to move on from that position.
Yes, I think those who knew him would probably appreciate everything you've said. What process are you implementing to find a suitably qualified replacement for the position, and when do you expect it to be filled?
Well, I think in terms of the task force, Mr Primrose, and the great work that Mr Bush did in over the last couple of years, setting the platform and the guidance for where we are today, I have great faith in my officials. I have great faith in Crown Lands and the agency to now fulfil the legacy and the platform and the framework that Mr Bush was working on to continue.
I'm taking from this that you're not intending to replace him.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, sorry, is that not... Are you intending to replace him? And if so, what is the process for that?
Well, we haven't made up our mind in terms of that.
So it's an option that he's not replaced. Despite everything you've just said about the importance of Crown Land, it is a live option that you just do not replace the Commissioner.
So the Crown Lands Commissioner, Mr Bush, did a great job in terms of setting the framework.
Yeah, that's great. He's gone. What's happening now?
His answer. Let's hear him out.
Let's hear him out. Minister, can you please clarify, and I think it's a reasonable question, whether it is your intention to replace Mr Bush and appoint a new Crown Lands Commissioner?
Well, Mr Bush did a great job, and the task force did a great job in terms of providing that strategic direction for the agency and Crown Lands generally under the leadership of Ms Hawes, and we're currently reviewing the strategic direction in terms of the way Crown Lands operates, and we thank Mr Bush. He did some great work, and we'll continue to assess.
Minister, so your position is that you do not at this stage propose to replace the Crown Lands Commissioner position. That's correct, isn't it?
No, that's not my evidence, Mr Primrose.
I'm asking, what is your evidence? Is it that you're going to replace him or not?
We're continuing to look at the great work that he did, and we'll work in with the state plan, the Crown Lands strategy.
Don't play games.
Who will drive that strategy forward if not? Like, what are the other options? So you're looking at it. He's done good work. Please stop saying that. We all acknowledge that. We're trying to figure out what happens now. If you're not going to replace the Commissioner, who else will drive that forward? What other options? have you got?
So the department has carriage of implementing the state plan, and to my evidence before, in terms of what's happening, a lot of work is already underway to orient the entire energy of the department to delivering that state plan. The action plan's release was merely delayed because of ministerial changes, but accountability for the plan is with the department.
With you, Ms.
Correct.
Hawes? Right, okay. So the options are replace the Crown Lands Commissioner or do not do that, and Ms. Hawes will do that work?
I think
that was a question to the Minister, Ms. Hawes. Like, it's his decision whether the Crown Lands Commissioner is replaced or not, I presume, not yours. So, the question is to you, Minister. What is your intention?
My intention is to continue to ascertain the great work that Mr Bush did over the last couple of years in relation to setting the direction and the strategic pathway for Crown Lands. Ms Hawes is running the department and doing a great job, and I've got great faith in her work.
I accept that, Minister, but given your evidence today, it would not be unreasonable for the public hearing this to come to the conclusion that you're contemplating axing the position of Crown Lands Commissioner. I'm giving you the opportunity now to say that that's not the case.
And I'm letting you know, Mr Primrose, that in the best interests of Crown Lands, we're ascertaining where we sit at the moment and with Crown Lands under the leadership of Ms Hawes.
You understand then, Minister, I've given you the opportunity. Can I talk then about the whole issue, Minister, of cemeteries and crematoria? My understanding is that the Cemeteries and Crematoria New South Wales published a draft interment industry regulation scheme in November 2021. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, there has been, I understand, some concerns expressed particularly by local government in relation to the specific proposal about the requirement to recognise, councils need to recognise all future perpetual maintenance liabilities now and to establish a large capital fund to provide for them. Can you please talk about that and talk about the concerns and how you're going to answer the concerns in relation to the significant burden on current ratepayers and particularly rural and regional users of burial services?
Well, thanks, Mr Primrose, for your question. And in relation to the interment issue that you're talking about, several recommendations in the recent statutory review report suggested that renewable interment should be mandatory. And while the government would like to take up greater take-up of renewable interment, there's no plan to ever make that compulsory. And I'd just like to make that clear and put that on the record. Renewable interment rights are voluntary and not retrospective, and strongly supported by consumer protections in the Act and supporting those regulations.
Minister, that's not what I asked about. I asked about the need to establish a large capital fund to provide.
Are you relating to the 11th Hour Solving Sydney's Crisis Cemetery report?
I'm talking about the report that was issued last year, the draft interment industry regulation scheme proposed in November 2021 by Cemeteries and Crematoria New South Wales.
Thank you, Mr Primrose, and I will ask Ms Hawes to further elaborate on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. I would just note that in this afternoon's session, the Cemeteries Regulatory CEO will be here, so we can take more questions. There is a consultative process underway about a potential interment scheme, as you are aware.
Yep.
And the CCNSW is consulting with stakeholders to understand views, including the very concerns that you raised. So I'm aware of the concerns, and there is a consultative process underway.
Okay, I might leave it till this afternoon to then, because I've got quite detailed questions, and they're probably appropriate for staff members.
I might just jump in briefly, Minister. I want to ask about what is happening with Sydney Water in southwestern Sydney. Are you aware of the dozens now, potentially up to hundreds of residents are about to potentially lose their blocks of land because Sydney Water cannot get sewerage connected in southwest Sydney?
Are you referring to the recent and now happening floods, Ms Jackson?
No, I'm referring to the fact that residents in and around Austral Tarana Estate, other locations in southwestern Sydney, purchased property years ago on the understanding that Sydney Water would be putting sewerage in, and it has now been delayed again, such that they cannot build on their blocks of land. And many of them have sunset clauses so that they're about to lose the blocks back to developers. Are you aware of this issue?
Look, I am aware of it, Ms Jackson, but I will ask Mr Bentley if he could further elaborate in terms of that particular issue.
Certainly. Sydney Water have put forward their Austral-Leppington sewer scheme for investment approval, but Mr Shiro will be here this afternoon. He could answer further detailed questions.
Yeah, I'll ask him detailed questions when he's here, but Minister Anderson, I mean, what do you say to the people who purchased property, purchased land with a clear understanding of the timeline in relation to when amenities would be available? Electricity's been put in, street signs have been put in. It's all happening except sewerage. Sydney Water is going to cost these people tens of thousands of dollars because it cannot get its act together. What do you say to them?
So I'm advised, Ms Jackson, in relation to this particular issue, and to get further detailed...
Even NBN have managed to get in there. They've got NBN. They can't get sewerage.
I'm advised that wastewater service for up to 1,700 lots in Austral-Leppington will be available in the first quarter of 2023, and construction of Phase 1 works commenced in February this year.
The land was rezoned in 2013, Minister. It's not as though this has kind of crept up on anyone. Can you give any reassurance to residents that you're going to try and get this moving? Have you even spoken to Sydney Water about it?
We have, Ms Jackson, and again, Sydney Water through Mr George will be here this afternoon, and others. But in terms of the Phase 1 works and that delay, it was evident that total servicing costs would materially exceed the original estimates, triggering a reassessment of the servicing solution and the procurement costs. Do
you understand, though, what you are saying to those residents is Sydney Water had intended to put the sewage in, as I said, NBN's in there, gas, electricity, street signs. It was going to cost more. There was a couple of reasons why it was going to cost more for Sydney Water to do that. And instead of you as Minister going, geez, let's not leave people out of pocket. If you need more money for this, let's make that available. It's like, oh no, we're just going to delay the whole thing. Do you understand how difficult that has been for people who just want their slice of the dream? They bought the land, they just want their home. And because of you, because of sewerage delays alone, they're going to lose that dream because sunset clauses mean the developer has the option to purchase back the land, and that's on you, simply because the costs were a little bit going to be higher and you weren't prepared to cover those costs for Sydney Water.
Well, in terms of Sydney Water, again, I understand the frustrations of those with the delays, and no one likes delays, Ms Jackson. But again, Sydney Water, as a state-owned corporation, will have those detailed responses for you. But my understanding is that the total servicing costs would materially exceed the original estimates.
We're going to be higher?
That's why there's been a push.
Yep, I appreciate that. The costs were going to be higher. And so it just didn't happen. And now these are people who, they've moved their kids into local schools. They're sort of renting around. They own the land. They cannot build the property because there's no sewerage. And your answer to them is, it's Sydney Water's problem. It's not your problem.
No, in fact, Sydney Water is addressing that issue, and they are prioritising services for developments that are further advanced in planning, and based on the location of the development within the interim service area, application status with Sydney Water and others. But that significant cost, Ms Jackson, has been taken into account, and every measure will be taken by Sydney Water to minimise those costs.
Thank you. I might start. Mr Bentley, do you have any update on the issue I was talking to you about previously about water trades and the difference between Water New South Wales and irrigation companies?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have now in front of me one of the irrigation corporation's forms, and it does indeed ask for those details of both parties. So,
thank you.
Yeah, I just wasn't aware of that previously.
Yep, sure. No, that's fine. So I guess I'll come back and round out with you, Minister. Given that both Water New South Wales form has that process, and it seems irrigation companies has that process, I take you back to the original question. No one who trades water can claim with any credibility that they don't know where the water is going to. Would that be a fair statement based on what's been shown today?
Well, Mr Banasiak, if you have any evidence of anybody doing that's breaking the rules that you would like Water Infrastructure or Water New South Wales to investigate, please bring it forward, and particularly through NRA, who's the national regulator. They are an independent regulator in that space, so if you have specific instances, please inform us or inform NRA, who is the appropriate authority to investigate that.
Thank you for that offer, Minister. I will take that up if the evidence comes to me. Can I just go back to the Goulburn Straight track, and I am going to press you a little bit, Minister, because this has been going on for 5 years. My understanding is that the Goulburn Greyhound Racing Club, through Greyhound Racing New South Wales, are pretty much at the DA submission stage, and they're essentially just waiting for the money to be released. So when will the money be released? How much will be released? Well, they're basically the two questions. So when will the money be released and how much?
So Greyhound Racing New South Wales are continuing to work with stakeholders in terms of the design, and as you rightly point out, Mr Banasiak.
Well, they're telling me that the information I'm getting from Goulburn Greyhound Racing Club is that the design's pretty much been done and it's ready for DA submission. So, like, are you saying that's not the case?
No, as in your words, Mr Banasiak, that the design is pretty much done. It needs to be completely finalised, and then ultimately look at what amenities need to be either upgraded, shifted, with all of those stakeholders, and we mentioned them earlier through the pastoral and agricultural associations, and that straight track that will sit just inside the concourse and the grandstand. I'm not sure if you've ever been.
I have. I was down there recently.
Good. So you will know exactly what we're talking about. So to have all that jigsaw puzzle come together to form the complete picture, then ultimately that will determine the cost of the project, and we'll work with Greyhound Racing New South Wales in terms of what that final number is.
Okay. Is the $11 million that was promised by up to the $11 million, is that $11 million still put aside, or has that gone back to consolidated revenue and are you going to have to find the money elsewhere?
That $11 million that you talk about, Mr Banasiak, was...
Well, I talked about it because you announced it at the Upper Hunter by-election in Muswellbrook, so...
No, I didn't, and if you've got evidence of that, please bring it forward.
Yourself and Mr Barilaro were there, and there was...
Barilaro may have mentioned that figure, but I certainly would not have mentioned that figure.
Okay.
And what I will say in good faith to Goulburn Racing and Greyhound Racing and those stakeholders at the P&A, which the property borders, that we'll continue to move forward with the project. It's a great project, no doubt about it. We are committed to the project. We just need to put the final jigsaw puzzle pieces together to form that complete picture, so we can then put a number against it, and then we'll get on with the project. And I think it's a great project again.
It is.
Council behind it, and
the council's behind it, the local members behind it.
Yeah.
It should go ahead.
I agree.
Can I just turn to another matter, Crown Lands, quickly, Minister? Under the Crown Land Management Regulations of 2018, the interest rates are set at 8%, which seem quite excessive in today's terms. Would you consider reviewing that interest rate being set at 8% and bringing it into line with the RBA cash rate, or how it's done with regional investment corporation loans that are linked to 10-year bonds? Because I would hate for you to be accused of profiteering, because at the cash rate, at the rate at 8%, the repayments are significantly high. Would you not?
Mr. Banasiak, if you could elaborate a little bit more in relation to that 8% and where you got that number from and what that relates to in the line item of the budget of Crown Lands, we'd be happy to have the discussion, but we just need a little bit of clarity in relation to that question.
Okay, well, it relates to the Crown Land Management Regulations 2018, where the interest rates are set at 8%. So I've received correspondence from a constituent who currently has an offer from Department Planning and Environment to purchase Western Lands leases, so convert it from leasehold to freehold. But at the current rate of 8%, it significantly impacts their ability to do that. So,
yeah, look, I understand, and what we would like to do for you, Mr. Banasiak, if you like, please bring that forward, and I'm unfamiliar with that specific case. Very happy to take that if you'd like to bring that forward. Otherwise, I would ask Ms. Hawes to throw some and shed some light on that particular case.
It may be helpful if you can bring forward the specifics. There are abilities for leaseholders to convert. Yep. I'm not quite sure about the comment about interest because they're conversions, they can be purchases, so it's not...
Well, it looks like it's going to be a purchase.
Okay.
So, but they can either pay it in full in 28 days or pay it over a 20-year period at 8%, I think is...
We might take it on notice because it depends on the specifics, what kind of a lease or if they're seeking to purchase, what it is that they're seeking to purchase. There are different categories and rules.
You. I will now throw to Mr. Shoebridge.
I think Ms. Fairman had two questions to start.
Okay.
I'll go from that.
All right. Ms. Fairman, if you can fire off your two questions and then we'll throw back to Mr. Shoebridge.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to, Minister, just go back to floodplain harvesting licences. Is it your understanding that these floodplain harvesting entitlements will be compensable?
I'll ask Mr. Bentley if he would like to elaborate on that, please. Thanks, Ms. Fairman.
No.
Okay, so if they're not compensable, so the changes to the Management Act back in 2014 that has explicitly put floodplain harvesting licences in there as compensable if changes are made to water sharing plans or if water has to be bought back for environmental purposes, you're saying that that no longer applies, Mr. Bentley or Minister?
Mr. Bentley?
I'm saying that what has been set up for floodplain harvesting, where the modelling that's been done that's determining those licensed amounts and the questions that have been asked in particular about climate change impact. If climate change means that changes have to be made, that would not be compensable under these arrangements.
My final question just quickly is there any situation, Mr. Bentley, and Minister, you should get your head around this as you're referring to Mr. Bentley because it's extremely serious. Is there any situation where a floodplain harvesting entitlement or licence would be eligible for compensation, Mr. Bentley?
I might take advice on that, given that your question is there any situation, Ms. Fairman? If you don't mind, I'll take that on notice and seek specific advice as to is there any conceivable instance.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, I'll come back this afternoon if I'm... Yeah.
Mr. Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Nice to see you, Minister, and congrats. Is it an upgrade? Have you got an upgrade?
Well, I'd just like to think that we're doing a bit for our communities,
Lovely
Mr. Shoebridge, but nice to see you as well.
Nice to see you too.
Nice
have you got any advice about whether or not the use of funds by the Catholic Metropolitan Cemetery Trust, which is all public funds, if for the purchase of Varroville Cemetery was lawful? Was it lawful? Was it a breach of trust?
I don't have that information, Mr. Shoebridge, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
But do you know how much the purchase was? Can you tell me how much the purchase was?
I don't have that information in front of me, Mr. Shoebridge.
Will you take it on notice?
Yes, of course.
Would it trouble you if, say, $100 million from a trust was used for an unlawful purpose?
Again, Mr. Shoebridge,
would it trouble you?
I'll take it on notice.
You take it on notice whether it would trouble you?
No, it's not the case of taking
You'll seek advice on whether or not the potential unlawful use of X million dollars is troubling.
Mr. Shoebridge, they're your words, and I'll take that on notice.
So can you tell me whether or not you've received any advice about whether or not the use of Catholic Metropolitan Cemetery Trust funds was lawful or unlawful for the purchase of the Varroville?
Mr. Shoebridge, I don't have that advice in front of me.
Have you received advice?
No.
Minister, have you, has your department undertaken any review of the former police commissioner's horse racing interests?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Have you been asked to provide any information to either the New South Wales Police or the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission detailing the ownership of horses by the former Police Commissioner Mick Fuller?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Do you know what horses he owns and or previously owned when he was a senior officer for the New South Wales Police Force?
No.
No inquiries, never asked, never checked?
That's a role for the former Police Minister and the former Police Commissioner.
Or maybe the Minister for Racing. Maybe the Minister for Racing. You're the Minister for Racing, aren't you?
That's correct.
Yeah. So what horses did former Police Commissioner Mick Fuller own during the last 6 years of his work with the New South Wales Police?
Mr Shoebridge, I'll have to take that on notice if you require that information.
I do.
I don't have that information. It's not something that I would have needed to know.
Even though the police are undertaking an internal investigation about that and are looking at probity issues in relation to that, they've never come to you or your department and asked for any information about this. Is that right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right. Well, to Mr Bentley's knowledge? Dr Bentley?
Not my department, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, I've forgotten. Who is it?
Mr O'Brien.
Mr O'Brien, has anyone knocked on your door, given you an email and asked about the detail of Mick Fuller's horse ownership?
No, Mr Shoebridge.
Yep. Did you think you might have actually proactively contacted the police and given them the details? Never crossed your mind?
It's a matter for New South Wales Police.
Right. Minister, do you know if any other senior police have horse racing interests?
No, I don't.
Will you undertake a review?
I'm happy to take that question on notice.
Okay, done. Minister, why did the attorney extend the interim arrangements in relation to the Catholic Metropolitan Cemetery Trust? Did he speak to your department about that before that decision was made?
That was before my time, Mr Shoebridge, but I will ask Ms Hawes if she has any further update for you on that.
I think that is a question for the AG, and it was a matter for government. The cemetery's functions only recently come back. The task force only recently come back into the Crown Lands portfolio, so I'm not aware of any advice provided.
Well, can you take on notice whether or not the Attorney General sought advice, and if so, what advice was given to the attorney before that decision was made?
Yep.
Is the One Cemeteries project, the One Cemetery project, the single public provider, which every report has said provides far and away the best value for the people of New South Wales and the state of New South Wales? Have you buried that, Minister? Have you buried the cemetery's proposal?
No, the establishment of one crown, is that what you're referring to? Yeah, no, the statutory review, as you would be well aware, Mr Shoebridge, was one of the most comprehensive reviews of the sector ever taken.
No, but I'm asking not about the history, I'm asking if you've buried it. Has your government buried it?
No, it's ongoing, Mr Shoebridge.
Okay, that is time. I do note the pun that you used. I will now pass to Mr Field on screen.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I want to ask you questions now about the New South Wales water resource plans. All 20 of the resource plans, I think, were withdrawn by the state at some stage last year. How many have been resubmitted to the Murray-Darling Basin Authority at this stage?
Well, those resource plans, thank you, Mr Field, are being worked on as we speak, and I will ask Mr Bentley if he has a number in relation to those resource plans. All 20 were withdrawn, but just like it did with every other basin plans and basin states water resource plans, that wasn't unique to New South Wales. I'd like to put that on the record. We expect the same standards applied.
You would acknowledge, Minister, that every other state has now had their resource plans accredited and has had it for some time.
But may I just give you some context, Mr Field, as you would expect. New South Wales is responsible for 20 of the 33 water resource plans. So New South Wales does the bulk of the heavy lifting for the Murray-Darling Basin Authority and the plan that's being
implemented. Minister, you haven't had even one. You haven't even one accredited. I'm just asking how many have been resubmitted.
So I'm just providing some context before Mr Bentley updates you on that, Mr Field. And in terms of those plans, significant work is being done on them before resubmitting them. And again, New South Wales does the heavy lifting when it comes to the plan and the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. But Mr Bentley, if you can shed some light on that number, if you have it handy.
I'm trying to find in my notes, Mr Field, I will clarify for you, but certainly it is the case that we're still in active discussion with our colleagues in the Murray-Darling Basin Authority on the bulk of those plans. Whether any have been resubmitted, I just want to double check for you before I come back.
But I can just add to that, thank you Mr Bentley, that all plans will be resubmitted by June this year.
I do have, I'm sorry Minister, I do, one groundwater plan has been resubmitted.
One, thank you. When these were withdrawn, and in relation to that withdrawal, I assume there was some sort of advice provided by the MDBA to the New South Wales government about the concerns that they had with those plans. Is that the case?
Mr Bentley.
Yes, certainly we received feedback from the Murray-Darling Basin Authority and for some months have been in discussion with them. Naturally, it would be fair to assume we don't agree with some of the feedback that we've received.
Is it possible to make that feedback public?
Let me see what I've got that I can make available. I'll take that on notice, Mr. Field.
I'll ask one question.
Well, I'm asking the Minister, I guess, Mr Bentley. Minister, will you make that feedback public? Surely we should be able to have these debates about the adequacy of these resource plans in an open and transparent way.
Well, Mr Field, open and transparent communication in relation to the Murray-Darling Basin Plan and the Murray-Darling Basin Authority and New South Wales' role in terms of the heavy lifting of what we do with those water resource plans and the 20 in New South Wales. And as you know, they set the limit on the water take, processes for managing water during drought and flood, and strategies to achieve water quality standards. They manage the current and future risks to water resources.
Minister, we all understand that. You can have a look at the transcripts from the last 3 years of estimates if you want the context, Minister. We understand that. Will you make the advice that came back from the MDBA public?
We'll take on board the advice from the MDBA in relation to those 20 plans. They will be resubmitted by June this year, and it's important because of what we are doing right across both the northern and southern basin in terms of the efficiencies that will be realised by New South Wales. And when I talk about those efficiencies, we talk about better Bidgie and better Barker and ensuring that our communities have a say in those plans and ensuring that ultimately we have...
We can't have a say, Minister, I'm sorry. We can't have a say if we don't see the advice from the MDBA and we won't see your plans until they're submitted. So, frankly, that's a nonsense. How can you claim that there's any transparency here?
So in terms of where we're at with those plans, as I said, Mr Field, the 20 will be resubmitted by June. And as part of the process, we'll work with the MDBA and we'll work back through them in terms of any advice that they provide us in terms of the efficiency targets that need to be met to set those limits and to ensure that those plans meet the requirements by not only the MDBA but fit in with the Basin Plan, not only from a north and south perspective but a south as well. So if you would like to see some of those plans, we'll have them ready for you by June.
So no transparency. I understand that, Minister. With regards to the 18 February proclamation, the Water Management Application to Act to Certain Water Sources Proclamation 2022, that appears to turn on provisions of the Water Management Act that now clearly require an access licence to conduct floodplain harvesting in the Northern Basin water sources. Given the floodplain harvesting licences are not currently in effect in New South Wales, can you confirm that it is today an offence in New South Wales to harvest overland flows?
So at this point in time, Mr Field, the determinations for the licences in the Gwydir and the border rivers have been determined. They will work with landholders, the 9 landholders that made those submissions out of the 36 licences that were determined. 9 landholders over 12 properties have made a submission in relation to, one, the works and the determinations and their planting calendars. So the community consultation that will occur over the border rivers and the Gwydir valleys will continue, and we sincerely hope that we can continue to look at the regulations that will come forward. And again, with all due respect, Mr Field, it's analysis by paralysis on your part that is holding up the process. Landholders want it, the environment wants it.
You entirely ignored the question entirely, Minister.
Well,
absolutely ignored it. It's ridiculous.
You're
the paralysis here.
Thank you, Mr Field. Your time has elapsed. Should be able to pick that up later. I'll throw to Ms Jackson.
Thanks, Minister. It's just a few minutes before the end. I just wondered, just following up on the issue that I was raising previously, as I said, there's a number of residents who are pretty significantly impacted by the delays in the delivery of sewerage. Would you be willing to meet with those residents at the Tirana estate and around Austral to talk to them about what options might be available to ensure that the sewerage is delivered as quickly as possible?
Ms Jackson, thanks for your question. Look, I'm always happy to meet with constituents who've got concerns. Again, it's Sydney Water who are dealing with that particular issue. They are here this afternoon, so you would be able to talk to them about their communication and consultation process. But yeah, I'll be happy to meet.
They have met with Sydney Water and they've not been able to resolve the issues, and so you're responsible for Sydney Water. It's good that you'd be able to meet with them. The other issue that I mentioned is a number of them purchased properties with sunset clauses that haven't been able to register the land because the sewerage has not been delivered. In order to rescind the contract, the developer is required to seek a court order, and the purchaser may be able to explain to the court why the land hasn't been registered and the reason for the delay. The answer to that is Sydney Water. Would you be willing to assist purchasers and intervene in any court action to protect purchasers who have spent a lot of money trying to get their dream home built, only to now be facing a contract rescission purely because of Sydney Water's delay? Would you be willing to assist those purchasers in any potential court action?
Ms Jackson, if individual landholders and individual developers and builders are taking court action, then that's a matter for them, and I won't interfere with the court process.
No, it is a matter for them to take that action to try and rescind the contract. But what the court will consider is why the delay has occurred. And the reason for that is because Sydney Water has not delivered the sewerage. So you're not willing at all to at least provide the purchasers with some documentation or evidence to support their potential position that it's not their fault that they haven't registered the land. In fact, it's Sydney Water's fault. You're not even, I'm not asking you to get involved other than to assist purchasers validate their position that the delay is the fault of Sydney Water.
So as I outlined earlier in my evidence, Ms Jackson, the delay is as a result of costs and materials. Sydney Water working with those communities and affected stakeholders, and in terms of any court action that's either pending or impending, then certainly I won't be interfering in that court process.
Well, that's very disappointing.
Okay. Just quickly, Minister, you may need to take these on notice. The Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Mechanism projects, as they were referred to, but now called Connecting Rivers, what's the total amount that we've received from the Commonwealth for those projects?
In terms of that number, Mr Benaziak, and I'll get that for you shortly, but it's good news in relation to the Beta Barker and Beta Bidgie, which is...
Yeah, I want to delve into that later with the public. So just for context, so I can craft my questions, how much has been given to the Commonwealth, given to us from the Commonwealth, and how much have we actually spent? Just rough, figures. If you have to take it on notice, that's fine.
No, we'll try and get those figures for you if we can, but I can update update you, Mr Benasiak. I know you've got a very keen interest in those particular projects because they are significant water efficiency measures in and around that southern basin. Those two projects, the Beta Barker and the Beta Bidgie, have been resubmitted back to the federal government.
Yep.
And we look forward to the federal government processing those two particular significant projects quickly, and so that we can realise those efficiency benefits and the end of flow targets, if Ms Furman is still online, that they talk about frequently, to be able to realise those numbers. But I'll ask Mr Bentley if he's got those numbers there. But
I don't have them to hand, but we can make sure we've got them this afternoon.
Thank you. That's fine. I'll quickly pass to Mr Shoebridge. You've got a minute.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Minister, an SO52 was directed to your department, Crown Land Commissioner and others, seeking all documents about how the sale formula of 3% of the unimproved market value of Western pastoral leases was determined. No documents were produced. Is this because someone just made the figure up, or is it because that those documents are held by another department?
Well, if I have responded in that regard, then Mr Shoebridge, then that
you made the figure
answer.
up. That means the department made the figure up, Ms Hawes? Was it just made up, or was there actually anything, any documents at all setting out how it was determined?
So the 3% value represents the residual value that the state retains in perpetual leases, noting that they are perpetual leases, and it is legislated in Schedule 4 of the Crown Land Management Act.
We asked how the figure was produced, who came up with 3%. Show us all the documents. Not a single document was produced, Ms Hawes. Is this because the figure was made up? There was never any analysis or never any, any kind of rigorous determination on the figure? Was it just made up?
No, that's not my answer. So the figure was made during the last round of the legislative, when the legislation was formed, and I wasn't in the role at that point. My understanding is that it was supported by independent analysis by PricewaterhouseCoopers.
Why was none of that produced in response to the SO52, Minister?
I'll need to take that on notice if that's to me, sorry.
But if the response from the SO52 is as you've received, and that's the response there, Mr Shoebridge.
Well, I know the response is the response. I'm asking why the PricewaterhouseCoopers analysis, which was clearly covered by the terms of the order, wasn't produced.
I think that is time, but I did note that Ms Hawes agreed to take that on notice in terms of why it didn't appear.
Yeah, I will take that on notice. It may be an oversight.
Yep. All right, that concludes questioning from the opposition and crossbench. I now look to the government for their cross-examination.
Sure.
Go easy, Mr Taylor, please.
Well, his name's Mr Martin.
I was trying to be polite there, Ms Jackson.
All good, all good. Minister, is there anything that's been covered here this morning that you want to touch back on, follow up on, or anything of the sort?
No, look, I just want to thank the committee for their work. It's a difficult task, and and I want to thank my officials for the work they do. This is a robust, clear and transparent process, and what it does do, it helps our communities have a greater understanding of the good work that the government is doing, not only when it comes to the issues covered today with floodplain harvesting and better environmental outcomes through floodplain harvesting, but through Crown Lands and our regional housing strategy that we are looking to address the housing crisis through affordable and social housing, or whether it be through independent liquor, gaming and racing doing the work they need to focus on gambling and harm minimisation, or whether it's Racing New South Wales ensuring that the very highest level of welfare and integrity through the Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission and the Water Infrastructure Department looking at building dams, in particular Dungaon Dam or Angler Dam, and the process on Mole River. So in terms of that, Mr Martin, I just want to thank the committee for that opportunity.
Thank you.
Please
thank
don't
you,
ask
Minister.
anything else.
That was a rigorous cross-examination. Thank you, Minister, for your time. You are now excused, and we will return...
In the fullness of time.
In the fullness of time. We will return at 2 p.m. After our lunch break. Thank you.
and then we'd have...
Okay, welcome back to this afternoon's session of budget estimates, looking at lands, water, hospitality and racing. We just need to swear in one extra witness this afternoon, and that is Mr. Philip Crawford. Just can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Philip Crawford, the Chair of the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with questions from the opposition, and we look to Mr. Searle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Wright. How are you?
Very well, Mr. Searle.
Good. Mr. Wright, at the budget estimates hearing in, I think it was November, the previous Departmental Secretary, Ms Fishburn, said, quote, "I can confirm there are a number of investigations underway in relation to matters concerning staff and the Valuer General," unquote. How many investigations are underway into those matters?
So the General Counsel in the Department of Planning and Environment has procured the services of Kingston Reed solicitors to undertake an inquiry into WHS matters, and that's looking at a range of issues raised by staff within Valuer General New South Wales. That report is close to finalisation, and we hope to be in a position to provide that report very shortly to the Joint Standing Committee on the Valuer General.
Well, as a member of that Joint Standing Committee, I'm very interested to hear that. At the last estimates, again on 5 November, I think you said, and I quote, "The staff have raised complaints about their well-being and there's an investigation into the nature of those concerns and will await the conclusion of that report." That's the report you've just referred to?
That's correct, Mr. Searle.
But it's also the case there was an interim report dated 1 July 2020. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct.
And that report found the Valuer General had adopted an inappropriate approach of interrogation and accusation towards his team. You remember that?
I can't recall the exact terminology from the report, but there were certainly concerns raised about the interactions between the Valuer General and staff in Vigia and SW.
Well, I'm using the words inappropriate approach of interrogation and accusation. Mm-hmm. Does that sound familiar?
I can't recall those exact words.
You've seen the interim report?
I have seen the interim report from 2020, and it certainly, as I said, raised concerns about the type of interaction that was occurring between the Valuer General and staff in Valuer General New South Wales.
And we're not talking about general systems problems, we're talking about the behaviour of the Valuer General himself, aren't we?
The report identified concerns with the nature of the interactions between the Valuer General and the department, correct.
Another substantiated finding was that the Valuer General had intimidated members of his staff. Do you recall that?
Again, I don't have the report in front of me, but that was the general view of the report, yes.
And it also found the Valuer General had belittled the capabilities of his executive to other agencies. Do you recall that?
Again, I don't have the report in front of me. It may well have included those words.
Okay. The report also found that the Valuer General had undermined his executive team by preventing their involvement in decision-making and strategic planning. Does that sound familiar?
Again, I don't have the report in front of me, but if you're quoting from the report, I'm sure it's in the report.
And it's the case, isn't it, that the interim report also found that there was a number of other matters complained of that had occurred prior to 1 April 2020?
That is my recollection.
And those matters had been otherwise dealt with and didn't form part of this current investigation?
Correct.
But it's the case, isn't it, that the interim report also found that if those earlier incidents had been included, that additional allegations which were found to not be substantiated would in fact have been substantiated. Does that sound familiar?
I would have to take that on notice.
I'm happy for you to do so. These included that the Valuer General himself bullied and ridiculed members of his team. Does that sound familiar?
There were certainly allegations of that nature.
Okay. But I'm talking about these are findings in the interim report. And that he also shouted at members of his team in public forums. Again, does this sound familiar?
It sounds familiar, but not having the report in front of me, I'd have to double check on the actual wording in the report.
Okay. You were aware also that the report indicated that from the interview with the Valuer General, it appeared that almost all of the matters complained of had in fact occurred?
I think, as far as I recall, Mr. Searle, the 2020 report substantiated the majority of the allegations that staff were making about the behaviour of the Valuer General.
Yeah, and it also found that the complainants or the staff interviewed were, and I quote, truthfully and genuinely concerned about their futures. There was no question about their integrity or their candour.
Certainly there have been concerns raised by staff in that organisation over a period about the nature of the interactions that they were having with the Valuer General, the current Valuer General.
That's a very polite way of putting it. The report also found that the employees told similar stories and presented a consistent image of a workplace in which people were stressed, anxious and fearful for their jobs. Does that also sound familiar to you?
That would align with the nature of the concerns raised by staff.
And it wouldn't surprise you, would it, Mr. Wright, that the Valuer General himself had either admitted explicitly or impliedly all of these matters, according to the report?
I would have to take that on notice and look at the report again.
I'd invite you to do so, because the report also reached the conclusion that the Valuer General presented a risk to the psychological safety of DPIE employees, didn't it?
That's my recollection.
So what did DPIE do post-July 2020 to protect its employees from the Valuer General?
Probably the most significant thing that the then Department of Planning, Industry and Environment did was, under the previous Secretary Jim Betts, institute a direction from Mr Betts to the Valuer General to limit the channels of communication between the Valuer General and Valuer General New South Wales to certain executive members. So the intention of that direction from the Secretary was to preclude the Valuer General communicating directly with non-executive staff.
Okay. Now, again, I know you don't have a copy of the report in front of you, but given the substantiation of the matters that it found had occurred, it also identified that the Valuer General had failed to act in accordance with the core values of the ethical framework under the GSE legislation. Does that sound familiar?
It sounds familiar. Again, I'd need to check the wording of the report.
Sure. That there had been a breach of the DPIE Code of Conduct.
If that's what the report says, you have it in front of you.
Does this sound familiar to you?
I would need to check the exact wording of the report.
So if another senior executive in your agency had behaved in the way in which the interim report had found the Valuer General to have acted, wouldn't that person have been removed from their duties?
The appointment of an executive is a matter for the Secretary, obviously, and of course the Valuer General is actually appointed by, as you know, Mr. Salt, by the Governor.
I know.
So we are talking about a different
Just
system.
saying, if someone in a senior executive role had behaved in this way, they wouldn't still be in their role.
I would suggest if someone in a senior executive role had behaved in that way, it would come to the Secretary's attention.
Well, it did come to the Secretary's attention. Mr. Betts gave that directive, didn't he?
Correct.
Now, recently, I think it's the 18th of February, the Valuer General told the PC6 inquiry into land acquisition for major transport projects that direction by Mr. Betts was about to be rescinded and he was about to have full communication rights back with staff. Is that correct?
I think the Valuer General said something to that effect at that particular hearing.
Was he correct?
One of the recommendations coming out of the independent Work Health and Safety report prepared by Kingston Reid is that the Department and the Valuer General look again at whether the communication protocol that Mr. Betts put in place should be reviewed. So there is a review of that communication protocol underway. There is yet to be a decision taken by the current Secretary to rescind or otherwise amend the instruction that Mr. Betts put in place.
So the Valuer General, if I can put it neutrally, was not correct in his statement that it was about to be rescinded.
I think the Valuer General was probably preemptive in making that statement.
Okay. Have you, or as far as you know, the department, received any more recent complaints, formal or informal, from staff in relation to the behaviour of the Valuer General?
Look, I am not personally aware of any. When you say more recently, Mr. Searle, you mean over what period?
Well, more recently than 5 November last year.
Look, I would need to go back and check my records. Certainly, I'm aware that staff continue to be concerned about some of the interactions they have with the Valuer General. I would need to go back and look at my records. I may well have been copied in on a complaint. Would have typically gone through to our HR department for consideration.
Yes, and I think in the 5 November budget estimates, a number of executives in DPIE did talk about having received multiple staff complaints. You remember that?
I do recall that.
You were there, weren't
yes,
you?
Indeed.
Okay. What's happening with those matters? Have they been folded into this current inquiry, or are they the subject of separate inquiry?
My understanding is that they've been folded into the current inquiry, but could I take that on notice and just double check that that is in fact the case?
Of course. Have you received any emails from staff expressing concern about other staff wellbeing, including fears of self-harm as a result of actions taken by the Valuer General?
I am aware of concerns raised by some staff about the stress that they've felt as a consequence of working in the current VGNSW environment, which includes interacting with the Valuer General.
But again, speak plainly, it's not just a stress about overwork or the nature of their positions, it's stress directly arising from, it is said, the personal behaviour of the Valuer General. That's correct.
That is what has been raised by the individuals in question.
Okay. Now, have staff been moved out of VGNSW because of concerns about their wellbeing?
Certainly, at least one executive member who was undertaking a temporary role in VGNSW was moved out of that role primarily because of the stress she was experiencing in undertaking the functions of that role.
Okay. Apart from that person, are there any concerns about other staff?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice. It may well be that we have looked to move some sub-executive staff as well, but I would need to check on our records.
Yeah, if you could, that would be good. So, given all of this material we've just gone through, what is the department doing currently to protect or to meet its work health and safety obligations towards its own employees?
I think the fundamental action taken by the department is to undertake this comprehensive WHS report, which, as I said, is soon to be finalised. And we'd be very keen to get the views of the Standing Committee on the Valuer General on the findings of that report once furnished.
Yes. Now, I notice I think there was a commitment by the previous Secretary to give the Joint Standing Committee that report, and that commitment remains under the current leadership of the department. There was also, I think, a commitment by the former Secretary to brief the Joint Standing Committee. Even as recently as today, we're still awaiting a date to be given to us by the Secretary. Could we expect that in the near future?
I would have thought there's an opportunity in providing that report, the WHS report, to the Standing Committee for there to be a briefing of the Standing Committee at the same time, if the Standing Committee so desires.
Well, at least one member of the Standing Committee is very keen to pursue this matter, so I'll come back to that. But more specifically, the department has very serious work health and safety obligations. Even a casual read of the interim report, or even perhaps materials provided to the Legislative Council under a call for papers, even a casual reading of some of those matters would cause great concern that the department, although alive to the issues, wasn't looking after staff welfare. What assurances can you give this committee that the department is taking this very seriously and is acting lawfully and appropriately?
Well, I would say that the department does take the allegations and concerns very seriously, which is why it is pursuing finalisation of this independent WHS report, which is quite comprehensive.
Now, and this is not a criticism, but Ms Fishburn, I think in November, said she was expecting the final version of that report, quote, very soon, unquote. Can you give us a more definitive timeline? I mean, I'm not going to hold you to a date, but is it?
I would say
days, weeks, months.
Within weeks.
Within weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, just refresh my memory. What is the state of play? So the BETS directive, if I can call it that, will remain in place for now?
The BETS directive remains in place until such a time as, should such a time occur, the current secretary makes a decision otherwise.
Okay. Yeah. And given that the Valuer General certainly seems to be of the opinion that that's about to be removed, does the current secretary have a time frame within which he is considering that matter, or is that going to be considered in the light of this final report?
There is no set time frame that I'm aware for the secretary to make a decision on that matter, but all I would say is that in finalising the WHS report, we'd be looking to bring all matters to the secretary's attention in this context, including the efficacy of the current directive from the previous secretary to limit communication between the VG and VG&SW.
How should we view the Valuer General's evidence on the 18th of February that the directive was about to be scrapped? Is he trying to bounce you?
Look, I'm not going to speak on behalf of the Valuer General.
Okay. Yes. So the Valuer General was appointed in December 2019, took office early 2020. You know, by July 2020, we have quite a considerable body of material that indicates very poor behaviour, not just poor judgment or poor managerial skills, like really poor personal conduct. And that was nearly, 2 years ago, and he's still conducting, well, nothing seems to have changed. Nothing's changed, has it, in terms of the way in which the Valuer General is conducting himself that you can see?
The communication protocol we put in place has limited the level and type of communication between the Valuer General and the VG&SW.
Okay. But what does that mean in practical terms? I mean, he has described that arrangement as unworkable and an infringement on his independence, and one which has impeded the discharge of his duties. I think the interim report even said, look, if these matters aren't properly dealt with, there's going to be an impact on the not just the well-being of staff, but the discharge of these important statutory functions. And given, the various transport projects that are underway, the valuations that are being conducted in relation to that, it's a matter of some significant public concern, isn't it?
Well, I mean, the Valuer General will have his own views in terms of the performance of VG&SW.
Yeah, he does.
My understanding is that in terms of, for example, dealing with compulsory acquisition matters in the context of transport infrastructure investments, that VG&SW, while dealing with a significant workload, is performing effectively.
Okay. So the concern in the interim report that the efficiency and effectiveness of VG New South Wales will be impacted, that hasn't borne out in practice?
The Valuer General might have his own view. My view and the view of my executive is that while there's always room for improvement with any public sector organisation, that in the circumstances, given the resources and the demand, VG&SW is performing effectively in that space and improving, actually.
Okay, now, in relation to the matters that we've discussed, have there been work health and safety claims, workers' compensation claims lodged as a result of, it is said,
look, Mr. Searle, I'll take that on notice, but there may well have been. I'll take that on notice, sir.
And have people taken stress leave as a result?
I'm aware that people have taken leave for stress-related reasons.
Okay. And are we talking 5 or 6? Or are we talking 10 or 20?
I'll take that on notice.
And how many people have left VG and SW since the Valuer General?
I will take that on notice.
It's quite a number, isn't it?
I will take that on notice.
Yeah, okay. How long, Mr. Chair?
1 minute.
I'm happy to pass on.
Just in relation to that last question about how many people have left, you do accept, though, that people have left?
I would need to. I seriously want to take that on notice in terms of whether people have left. People leave organisations for all sorts of reasons. Is the question if the question is whether people have left the organisation because of the value general, is that the question?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, well, I'll take that on notice.
Okay. It's a bit hard with only a minute to go.
Well, just on that, it's pretty clear, isn't it, that a number of people have left because of him. You're not really going to have to say, you're going to have to take that on notice, Mr. Roy.
Look, I would say that,
isn't it?
That, you know, given the number of concerns that have been raised by VGNSW staff about the VG, it's likely that in some circumstances that has been a contributing factor to staff leaving the organisation.
Well, the team gauge surveys of staff sentiment, I think on the Valuer General's own evidence, reached such a level of toxicity and pointed comments about the personal behaviour of the Valuer General that the team gauge surveys were discontinued. That's the case, isn't it?
The team gauge surveys were discontinued, I think, because some of the there was a view that some of the written commentary being received was probably not particularly helpful in the context. But certainly those team gauge results were not great, I would agree.
That's putting it very mild.
But they were not great.
Okay, thank you. I will, before I just pass to the crossbench, I will mention to you, Ms. Halls, I do have a contact for you in terms of that Yarry Lake applicant that has concerns, but I won't obviously do it over the record because I don't want to give the person their name, but I'll touch base with you afterwards.
Yeah, I have a bit of further advice too if you want to come back to that matter.
Yeah, I might come back to it when it's my time. Mr. Shoebridge?
Thanks, Chair. Nice to see all the additional faces this afternoon. I might ask my first questions literally through you, Ms. Hawes, to the Ms. Hickey behind you. Yes, is that possible?
Yeah.
I'm not picking you to go, Ms. Hawes. I'm just literally, the witness is through you.
Okay.
Ms. Hickey, when did you commence as CEO of Cemeteries and Crematoria New South Wales?
Before I start, I haven't affirmed, so do I get to?
Indeed. Yes.
Oh, we better do that, otherwise you.
Things are so sloppy under this chair.
I think
I resemble that remark. Miss Hickey, can you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, and we will get the oath or affirmation to you quite promptly.
I think my time just got halved.
I haven't stopped the clock.
Yeah, that's it. Jennifer Hickey, I'm CEO of Cemeteries and Crematoria New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence that I'm now about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
So, August 2020.
All right. Have you had any advice about, how much of the CMC team, the Catholic Metropolitan Cemeteries Trust, do you have a useful way of speaking about that?
So, as the independent regulator, we haven't overseen the amalgamation if the questions are about the amalgamation. In terms of the trust, we regulate them under the Act, and they're subject to the provisions of the Crown Operator provisions in the Act. So,
why won't the Catholic Metropolitan Cemetery Trust provide its audited accounts and its finances to the New South Wales Auditor General, as New South Wales Treasury believes it is obliged to do?
I don't have an answer to that. I'd take that on notice, but I do know that under the recent changes to the Government Sector Finance Act, they will be required to submit their financial statements this financial year.
Well, in the most recent audit report from the end of last year for the cluster, the Auditor General expressed concerns that those accounts hadn't been provided and again reiterated Treasury's position that there is an ongoing obligation of the Trust to provide its accounts to the Auditor General. You're the independent regulator in this space. What are you doing to hold the Trust to account so the accounts can be put before the Auditor General?
Yes. Well, as I said, that is now a moot point because they will have to do it under the Government Sector Finance Act from 1st of July 2021. So that this financial year, they will have to submit their finances.
Well, hardly a moot point, because they've had an obligation to disclose their finances to the Auditor General last year and the year before that at least, on the advice of Treasury. So are you really treating it as a moot point, this thumb in the nose at the obligation to provide the accounts for audit?
If you're asking about the history of it, I don't have it, and I will take that on notice. But from now on, and apologies if I appeared cavalier about it, they will have to.
Well, you see, you've been CEO since August 2020.
That's right.
This is an ongoing failure by the Catholic Metropolitan Cemeteries Trust on your watch. So what have you done since August 2020 to make it comply with the law, like every other part of the New South Wales Public Service has to do,
yes,
and at least give the accounts to be audited by the Auditor General?
So the only things I can say in response to that is that following some issues raised in Parliament last year by yourself and estimates by yourself, CCNSW suggested to the Minister that she write to the Auditor General to ask her to undertake a performance and financial review of CMCT.
Has that commenced?
It's still with the Auditor General.
Are you aware of how much the CMCT, and that's what I was looking for, by the way, CMCT, are you aware of how much the CMCT has spent of trust funds for the Warrigamba Cemetery project?
No.
Well, have you had any oversight of the CMCT's Warrigamba project?
I think that project commenced before CCNSW was in existence, and I had some dealings over the homestead on the Warrigamba property, but that's about it.
Are you aware of any concerns about whether or not the monies used by the CMCT for that project were in breach of trust?
Am I aware of concerns?
Aware of concerns?
Yes, I think you've raised those in Parliament.
Well, apart from concerns I've raised, and it's good that they've found a home, have you had any concerns raised with you in your role as CEO from either the CMCT or from the department about the use of trust funds for the Warrigamba project?
No formal notification or complaints, if that's what you're asking, no.
Mr. Wright, have you had any concerns raised with you or your department about the use of trust funds by the CMCT for the Warrigamba Cemetery?
This is now a matter that's managed by Ms Hawes in the department, so perhaps you could direct the question to Ms Hawes.
When did you commence, Ms Hawes?
So in the changes recently within the department, I was previously DepSec for Crown Lands, as you know. As of the 31st of January, that role expanded to include the Cemeteries Task Force, the Regulator and the Office of Local Government. So I think it's 5 weeks.
And before that, Mr Wright, did you have the responsibilities?
Correct.
Yes, so again, I put it to you, Mr Wright.
Could I have that question again, please, Mr Shoebridge?
Well, have you had any concerns raised with you about the lawfulness or otherwise of the use of CMCT trust funds for the Warrigamba Cemetery?
I am aware that the Cemeteries Administrator, on Crown Cemeteries Administrator Lee Shearer, has been seeking legal advice on what might constitute the appropriate use of trust funds. I'm not privy to that legal advice, though.
Has he provided that? Has Lee Shearer provided that advice? And I apologise to Lee Shearer. Yeah. Has Lee Shearer provided that advice to the department?
Not that I'm aware of.
Has Lee Shearer provided that advice to the Minister's office?
Not that I'm aware of.
Has the Minister's office sought any...
Sorry, Mr Shoebridge.
Chair.
Your time has elapsed. I know you're getting excited and carried away.
I wasn't getting excited.
Okay. I'll pass to Mr Field and then back to Ms Boyd if she has questions.
Thank you, Chair. My questions will primarily in this round be to Mr Crawford in relate to gaming issues. Mr Crawford, can I just check that you can hear me okay?
can hear him.
Yes, we can hear you. He's just coming up to the table, Mr. Field. So if you.
Is there another screen or? Just have
no, you just got to have your back to him.
You just have your back to him. He's ready for you now, Mr. Field.
I'm used to it. Thank you, Mr. Crawford, and thank you for your attendance today. Have you commenced a probity assessment into Blackstone and their takeover proposal of Crown?
Yes, we have. We commenced that almost 12 months ago, at least 11 months ago.
Who is conducting that probity assessment?
The law firm is Cause Chambers Westgarth, and they're using external accountants, McGrath-Nicol.
And how much has been allocated to that process? How much money has been allocated to that process?
Their costs are all being paid by Blackstone, so I'd have to get back to you with the number, but it's not an amount that we're paying, it's being paid for by Blackstone. I can't give you a number, okay, but I'll get back to you.
Thank you. When do you expect to receive that probity assessment?
I spoke to the lead partner at Cause this morning. I expect to have a report within the next week.
And so what happens with it from that point?
Well, after I've read it and our committee's read it, we will then engage with other arms of government who necessarily need to be involved in any process. But them taking over Crown constitutes a major change, which it's the authorities... the authority needs to approve before it goes anywhere. But there are other contractual arrangements between Crown and the government and other parts of government which need to be tidied up. And to that extent, we need other parts of government to come on board, and we'll determine a process for that over the next few days.
So the Bergen inquiry recommended that the Casino Control Act be amended to provide that a person may not acquire, hold or transfer an interest of 10% or more in a licensee or casino. Wouldn't that in and of itself prevent a private equity company, a single owner effectively, from holding a casino licence in New South Wales?
No, not as such. It is a change, and I think you can assume that because if this takeover goes ahead, they just become the single shareholder, but it's a different legal structure, so we will have discussions with Blackstone about a raft of additional conditions because the proposed owner is not listed on our stock exchange.
But you'd accept there'd be far less transparency under a private equity company owning it compared to a publicly listed company?
That may be the case, but we'll have plenty of checks and balances in place to make sure that the people of New South Wales are not disadvantaged. We have spoken to regulators in America and other jurisdictions about the various legal structures that are put in place in very similar circumstances. So we think we're right across that issue, and we'll have discussions with other arms of government and with Blackstone in due course.
Would you expect the probity assessment will look at Blackstone's operations in Mexico, Peru and Colombia, where I know there are well-founded money laundering risks associated with casino operations in those parts of the world due to the global drug trade?
We've looked at every operation that Blackstone is currently involved in around the world, and including those jurisdictions. And we've spoken to other regulators. When I say we, our advisors have spoken to other regulators in those jurisdictions.
In the event Blackstone is deemed not suitable to hold a casino licence in New South Wales by ILGA, well, can you, as the chair, or at ILGA as the independent authority, make such a decision, or is it ultimately up to government?
No, it's up to ILGA. We either approve or don't approve, and that will be our decision. That's what the Act says.
So if you, on the basis of the probity assessment, if you don't approve it, then there'll be nothing to take to government, I assume. That'll just be the end of it.
That's correct. That's what the Act says.
Is it?
For now.
Is it? For now, yes. We'll see some amendments soon, I am sure. Are you aware that provision of the Act may well be changing?
No.
No, okay. What engagement have you had with the Department or the Minister's Office with regards to the proposed takeover and the probity assessment?
So I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. It's been a confidential process conducted by our advisors, so a lot of the information is commercially sensitive and it's not something we've been publishing or discussing with third parties. But I provide a regular update to the Minister's Office as to how things are tracking, and I've made it publicly clear that to date we've not found anything that would preclude them from being successful. At the moment, things look good. We haven't found anything of real concern to us, or our advisors haven't up to this point.
It's interesting you say that, because this morning the Minister seemed to know nothing about the process, whether it was even occurring. So you've had engagement with his office about the fact a probity process is underway. That's fault.
I've had one meeting with our new Minister, but he took over, I think, at Christmas, so we haven't had the opportunity of giving him a full briefing, but certainly his predecessor, Mr Dominello, was regularly briefed on the matter.
Is it your expectation that the conditions agreed with Crown for a $200 million licence fee and a commitment to $1 billion in royalties over 10 years would transfer to a new owner?
The obligations of Crown to the government, anybody stepping into the shoes of Crown and becoming 100% shareholder, they will assume all of those obligations.
How long we got? Just 10 seconds. Is that by virtue of the transaction? Because that deed of agreement was between, the operator of the proposed casino and the government. I assume those contracts would be renegotiated, or do they automatically transfer to a new owner?
So the transaction that's contemplated means that Blackstone becomes the 100% shareholder of the relevant companies in the Crown Group. So Crown maintains those obligations, and we need to, part of our probity is to ensure that, to the extent, for instance, there are financial obligations, that that Blackstone has the capacity to meet those obligations. So whatever obligations exist now, they don't go away. It's just that the shareholder of the relevant companies in the Crown Group become Blackstone.
That's the end of your time, Mr Field. Can I pass to Ms Boyd, please?
Thank you. Chair, actually, Mr Shoebridge will
Mr Shoebridge will.
Oh. Ms Boyd's keen to get rid of me.
Fair enough.
I think, which is fair enough.
Even better.
Understandable. I can confirm.
Ms Crawford, just one question flowing from that evidence. You said that you commenced your inquiries or your investigation 11 months ago.
Well, whenever they first they applied to, in effect, go on the share register of the company, they'd already acquired from Melco. Melco was the deal originally Packer had with.
Yes.
So they acquired that 9.9% share, but I can't remember the day when they first put their hand up and wanted to go longer. But ever since that happened, we've had in place, the probaty's taken many months.
Oh, just if you could on notice, just give details about the circumstances that triggered the that inquiry.
Yep.
And what the nature of the investigation has been since then.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Ms Crawford. Mr Wright, you said that you're aware of some concerns. Is that right, in relation to the allocation of trust funds by the Catholic Metropolitan Cemeteries Trust?
I am aware that the Cemeteries Administrator, Ms Lee Shearer, was looking into how trust monies might have been spent in the past, just in terms of the complexities of some of those many decades-old trust arrangements. I also know, I think, sorry, Mr Shoebridge, I think the Attorney General is also looking into the complexity of those cemetery trust arrangements as well.
Well, you say, decades old.
Yes,
Did that include the very recent purchase? I know the DA said it was some $48 million worth of development, but probably more, including the purchase of the land. The Varroville cemetery project.
Look, I'm aware that there are concerns raised about how the trusts operate. Whether Varroville in particular has been looked at, I couldn't tell you.
Well, has the Catholic Metropolitan Cemetery Trust been operating lawfully with trust monies? It has to operate as trustee. Has it been operating lawfully with public trust monies?
That's not a question I can answer. I'm sorry, Mr Shoebridge. I'm not privy to legal information.
Ms Hawes.
I have, as Mr Wright alluded to, there are proceedings on foot that may have implications for other parties. other than the state. I have advised that the question could be directed to the Attorney-General, but I can't answer it whilst those legal proceedings unfold. They go to what does or doesn't constitute a trust, and we just don't have that information yet to answer the question.
What proceedings are on foot?
The proceedings Mr Wright alluded to.
Well, they're not proceedings. Mr Wright was referring to some advice that Ms Shearer had obtained.
It's in process.
Are there legal proceedings? Is there a court case on in relation to the use of trust funds by the CMCT?
No, there isn't.
So what proceedings? We know there's no proceedings.
I think Ms Hawes is referring to the fact that the Attorney-General is inquiring into this matter, and we would suggest that questions of this nature be directed to the Attorney-General's office.
You may suggest that, Mr Wright, and I appreciate it, and I no doubt I'll take it on board next week. But Ms Hawes, you're the Senior Administrator responsible. Have there been concerns raised as to whether or not the CMCT has unlawfully applied trust funds?
So you have raised concerns in estimates and are raising them now. There's legal work underway to get into the heart of what does or does not constitute a trust, and I'm not qualified to speak to that while that advice is still being developed. So yes, we're aware of the concerns, and you yourself have raised them.
Well, Ms Hawes, have you met with the Catholic Cemeteries Board to discuss any of these concerns?
No, not as yet, and that is simply a factor of having been in this portfolio for 5 weeks, and for 2 of those weeks I had COVID, which put my normal scheduling of meeting new stakeholders back.
I've done it myself. It ruins the diary.
It does. So otherwise those meetings will be scheduled. It's simply a matter of time.
Do you know if the Catholic Cemeteries Board has met with the new minister in relation to this?
I don't know specifically. My understanding is the minister has expressed to me that he intended to meet all faith groups and to, as you would expect, get across the issue and the portfolio. So
I just have no expectations when it comes to ministers, to be clear. But you understand he will meet with the Catholic Cemeteries Board?
He has expressed directly to me that he will meet with all stakeholders, so I can take that on notice and find out if that meeting's occurred.
Have you met with Lee Shearer to discuss any concerns she has about the lawfulness or otherwise of the use of CMCT funds?
I have met with Lee Shearer. I had met with Lee Shearer in previous iterations in my previous role, but in my current role, I've met with her just to understand where she's tracking in her role as an administrator. She didn't specifically raise this at that time, but we have met, yes.
In what capacity is the attorney reviewing these concerns in relation to the CMCT's trust funds? Was it referred by your office? Was it referred by Mr Wright? Was it referred by Ms Shearer? How is it the attorney's now again in this cemeteries mess?
I think the question is about understanding what does or doesn't constitute a trust and how that works, so I can't really answer that. It is a matter for the Attorney-General.
Well, no. Who referred the matter to the Attorney-General?
I will need to take that on notice.
Mr Wright, did your office provide any advice to the Attorney-General before the Attorney-General made the decision to roll over the interim arrangements under the regulations in relation to CMCT?
I'm not aware of my office providing advice to the Attorney-General directly on that matter.
Well, did you provide advice to the Attorney-General indirectly? And when I say you and your office, I mean you, your office and your department.
Not that I'm aware of.
That is time. I'm looking to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are primarily going to be to Mr Shiro and probably Mr George if I get time, so you may want to do some... Sorry. Chair rearranging. Thank you. Thank you. Mr Shiro, I just wanted to ask about this issue of the delay in the provision of sewerage services in southwestern Sydney, around Oshawa Lippington. So I know that we spoke about it at last estimates, and you probably were aware that I asked the Minister about it this morning. So he indicated that the reason for the delay was because the cost that had originally been sort of, estimated, predicted, had increased. Is that your understanding as well?
So that's the latest situation that we have. We went out for procurement in September last year, and the cost that came back from procurement was almost double what we had in the estimate. And that's a combination of a number of things. The construction methodology, which was different because of the underground geotechnical situation that we've got in Western Sydney. That was also due to the fact that the market is extremely stressed at the moment, and a number of prices in terms of construction and material have significantly increased. So when we got the return from the procurement process, we looked into the detail, and we wanted to have an independent assessment of the offers that we had on the table, which we did. And in parallel to that, we also went back to the design of the project to check what the other methodologies, construction methodologies, would give. And this has triggered a delay of about 3 to 4 months. So we were planning to deliver the infrastructure by the end of this year, and we're going to deliver the infrastructure by the beginning of 2023.
So what was the initial sort of cost or an initial estimate of how much this project was going to cost Sydney Water? Because you said it doubled, so I guess I'm interested in what you had in mind and what came back.
Yeah, I can give you the number. It's the increase was significant to a point where we really needed to do that, because when we are constructing something, our customers are paying. So we don't want to invest into something that is costing too much for our customers. So the initial estimate of the project was 194 million, and the final cost of the project is 356 million. Mm-hmm. So a significant increase.
And how many, when you sort of went out to market, how many tenders or how many, options were before you when you were making a decision? I mean, how many people put up their hand?
I would need to take that on notice.
Mm-hmm. And so with that cost increase, was there ever any thought of going back to government and saying, this is going to cost a lot more than we thought? You've given the reasons why that's the case. That's going to mean a delay in when we deliver this infrastructure. Is there a way that we can seek additional funds to ensure that this happens in a timely way? Is that something that Sydney Water considered or in fact did?
The government is not funding Sydney Water.
I appreciate Sydney Water funds it itself.
Yeah,
but
our customers are funding our investments. So for us, it was very much about making sure that this cost was appropriate. We didn't want to get into a situation where we were spending our customers' money in the wrong way. And that's why we did exactly this process. Now, what we did, because we do understand that it's creating downstream, it's creating issues for the people that have invested in Western Sydney in terms of development or that are buying land and houses. So we've actually changed our process, which is in the process for a developer to be able to construct. They need to get a certificate, a Section 73 certificate from Sydney Water, saying that they have constructed the appropriate water and wastewater infrastructure, and they can connect to our infrastructure. what we've done is we've changed this process, and instead of waiting for the infrastructure to be built, we've actually bonded the Section 73 certificate, and we've given 6 months actually for the developers to start actually work or sell the land or do what they have to do 6 months before it's done. So instead of waiting for an additional 3 or 4 months because of the construction, we've given 6 months back to the developers.
I mean, in terms of the people, though, that are in specifically around the Austral-Leppington region in the Turana estate, a number of them are facing imminent sunset clauses on purchase contracts for land. They have not been able to register the land because the sewerage isn't there. If indeed the developer does seek to activate the sunset clause, because, as I'm sure you know, land values in that part of Sydney have gone up quite considerably, so there may well be a financial incentive for them to do that. Would Sydney Water be willing to work with purchasers in those proceedings to try and explain to the court why the land has not been registered, and in fact that's not a consequence of their action, it's a consequence of decisions that Sydney Water's made?
So the registration of the land is not a consequence of what Sydney Water is doing. There is a number of things that need to be done before land is registered, and Sydney Water is only a part of it. We have been talking to the people in this part of Western Sydney. We are in continuous discussion with the development industry and the developers for this very specific case. And as I explained, we've flexed the policy of the certificates so that they can actually register the lands before the infrastructure is actually constructed, with a 6 months period, which is significant. So we've done a lot in this aspect. We're always happy to talk to the developers and their customers. Now, there's also a commercial relationship between the developers and their customers that we don't have any control of.
I appreciate that you don't control that, but when, as a consequence of, your investment decisions about, how to prioritise expenditure and your projects, there's a real-world consequence of that for not so much developers. I mean, they, will continue to sort of own the land, even if the purchaser has their contract rescinded. It's not, the developers are going to be able to monetarise the property, the land at some point. I think we all know that. That's what property is like in southwestern Sydney, in Sydney as a whole. But for the purchaser who's there right now, desperately trying to build their family home, and they can't do that because there's been considerable delays in the delivery of the sewerage infrastructure, are you willing to at least try and help them to hold on to the land that they have purchased to try and build the home that they have been trying to build for some time now?
So this is exactly why we've done what we've done, giving this Section 73 certificate ahead of the construction. So it gives the possibility to the developers to register the land 6 months before it's done. And that gives them the possibility actually to do what they have to do with their customers.
This is, there's this particular instance, and it's been very difficult for the purchasers. I would say residents, except of course they're not actually living there, just own the land. It's been very difficult for those people. Do you expect this to be a widespread problem? Because those issues that you've identified, the cost of labour, the cost of materials, all those things, they're not specific to this particular instance. How many estates or individuals, people, do you expect to be impacted by this?
So we're not expecting any other part of Western Sydney to be impacted. The impact of this procurement process was a 3 to 4 months delay in terms of delivery time. We've put in place a measure that gives a 6 months possibility to catch up with the time. So actually, we've given developers a possibility to do or to deliver the infrastructure and to transfer the land 2 months ahead of what they could have done in a normal situation. Mm-hmm. We're not expecting any other similar situation in Western Sydney. We are adjusting to the current market every day, and the market is changing every day. This one was a very, very specific one.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to ask a quick question in relation to the dividend. So my understanding is the 1920 dividend was 963 million. I think the figure in the 2021 statement of corporate intent was 655 million. Do you have an update on that figure? What the actual was?
I will to take that on notice to give you the exact number, but that was in that order. So we paid a dividend last year, which was aligned to what we had in the statement of corporate intent.
It would be useful if you could take that figure on, the exact figure on notice. Mr. George, I wanted to ask a couple of questions about the Warrigamba Dam wall raising. Obviously we asked some this morning, and so I'm aware that the project to deliver the dam wall raising is not being managed by Water New South Wales. That's correct?
So as it stands at the moment, Water New South Wales is engaged by Infrastructure New South Wales to deliver the detailed concept design and environmental impact statement. Excellent.
And so that engagement is with Infrastructure New South Wales.
Correct.
And Minister Ayres is not the Minister for Infrastructure. So for the purpose of that project in Infrastructure New South Wales, so he is responsible for it?
I believe Mr. Simon Draper gave some evidence at the recent hearings into Warrigamba about those arrangements between Infrastructure New South Wales and ministers, so I'd rely on his advice.
Fair enough. Okay, so for that project that you are, the part of the project that you were delivering for Infrastructure New South Wales, are you aware of the issues that were raised in relation to the development of those documents, those reports that you referred to?
They're those issues that were raised at the parliamentary inquiry?
Yeah,
Yes.
for example, are you the issue that DPI Environmental Services suggested that incorrect assumptions were used in the development of that documentation. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of their submission to the EIS.
Mm-hmm. How would you respond to that accusation that Water New South Wales used incorrect assumptions in the development of that document?
Look, whilst we will obviously reply to all submissions made to the EIS, and we are currently going through that process, we have had quite a number of meetings and engagement workshops with various agencies in the development of the EIS over a number of years. So those issues have been discussed in the past between our team and agencies, and in particular EES. So as part of the formal, consultation process and in making submissions for the EIS, it's not unusual for those issues to be tabled in a formal capacity so that we formally reply and respond to those matters. I'm comfortable, though, that we, based on the conversations my team are having with government agencies, that those issues that have been raised are being dealt with.
How do you respond to evidence that was provided to the parliamentary inquiry from some experts working on the EIS that their expert evidence was downplayed, or they were given directions to change or minimise findings, such that one of those scientific experts, in fact, resigned from the project. How do you respond to that?
Look, again, there was quite a bit of evidence given at the most recent inquiry into the dam raising. Again, I'd refer to the evidence given at that hearing. We obviously take those matters seriously, and I have asked for advice on that, which was disclosed at the hearing, and we'll consider that advice.
Who's providing that advice to you?
So we've retained legal advice to provide that. I can get that for you shortly. I do have that here. But that, that process, as evidence was given in the inquiry earlier this year, I think that really does point to the experts involved in the project, and there are numerous experts across a range of subject matters, often have disagreements on a range of topics. I think it's been a good process to have those experts air out those differences in expert opinion, and we've had to have a process to navigate through that.
But just to be clear, despite that, you have despite the evidence that was received from those individuals, despite DPI EES suggesting that incorrect assumptions were used, you continue to have full confidence in the environmental impact statement that was developed?
So, yes. So prior to putting that document on public exhibition, I and my board rely on a number of independent assurances and processes to give us confidence that that document is ready for public exhibition. We obtained those multiple assurance processes, which included engagement and endorsement from government agencies for that document being ready for public exhibition. So on that basis, that was the basis for us putting it on public exhibition.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to ask about the recent Parramatta River fish kill, to the extent that the EPA found that the cause of the fish kill was sort of natural to the extent that organic matter had entered the river system. What work is being done to improve sort of overall stormwater management during heavy weather events? I presume that's not you, Mr. George, but...
No, it's not a matter for Water New South Wales.
Perhaps you, Dr. Bentley?
Thanks, Ms. Jackson. I might ask Mr. Shiro to comment on the work that you're doing in the Parramatta River with the councils in that area about a swimmable river. That's one initiative that we've got going. But you can imagine between EES, who we've been talking about, the water group, and colleagues in fisheries and so on, that it's work that spans numerous departments.
Yeah, I mean, I actually am familiar with that. I mean, it's part of the problem in a way that sometimes it's hard to know who is responsible, and so things fall through the cracks. But Mr. Shiro, if you have anything that you'd like to add in terms of what Sydney Water is doing, that'd be great.
Yeah, so we've been working with a number of councils along the river in a group that is called the Parramatta River Catchment Group, and we are working on different ways to make the river swimmable. So as you've said, stormwater is really one of the big issue that we have, and the responsibility for stormwater is split between many different organisations. So the work that we have been doing with these councils has been very much about advising on how stormwater could be managed differently and improve its quality before it reaches the river. The Parramatta River Catchment Group has been existing for some time. It has had some success. We've managed to open a number of swimming sites, and the intention of this group is to continue to make the river more swimmable, therefore improve the quality of the water, but also create new swimming sites along the river.
I think my time is up.
Yes, thank you. I'll take over. I might start with you, Ms. Hawes. You were going to volunteer some information on Yarra Lake, if you'd like to do that.
Yeah, I think there may have been miscommunication, but equally, I'm quite happy to speak to someone if there's someone that you know with a specific concern.
Yep.
I spoke to the fact that the reconfiguration of Yarra Lake's board is pending a review of governance and financial reporting.
Yes.
The department actually wrote to all previous board members in mid-December to advise them that the board would not be reconstituted until we had this review completed. Yep. That may have been misinterpreted. So that's the only thing I can attribute it to, but I'm happy to speak to your constituent if that's helpful.
Yep, sure, no problems at all. I might go to you, Mr. Bentley, and see whether you're able to get any of that information. I asked you just before we broke for lunch about the sustainable diversion limit projects.
Yes, I was. Sorry, Chair. I was able to get some numbers. I'm just trying to locate them.
Sure.
Have you got... apologies.
No, that's all right.
Pieces of paper here, as you can see. Yeah, so you were asking about the spend on SIDLAM projects.
Yeah, the total amount that's come from the Commonwealth.
Total amount spent to date, which is Commonwealth money, is 67.7 million.
67.7. But how much are we actually due to get is sort of what I'm at, because I also note on your website you say that you've brought forward $330 million worth of these projects for acceleration, so it's clear that 67 isn't going to cut it. So what's...
No, 67 is what has been spent to date.
Okay, so how much have we received in total?
Well, the 330 has been allocated by the Commonwealth. So there's funding agreements signed between the state and the Commonwealth for 330 million for 5 projects, which we call the accelerated projects, which will deliver another 45 gigalitres of water savings.
Sure. Okay. Can I go to some of those projects and talk about, or ask some questions in detail? The Coondaroop-Paratuta Flow Enabling Works project, according to the fact sheet, you are still at the strategic assessment phase, which is essentially the beginning. And so if I look to the presentation you gave the community on this, that means you've only paid out 2.456 million in terms of money expended. Would that be correct, roughly?
If it's okay, I'll pass to Ms Jones, who's the CEO.
Sure.
Yeah. I'd have to check that number, confirm that that's the number spent to date. Okay. As Mr Bentley just mentioned, the total spend to date is 67 million, but I can get that broken down by project.
Sure. This committee went out there probably a month or so back as part of the timber inquiry, and we spoke to the Western Lands improvement group there, and one issue that they raised is that there seems to be a conflict in regulations or legislation around the removal of material like logs and timber from dry riverbeds in this forest, and that the legislation, one part of the legislation actually prevents you from doing it, but if you don't do it, those river flows can't happen properly because there's essentially log jams. Have you heard similar concerns from this group or from community, and what is happening to navigate what seems to be a catch-22 in legislation?
I can confirm the expenditure to date is 1.5 million on the KP project.
Sorry, was it? Can you just bring your microphone a bit closer, just for Hansard?
Yeah, 1.5 million on the KP project to date.
1.5 million. Okay.
There are concerns about the management of flow, the operation of the river, and issues for the forest. There is a group, I think, that is part of the BOC framework, so the Ministerial Council framework, under the Murray-Darling Basin group, who are managing this issue. I can take on notice any more detail that you'd like to have about what's being done in regard specifically to log removal for the forest.
Okay. How much expenditure is envisioned that will actually go back to the community in terms of actually work in the community, jobs in the community. Just one of the other concerns I've also heard is that a lot of this money is just going to agency staff and not actually going onto the ground in terms of giving contractors work locally, and obviously creating a bit of an economy boost.
My understanding is that there's a preference for local businesses to be employed on these projects. So,
okay.
If I could add, Chair, on the thing about agency staff, we don't do that work. We procure that work. We oversee that work. So Water Infrastructure New South Wales is not physically doing that work. It's all procured from contractors and designers and consultants. So we haven't sort of in-sourced that work into the department.
Would it be more financially advantageous to do so? Just looking at these performance milestones and potential costs, like you've got a projected cost of the 2.456 million to essentially manage a suite of documents, and then another 6.14 million to do a progress report on community stakeholder engagement and a planning pathways document. Like, it seems a bit excessive in terms of expenditure for a couple of reports.
You'd have to be more specific about what those reports are. Maybe
one's a concept design phase basis of design report, one is a planning approvals pathway document initial issue, and one is a progress report on community and stakeholder engagement. So 3 reports, and you are being charged 6.141 million according to this PowerPoint that was presented to the community. It just seems like it seems fairly excessive in terms of cost for 3 reports.
Well, I'd have to look at the particular details to comment specifically, but I think it would be unwise for government to say we will in-source all of the work we're doing in water infrastructure. The cost of that would be enormous, and also we just don't have that expertise available in a way that the market does, and that's part of the problem.
Okay, I might pick up some more of this later. Mr. Field, are you there? Can you just put your...
Chair, thank you. Yeah. I'd like to turn now, if I could, to floodplain harvesting, so I'm not sure who's most appropriate to answer these questions. On the 18th of February, there was a proclamation, the Water Management Application of Act to Certain Water Sources Proclamation 2022, that appears to turn on provisions of the Act that now clearly require a floodplain harvesting access licence in order to harvest overland flows in the Northern Basin water sources. So given the floodplain harvesting licences are not in place, can someone, whoever's the most appropriate, confirm that it is currently an offence in New South Wales to harvest overland flows?
I'll take that if I can, Mr. Field. I have sought advice from the General Counsel for DPE on this and on other matters relating to the implications of the disallowance of the regulation. And specifically, I've asked the question, does this change any consideration that was given before about the legality of floodplain harvesting? And the advice that I have received confirms, as we said before, that it was uncertain. The regulations were trying to make it certain. It goes back to being uncertain. So the advice I've received from the General Counsel is, no, I cannot say it is illegal. It is uncertain again. And Mr. Field, I know you and I have had some exchanges over this sort of topic on estimates before. So if it's helpful to you, I've also asked the General Counsel to compile a consolidated set of advices, if you like, that take us through the various things that have happened with the various regulations and disallowances so that we can clear up any uncertainty. I know before it was I getting written legal advice, or was I just having conversations? Of course I've had written legal advice, but I also talk very often to the General Counsel, as you'd expect. So I've written to the General Counsel asking for that advice. If it would help the committee, we'd be very happy to make that advice available so that we can step through those various arguments.
I appreciate that, Mr. Bentley. I wasn't talking about the disallowance. I'm talking explicitly now about the proclamation that was made. It was made on the 18th of February, and what it did, it was turning on provisions of the Act that now seem to require an access licence to engage in floodplain harvesting from certain water sources. What was the purpose of that proclamation?
Well, Mr. Field, I specifically asked that question of the General Counsel to say, does that proclamation and does the disallowance now make it illegal?
The disallowance came after, Mr. Bentley. What was the purpose?
Well, I said that, Mr. Field, I did say the proclamation and the disallowance. I asked him specifically about the two, and the advice I've got is that it remains uncertain. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I can't speak to that advice other than to say that is the advice I have received. I'll be very happy to ensure that the advice that we get steps through the issues that you've raised now, Mr. Field, and I think that's important.
Let's clear it up then. What was the purpose of the proclamation?
Mr. Field, I simply asked the General Counsel, given that the proclamation had been made, has that changed the legality of the situation? And I was told no. And I've been told that in writing.
I'm not asking, is there not anyone here today who can inform the committee of the purpose of the proclamation of the Act? This must have been, given the public interest in this issue, this must have been something that was discussed and understood at a relatively high level within the department. The disallowance came later. The letters to the Guida and Border Rivers licence holders came later. I'm asking what the purpose of this proclamation was.
The purpose was to allow the regulation to apply to the water sources in question. That's the purpose of the proclamation.
The proclamation makes no mention of the regulations. They hadn't been created at that stage.
Well, Mr. Field, I can only act on the advice that I'm given, and that's the advice that I've been given. If you disagree with that, let me clear that up by getting that written up in what I've offered to put together for you.
Could you provide the advice that you've received to the committee?
I've just said I've asked Mr. Hebron, who's our General Counsel, to compile advice, because this is quite a complex issue. Of course. Compile the thing from start to finish so that we can make it available to the committee to clear up any of these misunderstandings. And I will ask Mr. Hebron to address this matter of purpose as well, so that it's there in black and white and clear.
Well, thank you. Chair, I can't see who's in the room, but is Mr. Barnes from NRA in the room?
He is.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Barnes. I think I can see you over the other side. Mr. Barnes, could you confirm, given you're the regulator who's, no doubt watching what people are doing in and around the rivers, from your perspective, can floodplain harvesting currently occur under the law in New South Wales in the 5 northern rivers?
So we are certainly watching the matter very closely. As I've testified before, taking of water in New South Wales must be done in accordance with the relevant legal instruments, unless otherwise made exempt. I've also testified that the circumstances relating to floodplain harvesting are complex, they're not clear, and as Dr. Bentley has just said, they remain quite uncertain. So it would be improper for me, Mr. Field, to make a declaration as to the legality of the activity without a detailed consideration of the individual circumstances that play out on farm. Now, as I think I've said to you before, we investigate the conduct on its merits and against the provisions of the Act as they exist at the time, and we take enforcement action where we have reasonable grounds to conclude that the law has been breached beyond reasonable doubt. And this is something that we do day by day, as we have since commencement in April 2018.
Thank you. That's your time, Mr. Field. I will now pass to Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. If we could just stick with water, I will try and ask some more Greyhound questions in a bit, but perhaps this is for you, Dr. Bentley, but please direct me if it's not. I understand that South 32 has been taking surface water without a licence from Sydney's drinking water catchment via the Dendrobium coal mine since at least 2016, because the government was made aware of it in the 2016 catchment audit. Why has no action been taken to penalise this mining company for taking water without a licence?
Mr Barnes, is that an NRA issue? If I could pass to NRA.
Thank you.
That matter is subject to an active investigation by NRA, and we are progressing our investigation with a view to making a determination as to its legality in the course of time. I'm not, because it is an active investigation, able to go into the details at this point.
Okay, can you tell me when the investigation was commenced?
The month I would come back to you on, but broadly it was back in 2019 from memory.
Just because I am not at all across what is involved in one of these investigations, but is it normal for an investigation like this to take 3 years?
It's certainly normal in the context of the Water Management Act, given its complexity. And as I've just described to Mr Field, we've got to substantiate reasonable grounds that there is a breach of law to the criminal standard. That means we've got to do a thorough investigation. That's underway at the moment, and it'll conclude in due course. When that is the case, we will make a public statement as to what our findings are and what enforcement action, if any, will be taken.
Why, I guess, yeah, okay. The fact that the 2016 catchment audit had occurred and identified this was not, presumably not sufficient evidence, and so there's needing to be another sort of investigation on top of that audit.
The evidentiary burden is considerable, and that rests with us.
Okay. Do you know when that investigation might conclude? Do you have an approximate time?
The board has an expectation that the matter will be brought to them in the coming months.
Coming months. Okay. Thank you. Dr. Bentley, back to you. Are surface water sharing plans across the state going to be updated to account for the impact of increased losses from evaporation as a result of increased temperatures and climate change?
Oh, well, they're regularly reviewed and audited. So typically they're put in place for 10 years, and there's typically a review after 5 years and an audit after the 10 years. The Minister can call for a review at any time during the life of that plan. Yep. So amendments can be made at any time. So when the reviews, when the audits are done, those are, by the way, carried out by the NRC, so independent of the department, and we take their advice in terms of the changes that need to be made.
So you don't have this sort of unilateral power without the Minister deciding to do any kind of review earlier than 5 years?
I haven't had need to say to the Minister, I think you should bring this review forward on a particular plan, and that been a problem. There was the Bowen Darling plan was brought forward for review before my time. I've discussed it at this committee on a number of occasions. So the Minister can do that at any time. Of course, I'm free to advise the Minister that should be the case. That's the best answer I can give.
Given how quickly things are changing from year to year, and we are seeing droughts quickly followed by floods, etc., etc. Is it your expectation that you will need to review those plans a bit more quickly to stay up to date with what is sort of the latest happenings on the ground?
The work we've been doing that's allied to this is the regional water strategy development. So there are 12 of those. Ultimately, there'll be 12 in place across the state. There's one in place at the moment, which is Greater Hunter. There are some that are in final draft that we're consulting communities on, and some are about to go out for their as an initial draft for that consultation. Those regional water strategies, they take the sort of latest up-to-date climate modelling, and that's the vehicle to tell us there's something over here you need to go and look at, and that might require a change to the water sharing plan.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask a few questions about coal ash dams, which sit under Dam Safety New South Wales, which is, I understand, Minister Anderson's responsibility. But I also know it's a technical area, so if it's not something that you can answer, let me know. I'm interested in how the recent weather conditions, and particularly the flooding, has impacted on the state's coal ash dams, particularly those sitting right on water bodies where we know that floods have caused the toxic kind of sludge to float into nearby water bodies.
So just bear with me, as you can see, I've got a few notes here. So the Dam Safety New South Wales is a little bit like NRA. It's an independent regulator that sits broadly within my group. So the employees who work for Dam Safety or who work for NRA are employed through the department, and, if you like, pay and rations and how people are managed is my responsibility. The technical decision making, Mr. Barnes is entirely independent of me or the Minister in his judgments, and similarly with Dam Safety. But yes, Dam Safety broadly within that definition sits within my remit. The technical matters about dam safety I would need to take on notice.
And there are two aspects here. There's the sort of structural integrity of the dam, which is a Dam Safety New South Wales issue, but then there is also the impact of any breach or spill of those ash dams into nearby bodies of water. And I'm thinking particularly, we know that at Lake Macquarie, the Araring and Vales Point, coal ash dams have spilt many times into the water, and that has caused contamination and restrictions on fishing. Have you had any oversight of what's happening at the moment with the flooding and the risk caused by coal ash dams?
I personally haven't had oversight of that issue, but I will take that on notice and determine what our department has done in that regard.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the crossbench time. I'm hesitant to go to the opposition for 4 minutes before we break, so I might invite any of the witnesses, if they have anything that has been taken on notice, that they might be able to come back to us with. We could do a sort of quick download, and then that means you have less homework. So, Mr. Shiro, do you want to come forward?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to respond to the question about dividends. So, as you've said, Ms. Jackson, the SCI, the Statement of Corporate Intent, was 655 million last year, and we paid dividend of 687 million exactly. So all this information publicly available on our website in our annual report.
Ms. Hawes?
Yep, thank you, Chair. Mr. Shoebridge previously asked about a document and why it wasn't captured in a standing order. It was simply to do with the scope of the request, and the document predated the time frame of the request by some time, so it wasn't captured in that request.
Okay, thank you. Mr. George?
Thank you, Chair. In response to Ms. Jackson's inquiry about who I was receiving advice from in relation to Warrigamba, that's Minter Ellison.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Jones.
And Chair, in regard to the questions you asked about the log dam issue, that is a matter for forestry, and I can confirm that all of the contractors working on the KP Forest project are local. I have the names of 3 here, but I don't know whether you want me to read them into the record.
If it's individual personal names, no, but if it's company names, it's fine. But
it's companies. It's companies.
Yeah, look, I think that'll be okay.
It's the Wedge Group, it's 1550, and it's Rich River Irrigation.
Okay, thank you. Any other? No? Going once, going twice. All right, we'll break for another 15 minutes, so that should 3:42. 3:43. All my teachers skimping out on recess. Yeah. All right, 3:43. We'll see you back then.
Or thereabouts.
Okay, we return back from our brief break and I throw straight to the opposition for questions. Mr Primrose?
Yes, thank you. Look, I've got a number of areas to cover quite quickly, so I will ask the questions and then please I'll leave you to work out who the appropriate people or person is. The first one concerns cemeteries and crematoria. The question is that my understanding is that the Cemeteries and Crematoria Act specifies that one position on the board of Cemeteries and Crematoria New South Wales is reserved for someone with knowledge and expertise relevant to local government matters. Can you tell me who that person is at the moment, please?
I might invite Jen Hickey to return. The name has gone out of my head, so I'm really sorry. I can't. I'll have to refer to my notes, but Jen might be able to answer.
Oh, I forgot my name.
Matter.
You know who I am now? Yep. It's actually a vacant position at the moment. Yep.
Okay. When did it become vacant?
I'll have to take that on notice, but it's a while. Yep.
Around 3 years?
Yes. Well, since before my time, anyway.
Okay. When do you expect it to be filled?
There is some discussions happening, I think. Actually, the department is looking into the board appointments. So I think we'll have to take that on notice. Yeah.
Does it, and I won't ask you, but is it normal for something where the Act specifies that a position should come from an area like local government and then for it to be left vacant for 3 years?
I can't speak to normal, but it's not happened with CCNSW in my time.
Okay, I won't put you on the spot, but my reason for raising that is the fact that we currently have local government being concerned about the draft interment industry regulation scheme from November 2021, specifically that section that relates to the asking rural and regional councils to establish a fund to provide for all future cemetery maintenance liabilities up front. Is that is my understanding of what would be required in that regulation? Is that correct?
Yes. So it's a proposed scheme at the moment.
Yep.
And there was a discussion paper distributed last year just to operators to seek their feedback. And we've had quite a lot of interactions with councils about, the local council, about the proposed scheme. So there are some local government members on our industry consultation group, which we've relied on very heavily for feedback. And we also invited Local Government New South Wales as the peak body to attend those meetings so that they can contribute. And we are aware of those concerns, particularly for smaller operators in terms of how they could cope with the pricing issues that might arise, and also the effort that might take them. And just to explain a little bit about the scheme, it's proposed at the moment, and this is based on what's in the statutory review and the IPART report into costs and pricing in the interment industry. It's proposed that it be a categorisation, a graded categorisation based on risk and activity level. So Category 3 is the very small operators, and they are exempt from the perpetual maintenance requirements. So the smaller operators won't actually have to comply with anything in the proposed scheme.
But may I ask, in relation particularly to rural and regional councils, given we have rate pegging in New South Wales, how do you see, how would the government see having to establish this fund up front work?
Yes.
Wouldn't that automatically lead to councils having to reduce other services?
So this is what's under discussion at the moment about that in the consultation. So there are options. So councils come back to us in their submissions as well about how they might meet those perpetual maintenance liabilities differently. And I should just say that all the operators agree that they have those liabilities.
Yep.
It's just a matter of how...
amortised over time, but...
That's right, well, and how they meet them. So there is a proposal from Council that they meet them with their operational budgets on a year-by-year basis.
Yep.
I guess the point of the reports and the recommendations in the reports were that perpetual maintenance is about the future care of loved ones and making sure that there is enough money for to look after the site in perpetuity, and whether or not that's sufficient is still under consideration, and we need to do more consultation on that.
When do you expect that will be finalised?
I think the review had a 3-year time frame, but we're hoping that we'll have more, that will meet that earlier than that with the interment industry scheme. Yeah.
Thank you. That's given my time. I've got lots of questions, but I'll put those on notice if I can. My other question relates to Aboriginal land claims. I've been part of a number of inquiries here when we've heard things like there were many tens of thousands of outstanding Aboriginal land claims in New South Wales. I mean, and I go back to, I think the Audit Office found that there were 38,000 about. What's the figure at the moment?
So that is correct. The Audit Office has found, that's accurate. There are more than 38,000 claims lodged at present. I would say that Crown Lands has made concerted efforts to really enhance momentum on land claims, and this year has seen the highest number of land claims granted in a single year with 3 months still to go, which is something that we're very proud of. I would also say that the claims process is open. You can lodge as many claims as you like, but each claim must be determined with a great deal of due diligence as to what the lawful use and occupation of that parcel of land was on the date of the claim. So there can be the same parcel claimed on multiple times.
Okay, could you maybe, rather than run through them all, give us some figures, say, over the last 5 years of the number of claims? And particularly, the number of claims granted, outstanding claims, the number granted. But I'd be interested in what budget allocation's been made to trying to reduce this backlog over the same period of time.
Yep. So I can tell you that since the 1st of July, we have granted or part granted 317 claims. And it's probably more appropriate for me to take it on notice for 5 years. I don't have 5 years data.
No, please take it on notice, but also the funding that's been allocated to ensure that these claims are processed over the period of time. Over those 5 years. Thank you for that. Can I then ask what work, if any, is underway to recognise and provide for Aboriginal people's rights in travelling stock routes at the moment, please?
So land claims is within the remit of Crown Lands. Travelling stock routes are administered by colleagues in Regions New South Wales, the Deputy Premier's patch. So I can't comment specifically on travelling stock routes, but we do administer land claims. So I would probably take that on notice and or redirect that question depending on the specific question.
Thank you. The next question, the New South Wales Water Strategy commits the New South Wales Government to the development of a New South Wales Aboriginal water policy. Can you tell us what the budget is, what budget's been allocated to support the development of this water policy at the moment?
Yes, thank you for the question. The $6 million has been allocated in the budget to that activity.
Okay, $6 million this financial year?
It's over more than 1 year. We've hired a team of people, including a director, to head up that team to ensure that we're working as well as we can. But yeah, it's $6 million over 2 years.
Do you have a time frame on when the strategy might be developed?
I fortunately have the former strategy lead next to me. So, Amanda, do you want
So thank you. Yes, the principles of the strategy are set out in the New South Wales Water Strategy. So the key parameters of ownership, access are there. The work also now includes looking toward the 3% target for closing the gap, so we're working towards that as well. But it will work at both a statewide level with representative groups, but also in place, so on-country specific agreements with local Aboriginal groups to actually do place-based work, so it could be care for country, whatever that local community is trying to achieve for access to water for cultural or economic purposes. So it's a multifaceted program. As Dr. Bentley mentioned, it's being headed by a director who was specifically appointed, and there's a team of 5 people working on the strategy at the moment.
It's just that, as my colleague said, the water strategy commits to the development of a specific Aboriginal water strategy. So when will that document or that plan be available?
Hopefully by the end of this year. What I would say is that we will go as fast as the communities want us to go. So consultation with Aboriginal groups, with Aboriginal communities is part of the process. So we will do it in time with people's own timing. Yeah.
Okay, my last one on this point is I remember back in 2019 during estimates with then Minister Pavey, and she made a point of saying that she was focused on ensuring Indigenous communities are included in water management and their needs are better represented. What's happened in the last 3 years to ensure that they're better represented in water management?
Thank you, Mr. Primrose. Look, quite a lot has happened. I mean, for one thing, the Aboriginal Aboriginal Community Water and Sewerage Program has continued, and that works very closely, obviously, with the communities we're serving. And even though there has been some funding issues with our funding partners there, we've ensured that we are continuing to put enough funding in to keep that work moving forward. That's absolutely essential. And the establishment of this group that we've just been talking about under the New South Wales Water Strategy, to be working with First Nations groups on what they want to see in that strategy. And as Amanda Jones said, we're going at the pace they want to go. And also across the water resource plans that we were discussing earlier, we've had more than 50 workshops with different First Nations groups, I believe 26 nations and 250 individuals. So very much a big increase in the last 2 or 3 years on the time and resource that has been put into working with First Nations around their needs in terms of water management.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just ask one quick follow-up question? I mean, it was also, as you know, a provision of the water strategy to increase Indigenous allocation, sort of ownership and access to water. I mean, I accept that's actually difficult because in a lot of the areas, a lot of the valleys, there's not a lot of unallocated water. Why was the unallocated groundwater put up for sale under a controlled allocation order last year as opposed to provided to First Nation groups, as is consistent with the water strategy? That seems like a massive missed opportunity when there is not a lot of unallocated water in the system.
I don't think the strategy says that all water that's available will be given to First Nations.
It doesn't say that, but it does aim to increase ownership and access to water. And I'm accepting that that's hard to do. But when you have a specific, and so it doesn't say, but this doesn't happen very regularly, Dr. Bentley. There was a specific unallocated groundwater and it was put up for sale on the market at prices that are completely out of reach of Indigenous groups. Why did you miss that opportunity to take a step towards meeting that goal?
Well, we have to satisfy multiple matters, of course. What Ms Jones has outlined is that the 3% target from the Closing the Gap work, we're trying to understand what does the 3% target mean, how should it be allocated, how do we get there. So that work's being developed as part of that strategy. But that doesn't mean that, as I say, that each individual transaction that comes along will be earmarked for that purpose.
Who made the decision not to consider giving that specific allocation that occurred late last year to First Nation groups? Was that who makes those decisions? Because currently, I appreciate you say 3%. I mean, is it still 0.2%? Is that the actual current ownership rate? Yeah. So
it's about 2%. I think.
Yeah. So
of cultural licences.
Yeah. So it's a way to go. An opportunity comes up which doesn't occur regularly. Who makes the decision about what to do with that?
That is a decision for the Minister.
That's the Minister's decision. Okay.
And it wasn't Minister Anderson at that point.
I appreciate, yes, this was this was in October and November last year. Okay, thank you. Apologies.
No, good questions. I have about 300 more, but I'll put them on notice. Can I move on now to back to our favourite topic of digital wallets? The Minister mentioned this morning that beyond a digital gaming wallet and a cashless gaming card, what other options exist to pursue harm minimisation? And can you outline what those other options are, please?
So I think I just want to be clear that we're not conflating the two. So there's the digital card and then there's the cashless gaming trial. Yep. So if I just wanted to provide some clarification on the digital wallet or the cashless gaming trial. So at the moment, cashless payments are not, for gaming machines, are not permitted under legislation. Mm-hmm. And so in order to create a cashless gaming system or a digital wallet, we need to do what we call a regulatory sandbox. So that's where we have confined conditions in a particular location where we can monitor as the regulator the impacts on people that are using this particular
And this is where we're talking about West Newcastle and Aristocrat?
That's correct.
Are there any other providers interested in this at the moment?
There are, Mr Primrose. So I think as the Minister mentioned this morning, we've had 5 applications to date. So the first one was received on the 19th of May 2021 from Aristocrat and West, but there are 4 others as well. And before we agree to put them into that, what we call the regulatory sandbox, to test the harm minimisation and impacts on community, we go through a process with them to make sure that it's appropriate for that to occur.
Can you say what those other providers and those other venues might be if they were to proceed?
So I can tell you who the other applications have been made from. So Utopia Gaming, IGT, Economy and Scientific Games, and they have been received from us as regulator between June and October 2021.
Okay, thank you. And the venues, have you any proposals yet for those?
So I'm not sure that we've worked through venues yet. I think we're just looking at the technology at the moment.
Thank you very much. Has the trial at West Newcastle commenced?
It has not commenced as yet. We are still working through to ensure that it is appropriate for that trial to commence.
When it does, any idea when it may commence?
I think it is forthcoming, so we are towards the end of getting to the point where they're able to commence.
Thank you. And for how long do you expect the trial to continue?
I'll take on notice how long it is. I have in my mind 6 months, but I'd like to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Yep.
So going back to Star Casino proposal to acquire 1,000 additional poker machines, the Minister mentioned that there had been consultation with Star. Have you engaged with, in consultation with Clubs New South Wales or the Australian Hotels Association?
Yes, so I think as I mentioned in my evidence this morning that we've made a commitment to engage with both of those groups.
So you haven't engaged so far?
There have been preliminary conversations with both of those groups, but certainly further more detailed consultation will occur.
Okay. Would you expect that it would be from their venues that the machines would be sourced?
That is the intention, but as I mentioned this morning, it wouldn't be enforced. It would be a voluntary thing from hotels and clubs. And the reason for that, Mr Primrose, is that we don't want additional machines entering the state. It would be existing machines.
So this would probably involve regional and rural clubs and pubs, their machines being transferred to Sydney if this proceeded.
That is one potential option if those pubs and clubs were wanting to get involved in that.
Where else would you get them other than rural and regional clubs and pubs?
Well, there are pubs and clubs in Sydney that want to go pokey free, for example, so that might be another source of the machines.
Okay, thank you. My time's up. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I might just pick up from where we left, but turn to the Mid-Murray Anna Branches suite of projects. Looking at their projected costs for the first couple of milestones, so to project manage a suite of documents, you are willing to pay up to $4.9 million, and for 3 similar reports that I mentioned for the Troonja Perituta flow enabling works, you are looking or willing to pay up to $12.285 million, so almost double what you're prepared to pay for Troonja Perituta. Can you account for why there'd be such a difference between those two sets of reports in terms of the two projects? Obviously, there might be some differences, but it's almost double.
Yeah, it would be the scope of the projects.
Okay. Where are we up to with the Mid-Murray Anna Branches projects in terms of milestones? What are we up to?
I think basically we've done procurement for the early works, and detailed design is underway for the remaining works.
Okay, thank you. I might just turn to the other one I'm interested in, the Murrumbidgee and Murray National Park projects. It seems like, according to the fact sheet, we are sort of stuck between the problem definition and options development phase. Is that still the case?
Strategic assessment and concept design is still underway. I could provide you with a summary of all of those projects if you like.
Yeah, perhaps on notice if you could. More specifically with this one, the fact sheet lists some options that you are looking at. Would you be able to, on notice, provide the full list of options that you are looking at?
I can.
I'm assuming that with all of these options, you were doing some sort of cost-benefit analysis to decide which ones.
There will be. That will form part of the business case for the works.
Sure.
Yep.
More broadly, on these accelerated projects, it doesn't, from what I can see from the documents that sort of outline a projected cost, it doesn't sort of indicate whether the operational and maintenance costs are part of this budget. So have they been budgeted for, the maintenance costs of these projects?
I think it would depend on the ownership of the asset ultimately, and some. So in short, we haven't got there yet. That would be right, and the scope of the projects range from bridge replacements through to fishways in weirs. So it's quite a broad scope for all of these projects in terms of the actual activities or initiatives. So, some things won't have operating costs, some things will.
Chair, could I just add, it's a source of contention between the states like ourselves and our partner in the Commonwealth who funds the capital works, that we believe funding hundreds and billions of dollars of capital works should come with some operating cost associated. That's a point that we take up through that Basin Officials Committee that I talked about before, but it's not one that we've resolved to any satisfactory outcome. So it's not like we're ignoring it. It's just we don't have a funding agreement with the Commonwealth to cover those O&M costs.
Right. So I don't want to, I guess, mischaracterise your view, but would it be right to say that your view is that for those capital works that do require a maintenance or an operational cost, it shouldn't be the end water user that bears that cost? Would that be a fair characterisation of your department's view or the government's view in terms of where that cost should be borne from?
If I can answer it slightly differently, Chair, the fact that I've asked, and other states are asking the Commonwealth, why aren't you contributing to the O&M cost? Clearly, we consider creating, it's a very large sum of money that's being spent on the Sidland projects. That's great. It's not only the outcomes, but it's also the jobs in the regions while the projects are being delivered. But it does leave an O&M burden, and we are discussing that with the Commonwealth.
But at this moment, we can't rule out where, if any, of those costs will come.
I'd say it's not yet resolved, but there are many projects and many different scenarios.
Okay. Can I turn to the off-farm efficiency program? Information on your website talks about a $1.48 billion initiative, and the program having two streams, one being $1.33 billion for state-led projects. How much of that $1.33 billion has been expended so far, and could you, on notice, provide some sort of dissection in terms of how much has been allocated to each project?
So that billion, that's a Commonwealth fund.
Yes.
But we can certainly tell you what has been allocated through New South Wales.
That's what I'm after.
We can provide that on notice. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It also says there's another $150 million for grants. I'm assuming that's spread across all the states, is it? The way from your explanation just then?
I believe so, but I've not got the document in front of me. But I know that larger $1.1 billion, that was certainly a bigger project.
So on notice as well, could you provide how that's been expended? And it also says $60 million available for on-farm projects that have strong community support. So once again, how much of that $60 million has the state got, and how much has been expended? I think that is all for that. Can I turn? The Minister mentioned a couple of programs, the Better Barker and the Better Bidgie program. Now, each has significant elements to them, so I don't want to tackle them all individually, but can I just ask, perhaps on notice, for each one of those elements, where we are up to? So I think this sort of came about in 2021, I think.
Correct.
So, so for each of those elements, where are we up to in terms of progressing them?
Yes, we'll provide that on notice in detail, Chair. But if I could just say, it was the April 21 Ministerial Council for the Murray-Darling Basin where New South Wales gained the agreement of other states and the Commonwealth to go and rescope what had been planned for Menindee Lakes and Yanco offtake. And that led to us saying we can't make those big savings at Menindee Lakes, and therefore we need to take a more holistic view of the whole system, and that spawned the Better Barker, which is
Better Barker or Better Bidgie?
That spawned Better Barker, and the other one spawned Better Bidgie. Okay. So Western Weirs, fish passage, 2,000 kilometres of fish passage, etc. It's not all water savings at Menindee Lakes, but that's what spawned the project, as it were.
I appreciate there's some extensive initiatives there, so I just want to get a sense of where we're up to with each one. That would be fantastic. I think that pretty much wraps up my questions, so I will throw to Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much. If we could go back to the whip breaches discussion that I was having with the Minister earlier today. I've got the stats in front of me now, so perhaps we can have a more informed conversation. What I was talking about was the whip rule, where, as I understand it, you can whip up to 5 times in the first 100 metres of a race, and then as you know, you can just go sort of hell for leather at the end, apparently. Now, I understand, and I have the documents here, that although a huge number of whip breaches in that first 100 metres were observed, action wasn't taken because the totality of the whipping over the race was not seen as being excessive. Are you aware of that, and do you see that as a problem in the way that the rules are working?
Okay, so the whip rules are part of the Australian racing rules, which are decided by Racing Australia and enforced by the controlling bodies in each jurisdiction. So in New South Wales, it's Racing New South Wales. My understanding of the whip rules was that in 2015 there was a distinction, a change to the rules to remove the distinction between forehand and backhand use of the whip, with the total use of the whip limited to no more than 5 strikes during the race, excluding the last 100 metres of the race.
Okay.
Okay, and then in 2017 there were changes made that allowed stewards to take discretion of totality of the use of the whip across the whole race.
Okay. So, for example, we had between Everest Day and Melbourne Cup Day, which was between the 16th of October last year and the 2nd of November, we had 49 race meetings taking place across those 18 days. There were 201 incidents of Rule AR 137A subsection 5A2 being breached, in that more than 5 strikes were observed in that first, let me get this right, the first 100 metres, that's correct?
No.
No, the other way round?
The other way round.
Fine.
Yep.
There were 201 incidents where that breach was observed, but in only 10 instances was any action taken for the whip breach. Do you think that that is an example of this rule working effectively to stop the whip breaching?
So the stewards have a range of disciplinary action that they can take in relation to whip use, which might range from reprimands, fines, and generally the fines increase depending on the value of the race. So Group 1 races or the Everest or races of that nature will have significantly higher monetary penalties. And they can also suspend jockeys for use of the whip.
So on all of these stewards' reports for these whip breaches, the statement says, stewards noted the following riders exceeded the permitted strikes of the whip prior to the 100 metres under AR 137A5A2. Bearing in mind the totality of whip use, no action was taken. Does that mean no action, or not even a fine, nothing at all? Are you saying that even though they've said no action here, potentially there is another consequence for this whip breach?
No, that's not what I'm saying. If they've determined that there's no action, but that's the role of the stewards to look at the circumstances of each case and determine what the appropriate penalty is.
So given that these rules were put in place because of the horrific injuries that occur to horses when they're whipped too much, that's why we have a whip limit, are you not concerned that in 191 of 201 instances over an 18-day period of breach of that whip rule, nothing was done? Just in 10 cases.
So Racing New South Wales are the controlling body for the sport in this state. They are not subject to government control or direction. Their stewards are experienced stewards, and they control and regulate races on a daily basis, and they make the judgments. They will make judgments and issue appropriate penalties to jockeys depending on the circumstances of the race.
This government, though, does have the power to introduce new legislation that would require those whip rules to be tightened up, or to at least result in a penalty. You could override with state legislation. Doesn't these sorts of statistics give the department some, or give your office some cause for concern that maybe you need to change that round? Or are you just saying, no, it's fine, we're just going to trust the industry?
So the whip rules are being looked at on a national basis by Racing Australia. I understand that they've got a committee that is looking into this issue and will make recommendations back to Racing Australia about whip rules broadly, and I would imagine in relation to penalties too.
What's really interesting as well is that there is a a difference in terms of the locations where whip breaches appear to be acted on versus those that aren't. So perhaps not every steward is applying the discretion the same way. Again, is this entirely a matter, in your view, for Racing New South Wales and not something that, or for the Australian racing centres, and not something that the government should take an interest in?
So, as I said before, the Racing New South Wales is the controlling body for the sport in this state, and it has a legislative mandate to enforce the rules, and it works with other jurisdictions through Racing Australia to have uniform rules of racing, and to identify uniform penalties.
Yeah, well, there's clearly something broken with this whipping regime if this is the results that we get over an 18-day period. Can I go then to greyhounds? Just looking at, if we could just clarify those numbers from earlier, I think the Minister was arguing with the numbers that I raised. So I mentioned that 92 dogs were killed in 2021 because of racing injuries. Just to clarify, that includes 64 on-track deaths and 28 post-race euthanasias that GWIC attributed to a racing injury. That gives us 92 dogs killed because of racing injuries last year. Does that accord with your understanding?
If they're sourced from the Commission's quarterly reports, then...
Yep. Okay. So we're not disagreeing about the number of dogs who are being killed and injured. That's good to know. When we look at, and there's an issue that I've raised before about how can we continue to justify building new curve tracks when we have the evidence that indicates that this is a less safe form of racetrack for dogs to race on, and it creates more injuries. Can I ask you, in relation to the straight track at Richmond, is it a flat straight track or is there a camber?
I would need to take that on notice and seek advice from Greyhound Racing New South Wales.
Are there any rules requiring these straight tracks not to be on a camber?
Do you mean in relation to the minimum standards?
Yeah, so when a new straight track is being approved, clearly, I guess if we work from first principles, and again, I'm not an engineer of greyhound racing tracks, but we've had a lot of discussions about this in estimates, and I do understand that, you know, the idea of when you have a curved track, the dogs are going around, they tend to bunch up in one spot as they go around, and that's where the injuries occur. My understanding is that if you build a straight track on a camber, then you end up with the same problem, that as the dogs are running, they're kind of running, that they bunch up down the bottom of the hill, or the bottom of the, you know, the slight incline, which causes many of the same problems, and then you get injuries again. I guess, what is the oversight to ensure that when these straight tracks are being built, they're not being built on a camber? Seems quite obvious.
So GRNSW has developed minimum track safety standards, and these were developed based on research by University of Technology, Sydney.
Yep.
That looked at building or putting in place minimum standards for both straight and curved tracks. The use of cambering on curved tracks is a way of mitigating the injuries or the pressures on dogs as they corner.
Yep, but on a straight track.
Yep, on a curved track, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, on a curved track, but on a straight track.
On a straight track, I would need to seek advice from Greyhound Racing New South Wales about what the minimum standards say. I mean, there might be reasons why you would have a slight fall across the track, but I would need to seek advice from Greyhound Racing New South Wales.
Mr. Griffin, is that something you have any knowledge of from a GWEC perspective?
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Boyd, I have been to the Richmond Straight Track, and it doesn't appear to have a camber.
Okay.
But as Mr. O'Brien stated, there could be a slight camber in terms of waterfall to make sure water falls away from the track. But from the eye, it looks flat.
Okay.
It doesn't look like there's a camber.
Is there anything in the minimum standards or in the UTS research that sheds any light on that issue about increased risk if there is a camber more than a certain degree, for example, on a straight track?
Not that I'd have to take that on notice, but certainly there's a great degree of evidence and research done by UTS. You'd probably be aware in terms of camber that does assist with tracks that have bends.
Yeah.
So that certainly is the case, and there's a lot of recent track design that is based upon that. And the Traralgon track in Victoria, for example, is a prime example of the redesign based upon that research.
Yeah. Okay. In the latest GWIC quarterly report, as I mentioned earlier, it was reported that the major 2 injuries are the highest they've ever been. Can you shed light onto why that is?
The Race Injury Review Panel, Ms Boyd, is looking into that. It is the highest, as you said, since we've been gathering data in relation to major 2 since 2018. So there's some hypothesis that could be weather related. Certainly because there's a greater increase in weather events towards the end of last year, which that involves that quarter of data. It's very similar to the fourth quarter of the previous year. So both quarters, the fourth quarter of 2020 and 21 seem to have produced higher levels of. So again, we need to look at the causations, and so that's something we're very much focused on in discussions with GRNSW in relation to why we're getting those causations and those high levels.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just throw back to the opposition.
Yep. I just wanted to ask a couple of quick questions about the Festivals Roundtable. I think perhaps Ms Mann?
I might, Ms Jackson, refer to Mr Tansey. He was actually the chair of the Music Festivals Roundtable.
Excellent. Just a couple of questions, because I understand that from April this year, the Festivals Roundtable is moving from DCS into enterprise and industry. Is that correct?
That's right, because it'll follow the allocation of acts with the Minister and into that new agency.
So what arrangements have been made? So presumably, yourself, Mr Tansey, and the staff at DCS who have been doing that work won't move over. The roundtable will, but the staff won't.
It's probably a little bit more diverse than that. My role, and I won't, but some of the staff that have been doing some of the secretariat work supporting the roundtable will transfer with the liquor, gaming and racing functions to the new agency.
How many staff?
Sorry, I've got those details. So, Ms Jackson, you can appreciate that for the last few years we've been integrating the regulators into the Better Regulation division. So we've been integrating liquor and gaming, safe work and fair trading. So with the move, we've had to sort of unscramble the egg, so to speak. So the latest numbers that I have of the staff moving over is around 280 staff moving across to the new agency.
And in addition to some staff moving across, as you've mentioned, it's, unscrambling an egg. What assurances can you give, or arrangements have been made to ensure that that is a smooth transition, that the Festivals Roundtable, which, to be fair, has gotten good support and positive feedback in relation to the work that DCS has been doing with it, that continues in the new arrangements?
So we've said in the most recent roundtable meetings, and I've certainly indicated to my industry co-chair that personally I'm perfectly happy to continue to work with the receiving new agency to make sure that it is smooth. The roundtable's next scheduled meeting is in May, so I've offered, if it's useful, to attend that meeting and literally do a hand-to-hand handover. At this stage, it's obviously just something we need to work out between ourselves and the receiving agency about how they'd like to manage it.
Yeah, and those meetings to discuss that transition, they're occurring regularly. Is that the case currently for the April transition?
They absolutely are. So we're meeting with DEET on a weekly basis, and all of the issues are being discussed in terms of setting the new agency up for success and making sure that the transition is smooth.
Okay, thank you. That's good. Hopefully that works. I mean, it's obviously, like as you said, it's quite a logical fit where it is now, so we're hopeful that it will continue to receive the proper support. I just wanted to ask a little bit more some of those questions that I was asking before in relation to stormwater management, because, you know, we are seeing a lot of pressure on the stormwater system at the moment. Mr. Shiro, I don't know whether you need to come back to the table or something, sorry. I mean, I can go through you, Dr. Bentley, but I imagine that... Apologies.
Start with Mr. Shiro. I'm sure he'll throw it back if it's not...
So thank you for those answers in relation to Parramatta River. I mean, I did wonder, I wanted to ask just quickly on that, is there an estimate available, you may have it, Mr. Shiro, or perhaps Dr. Bentley, how many fish were killed in the recent fish kill there? Is that something that you have, or perhaps you might need to take it on notice?
I would have to take it on notice.
That would be useful. So thank you for those answers in relation to the Parramatta River, but obviously more generally, you know, across Sydney, with the significant rainfall that we have seen, there's been a lot of pressure on the stormwater system, and we're already seeing waterways, you know, beaches, you know, and estuaries displaying a lot of pollution and a lot of impact from the heavy rainfall. So what's the kind of Sydney Water response to that? What are you doing to try and make sure that that system is working as well as it can?
So we are responsible for a part of a network, which is always makes situation complex. We also have a number of concrete channels in the city that are going into rivers. So the activity, I mean, our responsibility is to make sure that all the pipes and the channels are open and operating well. We also have a lot of activity which is coordination with councils, because most of the stormwater is obviously coming from the streets and areas that are controlled by the councils. So we're always talking to them to make sure that how can we do better. We also have a number of activities that are around actually naturalizing some of the stormwater channels or canals that we've got, which is a way to not only create amenities for the public and our customers, but actually also to treat the stormwater.
Are you referring to, you know, trying to make them, when you say naturalising them, you know, make them more porous, you know, use, as opposed to hard concrete, use other materials?
Yes, absolutely. So you've got a good example at Johnston Creek that we've just finished not very long ago, which is basically transforming a length of concrete canal into a natural river. So there's no concrete anymore. You've got natural banks. You've got water that is being able to be infiltrated back into the ground, or treated with reed beds and all sort of design. So
that program, which I agree is very important. So what's the sort of budget for that transformative program within Sydney Water? And we can talk about the sort of, I know the councils have their role too, but what's your budget for that program?
I would need to take that into to come back to you on this. We're progressing. This is a significant investment. So usually this is something that we're doing when we've got a concrete canal that needs investment. So instead of refurbishing or working on it, we move to naturalisation.
So you don't currently have a program of works to, you know, take each channel, you know, or pipe as it is and transfer it. It's currently a response to maintenance.
No. We've got a program, but it's a long-term program.
Would you be? I mean, you'll have to take this on notice, but would you be able to provide information on that program?
Yes, absolutely.
And does it have? I mean, is there a goal here, Mr. Shiro? You know, do you have? You know, appreciate there's a lot. By 2030, 2040, 2050. I mean, is there a goal that you're working towards, even if it's a longer-term goal, to transition all of those assets over to be naturalised, porous and better able to manage stormwater?
It's always a fine balance because obviously the money that we're investing into this asset is the money that we collect from our customers when they're paying their water bills. So for us, it's very much about the right balance between what our customers can afford and what we need to invest. And that's why most of the time this sort of projects will happen when we need to refurbish or replace a concrete canal, rather than having an objective that in the next 10 years we will do everything, which would not be affordable for our customers.
Okay. Is there, in terms of the work that the councils have to do, other than, as you say, you sort of liaise with them, is there any role that you're able to play providing them financial support or partnering with them to upgrade their assets? Because I'm sure that they tell you in their dialogue with you that they don't have a lot of money for that kind of work either. So what is occurring to try and make, this is evidently becoming a more urgent priority. We're seeing more severe storms. The impact on the stormwater system is massive. Is there any sense of additional resources to try and speed up this process? So
we can't provide subsidy to councils. That's not something that we can do, but we provide assistance. So we've got a team at Sydney Water that are working on this sort of naturalisation or simply on stormwater engineering, and this team is available for advice to different councils, and this is working well. We very often have councils coming to us and discussing the projects that they have in plan, and so the cooperation is quite good. But that's the sort of support and assistance that we're providing to councils.
Is there any available through DPIE directly? I appreciate Sydney Water is not able to provide that support, but can councils access any other subsidies or sources of funds to try and speed up their stormwater improvement programs?
There's no water-controlled fund. My colleague, Ms Hawes, looks after OLG. Is there any local government OLG fund?
No, not through OLG. I actually think the environment portfolio because of knowing that around the traps, but I can't speak to the current state of play, so they would be able to tell you what funds are available.
And I know we did start discussing with the EES before this rain event happened, what does our planning need to be in the future for? So Water is working with EES and OLG on a number of these things. But could I also say, in case it's of interest to you, Mr. Cleary from Hunter Water has been doing a lot of work on this with Newcastle. So if you wanted any details from him, he could speak to those. That
might be useful in a tick. One of the things, Mr. Bentley, in the water strategy, there is a specific reference to drought resilience. That's a sort of specific section or part of the water strategy, but I couldn't see anything in there in relation to flood resilience. And, this issue of stormwater is one of many. It falls into different categories, and so not having a sort of specific pull together in the water strategy maybe makes it a bit more difficult for some of this work to happen in a timely way, in an effective way. Is that something that you've thought about?
It is something we've thought about. In fact, a few months ago when I was up on the North Coast, we were discussing with community members from Lismore and other places how the regional water strategy there speaks about water security but doesn't speak about flood management to the extent that it should. And so we did engage CSIRO to do a piece of work to help us understand in that region, is there any lens we should be putting on the regional water strategy that could take a more holistic sort of systems view, and from there to see how we might spread that elsewhere.
So has the CSIRO completed that work in relation to that regional strategy?
I'm waiting to receive it, but it's imminent, I hope within days. But
And so then, sorry, just to be clear, so the commitment is to then maybe from you to attempt to use that as a template to more broadly look at flood resilience in a document like the statewide water strategy, or that is something that you're going to look to take that next step?
What we're looking to do is to say, if we also consider the water security matters from a flood management and river health and land use point of view, does that change the strategy? but flood management per se is actually the responsibility of EES. They come up a lot in these conversations because we're obviously so closely linked. So it's not a full let's bring flood management into this as the cool thing. It's more saying, if I was thinking about flood management at the same time as water security, would that change the options that I'm considering?
Yeah, appreciate
and
it.
yes, we are committed to, if there's something that we should roll out in future iterations of other strategies, to do so.
I appreciate it. I'll throw to my colleague, Mr. Searle, in a second. I mean, it is just, you know, we need to try and avoid being reactive. I mean, we have the drought and that impacts, you know, agriculture and a whole range of different things too, and it comes together, and then we sort of have a lot of flooding and we find, oh, there's a lot of different agencies doing kind of a lot of different work. Is it really coming together in a way that it should? But you're committed to trying to work through that?
Indeed.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Searle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, I think, might be directed to Ms. Hawes or possibly Ms. Hickey, so it's about cemeteries. What is the remuneration of each of the CEOs of the cemetery trusts? Is that something you've got visibility of, and is it publicly reported?
I think I would have to take that on notice, unless Jen has. I think I'll take it on notice.
Okay. Obviously keen to know. I mean, obviously these cemetery trusts operate under legislation. They control billions of dollars of public assets. I assume the costs of running the trusts, including the CEO remuneration, is something that is or should be reported. And
the Crown operators are required to submit an annual report to us every year, and it does have financial information in it. I don't think it breaks it down the same way as, say, public service agencies do.
Well, provide such details as you have, and we might return to that.
Yep.
When will the existing cemeteries in Sydney run out of burial space? Have you got a sort of foreshadowed timeline?
So I think that was documented in the 11th hour report, and there are, obviously, there's work underway to look at the feasibility of different sites for future burial supply.
Okay, apart from Varroville, what other possible new cemeteries might be in the pipeline?
So there's a number of sites. I can't say which sites because there are feasibility studies underway, and as you would know, it could impact all kinds of...
Well, can you give us some indication of how many sites are under evaluation?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay, well, that's fine. We'll take that on notice. Now, the Catholic Metropolitan Cemetery Trust is a Crown land manager under the Act. Who appoints the different land managers? What's the process for doing that?
So what's the specific question, sorry?
Who appoints the land manager?
For which?
For any trust. Like, how do they get appointed to control the lands that they do?
There are different arrangements in place. If you have a specific question about a specific trust...
Say, take the Catholic Metropolitan Cemetery Trust. How do they get appointed to do that?
There's a lot of history there, and I'd take that on notice.
Okay, well, please do. How are the members of the various trusts appointed? Does the minister play a role in that, or is it sort of... how does it work?
Again, depends on the trust, but if you're speaking about the CMCT, I'll take that on notice.
Okay, and could you, when you take that on notice, give an answer for each of the trusts?
Yep.
Okay. Do the cemetery land managers provide reports to the minister or to CCNSW?
So what was the cemetery's land managers or all land managers?
Well, the cemetery's land managers.
So again, I'll take it on notice with specifics because there are different arrangements for different land managers.
They do provide reports to us on like the annual report, their strategic plans, code of conduct, that sort of thing.
And are those reports publicly available, or are they just...
the annual reports certainly are, yes.
Okay, but if you want to... Okay, well, I'll come back to that. Do you have an estimation of future demand according to faith groups, like in terms of, what is the emerging need over the next 5 years, 10 years?
Yeah, I mean, again, the 11th hour report canvassed it broadly. I don't have those specific stats and trends to hand. We can collect some information for you to provide that to you on notice.
Okay. Now, I know that you've got a number of sites under evaluation, but do you have any kind of estimated time horizon for any new cemeteries to come into operation?
As you'd appreciate, there's a lot of feasibility work that needs to be done to make sure that a site is suitable, and then a planning process to go through, so I can't put a timeline.
Is there a hope that you might have one new one operating in the next 5 years, or 2 in the next 10?
Everyone would agree that there's an aspiration to do that, definitely, and certainly a need, but I can't give a concrete timeframe today.
Okay, so again, not wishing to press you too hard, but there is simply no hard time frame for any new cemetery supply to be activated.
I can't provide a concrete date today.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Is the expectation that any new cemetery would be managed by One Crown?
I can't provide a comment on that today because I can't comment. I can't comment. That's a matter.
Okay, I think the Minister earlier today said that the One Crown proposal was still under consideration.
That's correct.
Is there a time frame for finalising any such consideration?
I don't have that time frame. It's under government consideration, as you know.
Okay, that's fair enough. In terms of future burial space allocation according to faith groups, how will that work? Will that be a matter for whichever trust is operating the cemetery to allocate space according to faith groups, or how would faith groups go about ensuring that their needs are going to be met? Who will make that decision?
Again, I'll need to take that on notice because it depends where we go in terms of the government's consideration of the future operating model, but there would always be provisions, and I think the previous minister has put on record there's always going to be provisions for faith-based groups to ensure that their needs are met.
Sure, but I guess you might have sort of competing needs, and obviously someone has to make an ultimate decision. I'm just interested, will that decision rest with the Cemeteries Trust? Will it rest with the government? Who will actually make those difficult decisions?
Mel, if you want me to, I'll just mention that the Minister must approve the purchase of land for cemeteries, and as a condition of that purchase, the Minister can specify how much should be allocated to faiths.
Okay. Okay, so if there is any dispute that can't be resolved, the Minister can be the ultimate arbiter.
I'm certainly open to the Minister to put conditions on the purchase.
Okay. I did have a last question, but I'll wait and see if there's any time left at the end.
Okay, I'll just do 2 quick follow-ups and then I'll throw to my colleague, Ms Boyd. In last budget estimates, I asked her around the Tyrrell station and the water sharing plan, and the answer back, you said that DPI Water was conducting a review of the intersecting streams water sharing plan, and that would include options for management of the infrastructure. Can you give us an update on where we are with that review?
I'm sorry, Chair. Can I just take some advice from...
Yeah, sure.
What was the review again you referred to?
It was a review of the water sharing plan for the intersecting streams where Tyrrell is located.
I don't have an update on that to hand, but I will get you one on notice.
Yep, sure. And just quickly, this morning I asked you a question around the Water New South Wales Administrative Building in Lake Cargelligo, and you said you're the only one here, and you may have someone else that may be able to answer that. Is that possible now, or will you just take it?
We can certainly ask Mr George if he has any awareness.
So while you're coming up, Mr George, I asked specifically about the current tenant of that building down the track team. They want to purchase that building, and obviously we're prepared to pay fair market price. Where are we up to in terms of progressing that sale? Because I think they've been pursuing it for a couple of years now.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. So obviously we're waiting on a transfer of that title from WAMC, the Water Administration, Ministerial Corporation. It's always a tongue twister. To transfer that title to Water New South Wales. We are now the legal owner of that building, and so we are now looking to put that property on the market as soon as April or May this year.
Okay, thank you. That's it. I'll pass to Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much. Turning back to greyhounds and the minimum standards for tracks, what is the process in place within the Office for Racing for monitoring and reporting on the compliance with minimum track standards? Is that something that you do, or is it something that GWIC does?
So minimum track standards are a responsibility of Greyhound Racing New South Wales. And so they work with their clubs to obviously access funding to get them up to the minimum standards. And then, once that work has been done, they will have the ability to put conditions on Greyhound racing clubs in terms of the minimum track standards.
So in March 2021, the responses to questions taken on notice during a Better Regulation Estimates hearing advised that Greyhound Racing New South Wales will prepare a matrix comparing the tracks against the standards, and that information will be used to determine where Greyhound Racing New South Wales directs the track and welfare grant funds to assist greyhound race clubs in complying with the minimum standards. Have you seen a copy of that matrix?
So Greyhound Racing New South Wales is required to access funding from the Capital Grants Program. They are required to put together a matrix to show the deficiencies of at that venue against the track standards and how the proposed project will address those deficiencies.
Okay.
So on a case-by-case basis, once we receive applications, that matrix is
so
there.
So you see that when you get an application for funding?
Correct.
Are you able to table the information that you've been given in relation to track compliance?
I would need to seek advice. I mean, it is a Greyhound Racing New South Wales document, and so I'm not sure whether that's something we'd be able to table or not.
Why is it not a term of Greyhound Racing New South Wales' operating licence that they provide you with data on things as simple as compliance with minimum standards?
So, I mean, there is a process to get to a stage where all the tracks have meet the minimum standards, and that's what the Capital Grants Program is about.
Okay.
It's not as simple as putting standards in place. You need to invest in the infrastructure at those venues to get them up to the minimum standards.
What's bothering me is we have Greyhound Racing New South Wales, which clearly is not an entity that is reportable at all to Parliament or to government.
It does provide an annual report.
It provides an annual report. Does it include the minimum track standards matrix and some sort of understanding of which ones comply with the minimum standards in its? No. So we have, as a Parliament, and you as a government, have no oversight over which of these tracks are currently complying with minimum standards. Is that correct?
So they have obligations under their operating licence.
But not that one?
Not to report on which tracks meet the minimum standards at a given point in time. The purpose of the Capital Grants Program is to allow Greyhound Racing New South Wales to work with its clubs to identify the issues at tracks, to access funding to lift those tracks to meet the minimum standards.
So when that grants program was devised by the government, are you saying it had no idea how much would actually be required to bring those tracks up to standard because you didn't know how non-compliant they were to begin with?
My understanding is that before the Capital Grants Program was put in place, there weren't minimum standards. And so one of the first requirements was that GRNSW needed to do the work to develop the minimum standards. That was based on they engaged UTS to do the research to underpin that work. So it is a staged process.
Yes, but we don't know where we are in the process because we don't know where we're starting from. Where's the evidence that shows us this is how much work there is to do to make these tracks compliant? And now here's where we're up to. This is the stage. That must be somewhere.
So Greyhound Racing New South Wales has reporting obligations under the operating licence in relation to its track strategy.
But not in relation to how many tracks or how much work is required to bring tracks up to minimum standard.
I think that's right.
Okay.
As I said, though, we have information from Greyhound Racing New South Wales when they need to access funding. They are required to provide that matrix to demonstrate the deficiencies against the standard and what how the project will address those deficiencies.
Yeah.
And that's part of their obligation under the operating licence.
Yeah, I don't need to tell you that, there was a significant trust deficit with the greyhound racing industry a few years ago. The compromise or the second chance arrangement that was given to the industry was that it would reform. And then we saw the establishment of GWIC, we saw initiatives like the minimum track standards being complied with. Don't you think it's a significant issue if we have no actual oversight of what has happened on the ground so that we can keep that trust with the public?
So we do have oversight of the projects themselves because they have, each of those projects has reporting obligations back to the department.
But that's only if for funding. You can't tell me at this moment how many tracks are compliant with the minimum standards.
I'm certainly happy to take advice from Greyhound Racing New South Wales because it is something that it's not static and it will change over time, and it changes as we move through the capital grants program.
Yes.
And they complete the projects that have been funded through.
Ever requested that information of Greyhound Racing New South Wales at any time?
Not to my knowledge.
No. So is it a problem? Well, I think it's a problem that we don't have oversight, because it appears we don't, of how much work there is to be done to make these racetracks actually compliant. Don't you think that we need to have that reporting mechanism put in place with Greyhound Racing New South Wales?
Greyhound Racing New South Wales has put together a track strategy that's been developed in consultation with its clubs that has looked at the minimum standards and how they will be, what program of works will be put in place to lift its tracks to the standard.
Does the Office of Racing have any power under any contractual arrangement or legislative arrangement to request that information from Greyhound Racing New South Wales?
So the Minister has...
Not related to the funding.
The Minister has... there are conditions within the operating licence that the Minister can request, or the Office of Racing can request information from Greyhound Racing New South Wales.
Right. We just haven't done that, though, by the sounds of it previously. Perhaps you could take on notice and please make your best endeavours to try and get that information from Greyhound Racing New South Wales, because I think the public deserves to know where we're up to with compliance, if that's what we're relying on to make us all feel happy that, you know, perhaps there's been some reform in the industry. Can I ask about the Greyhound so-called Centre of Excellence in Tweed? And is there an update that you can give me on the progress of the planning application that's been lodged, and whether any of that's thrown into doubt by the recent flooding of the site?
So the planning application or the development application is not something that our office has any visibility over.
Okay. Are you aware of whether any flooding has put that site in jeopardy?
I think there were some photos in one of the newspapers last week from that area that highlighted some of the racetracks there that seemed to be flooded. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not sure about that specific site.
Okay. I'll put those ones on supplementary because they're a bit detailed. Can I ask about the Greyhound Industry Future Fund? Announced in June 2021, I understand that with the new funding arrangements with GWIC, that the money that Greyhound Racing New South Wales was to save would be invested into this new Greyhound Industry Future Fund. That will receive a minimum of $25 million over the next 5 years, and it would invest in capital items like grandstands and patron facilities, as well as rehoming facilities. Is Greyhound Racing New South Wales allowed to spend the entirety of the fund on spectator improvements and prize money, or is there a requirement for a minimum expenditure on, for example, rehoming facilities?
So the Greyhound Racing New South Wales operating licence now has conditions in there in relation to the Greyhound Industry Future Fund. I don't have the details of that in front of me, but I know that there's some ministerial oversight in terms of how that money is expended and the reporting back that Greyhound Racing New South Wales does.
Is there a requirement that any percentage of that money be spent on animal welfare or rehoming?
I don't think there's a percentage requirement for any of the uses of that money.
And are tracks able to receive funds out of that for spectator improvements and prize money if the track minimum standards haven't been met for that track?
I don't think prize money is included in what the Future Fund can provide.
Okay, so it's spectator improvements and things. If you've got a track that's not currently meeting its minimum standards of safety for greyhound racing, can it take from the fund or be given money from the fund for spectator improvements instead of, for example, upgrading its track?
So I don't think there's a linkage between what other infrastructure might be able to be built at tracks and the work that's going on through the Greyhound New South Wales.
So the answer is no, like it's not, you don't have to be a fully compliant track in order to access the funding?
There are two different,
Yep.
there are two different
for
things.
this funding, for the future fund.
The track strategy is about getting the tracks up to the minimum standards.
And that's the one that they're coming to the government for a grant to fix or to get them up to speed. So they're getting money from the government there. And then in relation to the Greyhound Industry Future Fund, that's not related to the track upgrades. But if you're a non-compliant facility, are you able to spend that money on other things? Or?
But the point of the track strategy is to get all the venues to be compliant.
Yes, but we don't know which ones are not compliant to begin with and where we're at in that process. And in the meantime, we're giving money for spectator kind of improvements. How does the government know whether or not money that's being paid for spectator improvements could have actually been paid to improve tracks?
So there are no conditions, from my knowledge, there are no conditions in the licence that link the use of the Future Fund to the minimum track standards.
Okay. Is there a yearly minimum contribution or just a 5-yearly minimum of that 25 million?
So I think it's 5 million a year.
5 million a year.
Over 5 years.
Okay. I'll ask the rest of those ones on subs. Do we have, can I just ask about the GAP program, do we have statistics on how many dogs were euthanised within the GAP program in the last financial year?
I don't think I have those figures.
Okay, maybe.
I know that the Greyhound Welfare and Integrity Commission, in addition to its quarterly injury reports, also has quarterly retirement and end-of-life reporting, which I think also lists euthanasia and a number of euthanasia categories.
Perhaps I could just ask about that actually, Mr. Griffin, while we have you here. I understand that in the last financial year, 19 dogs were killed, 19 greyhounds were killed because they couldn't be rehomed, and a further 20 were deemed behaviourally unsuitable to be rehomed and also euthanised. Is that consistent with previous years? How does that track?
It's much lower. Thank you for the question, Ms Boyd. The Commission changed the rehoming policy in December 2020, which made stricter requirements for euthanasing greyhounds for behavioural issues. So that's seen a significant reduction in euthanasia of greyhounds for those issues. The Commission is currently looking at the rehoming policy, again, in terms of how aggressive greyhounds in particular are managed by rehoming organisations, by the industry more generally, within that context.
Does GAP track what happens to the dogs that are rejected by the program?
So GAP is obviously in a Greyhound Racing New South Wales program, so we would need to seek.
So it would be Greyhound Racing New South Wales would need to tell us. Is that something that they provide in their annual report?
I don't have the annual report in front of me, but I'm certainly happy to see whether that is reported.
Yep, that would be useful, or whether there is any other regular reporting of that kind of information back to the government. And whether the GAP rehoming figures include dogs rehomed by other organisations. That would be useful to know as well.
I think they actually, in their annual reports, they report what's been rehomed through GAP, they report what's been rehomed with through independent rehoming programs that have been assisted or been provided with funding assistance by GAP, and then then the total.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Griffin, just coming back on the pin firing discussion that you were having with Mr. Pearson, you mentioned that there needs to, although it's clear that there were those 3 incidents, I think, of pin firing with the same veterinarian.
Yep.
To take that further, there has to be a joint investigation with RSPCA because it falls within POTCA.
In relation to the veterinarian, just to be clear.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
So
we're still continuing our investigations in relation to the participants concerned.
Right.
And so we've actually detected 2 further cases since then, so there's 5 in total.
Yeah. The same vet or different vet? Same vet.
So that's why we're in discussions with RSPCA about a joint investigation in relation to potential breach of POCTA by the veterinarian involved.
Right.
These matters are currently before the Racing Appeals Tribunal. So in some regards, there's argument about whether the actual procedures were classified as pin firing. We have a view that they are pin firing, but there's other veterinarians suggest that it's not pin firing. So we've got our experts that are conclusive in their views that it is pin firing, and so we're proceeding on that basis.
And that's that thermal capture shrinkage point.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So you've had expert advice that is the same as pin firing for the purposes of the rules.
That's correct.
Right. And if so you say you're investigating the participants involved. If they are found guilty of having, I guess, deliberately also been involved in getting their dogs pin fired, what is the consequence for them?
Yeah, certainly they can be disciplined by the Commission. At the end of the day, I guess the investigation we need to conclude before we can make a decision on whether there needs to be disciplinary action undertaken. But certainly there's significant disciplinary action that can be taken by the Commission. And I draw your attention to the Commission's disciplinary penalty guide that's now on our website that sets out the likely penalties to be applied in these situations.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just one final question. With the dogs, presumably they can't race now. Are you keeping an eye on what's happened with them? Will they be rehomed?
Yes, we're keeping an eye on them, make sure they obviously don't leave the industry, or if they do leave the industry, they leave the industry appropriately. Yes.
Thank you.
I'll throw to the opposition for 5 minutes.
I've got one last question, Ms Hawes. In relation to issues like cemetery pricing or other conditions like tenure, whether it's renewable or permanent, who will make the final decision on those sorts of things going forward with any new cemeteries? Would that depend on whether One Crown proceeds and what the institutional arrangements are, or do you have a clear line of sight on that?
So I might just invite Jen Hickey, if you bear with me, I'm just getting up to speed with the portfolio, and Jen's probably best placed to answer that for the committee today.
Thanks. So on pricing, for Crown operators, I assume you mean. Yep. So in the interment industry scheme, there's a proposal that pricing becomes more transparent. In the IPART report, there is also recommendations that prices be referred to them to be set. That's a future issue that needs needs further consideration. At the moment, Crown operators have to inform CCNSW if they're going to increase their prices, and CCNSW has a veto role over that. But that's as far as that goes. And the other question, were you tenure, renewable tenure. So that's also subject of all of the recommendations in the statutory review, and while it exists at the moment, Part 4 allows renewable tenure. There's quite a few recommendations in the report that expand that to family renewal and cemetery renewal. So they're things that can happen, and they need to be explored further, which the Cemeteries Review Task Force is doing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I might just ask a few quick questions before we run out of time. I just wanted to clarify, Dr. Bentley, in relation to the controlled allocation order for the unallocated groundwater that we were talking about in relation to the Aboriginal water strategy earlier. Understand that was the Minister's decision. Did the department make a recommendation to the Minister?
No, I asked the Minister, what she wished to do in that
Right,
regard.
okay, so it's not as though you said this is what we recommend, A or B, and then she agreed or disagreed. You said, here's the situation, what would you like to do? Okay, that's useful. Just in relation to the Safe and Secure Water Fund, that's, you as well. How much is remaining of that $1 billion?
There's only 50 million currently unallocated, but there are 114 projects currently in play and 92 being negotiated, but after all of that, there's another 50 million.
Okay. I don't want to ask about all those projects, but I did want to ask about Bermagui, because obviously you would be familiar with the fact that they once again had to go on a boil water alert in January. So I understand that there is an allocation in relation to a facility in Bermagui to improve their water treatment options. Are you familiar with that project?
I'm not. Are you, Ms Jones?
I'm just looking for it. We might have to take that on notice, Jim.
We may have to take that on notice.
That would be...
As I say, there's hundreds of projects. So.
That would be useful if you could take on notice the status of the Bermagui project. That would be useful.
It's in detailed design.
Okay, and does that have a time frames at all associated with it on the documentation that you have at hand?
Not on what we've got here, but we will take that on notice and come back.
Thank you, that would be useful. I understand there were recently announcements made in relation to Bombala and Delegate as well. Are they ones that you could provide any...
Apologies, there's 229
that's okay. I don't want to ask about all of them. I did just want a few, but
yeah.
Perhaps just take
we'll take that on notice.
As well. That would be useful. I wanted to ask about a couple more items on the implementation plan on the water strategy. I wanted to ask about the statewide water efficiency programs, which I think is item 6.6. Can you give us a brief update on where that is up to?
Excuse me. We have teams working with council, utilities, and we have work going on with Sydney Water and Hunter Water and others. So it's a very statewide thing. Really hard to give a very succinct thing, given that the bell's just gone. But we can give an update on
Perhaps
that on notice and provide an update.
Some of those on. Yeah, I'll have to put up subsequent
There's a lot of work currently
questions
underway.
on that.
We've hired a team.
Thank you. Just one quick question from me, and then I'll pass to Ms Boyd. Mr Griffin, the euthanasia figures that Ms Boyd was talking about, how do they compare to other breeds that have been euthanased across New South Wales in obviously other venues and other, other industries? So, how does that compare to other breeds in terms of euthanasia rates? Do you have that perspective to hand, or?
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, there's a select committee that's been looking into this very issue about euthanasias, particularly in council pounds and so forth. So there is. I would submit a very low euthanasia rate within the greyhound racing industry generally in comparison to outside, because there's a very heavy focus on once the greyhounds have finished their racing careers and moving outside and being rehomed. I guess the focus from our perspective is not only making sure greyhounds are not unnecessarily euthanased, but also euthanased as a result of racing. And so, as Ms Boyd alluded to today, we're strongly focused on all our efforts on what risk mitigation strategies can be put in place to reduce collisions, which account for 80% of the racing industry. So we're very heavily focused on that. And I'm pleased to say that over the past 3 years since the Commission's been established, that the euthanasia rate or catastrophic injury rate has declined by half So it's gone from 1.4 per 1,000 race meetings to 0.7, so that's a great effort, but we're not going to sit there. We're working strongly with Greyhound Racing New South Wales, Greyhound Clubs New South Wales and other stakeholders to reduce that level even further.
Okay, thank you. Ms Boyd?
Thank you. There was talk last year about imminent legislation that would seek to implement the recommendations of the Greyhound Racing Act 2017 review. I'm not sure who I'm directing this at. Sorry. Is that still on track? Are we going to see some legislation this year? Are you able to tell us?
Yes, it will be introduced shortly.
Are you able to tell us if any of those recommendations won't be included in that, or is that going too far?
A number of the recommendations from the Greyhound Stat Review don't require legislative change.
Okay.
And so they required probably half of them were through changes to the operating licence.
Yep.
So they have been done.
Okay.
Some of the others were around reviewing the Commission's funding arrangements. That's already been done. So the changes to the Greyhound legislation will be only minimal to implement the remaining recommendations.
And is the idea still to amend some other racing legislation at the same time?
That's right.
So we will get something as a package at some point.
So there's there will be changes to the Harness Racing Act, which is predominantly where the changes are to implement recommendations from the statutory review of that legislation.
Mm-hmm. Are you able to give will it come this half of the year or next half, do you know?
This half of the year.
This half,
yep.
Okay, excellent. Mr Griffin, just in relation to the floods, and obviously we're all very focused on getting people to safety and helping them to rebuild, but in the middle of all of that is a whole bunch of quite devastating stories coming out about animals as well. Has GWIC been doing anything specific in relation to checking up on greyhounds that are being housed in sort of areas that have been impacted by the floods?
Yes, thanks, Ms Wood. We have been. We actually have officers located at Lismore, and so they've been actually very proactive in going out together with stewards and making checks of kennels, and our vets as well up in that area. We have got a participant support program in conjunction with with Jabota. Yep. And that's been a fantastic arrangement. We're being able to work together with Greyhound Racing New South Wales, Jabota, and our staff to make sure that every possible support can be given to greyhound racing participants to make sure that greyhounds are moved away quickly from flood-prone areas, taken to kennels where we can find kennelling space, that they've got temporary accommodation. So that's something we're quite proud of. We've done quite well. Again, unfortunately, this repeats itself, so we're getting quite good at it over time.
That's good to hear because, obviously if somebody is out of their house and they're trying to look for temporary accommodation, but they also have their dogs to look after, it becomes problematic, not just for greyhound owners, but for any pet owner. So that's good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes questioning from the opposition and crossbench. I now look to Mr Martin for his cross-examination.
Take us home.
There's no questions from the government unless any of the witnesses want to clear up anything.
I think we'll be fine.
We've well and truly covered it today. Well, thank you all for making the time to appear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, excellent. So that concludes questioning. Thank you very much for your time. The committee secretariat will be in touch in terms of questions taken on notice. But once again, thank you for coming and spending... Oh, we got a waving.
Oh, there's a note.
Old.
Crawford. The buzzer, Mr Crawford with the buzzer beater.
Just in time. Just want to take up your earlier invitation. I was asked to come back on two issues, and just to save a bit of homework.
Yeah.
I was asked by Mr Shoebridge or Mr Field when we started our investigation into Blackstone. That was, in fact, March 2021. And they asked what the trigger was. The trigger was the first bid made by Blackstone of $11.85 in March.
Okay, thank you very much.
Small item for Hansard. My name's spelled with one L, not two.
Okay. Well done. Excellent. All right, so now that concludes today. So thank you very much for your time and safe travels home.